friendship over political disagreements. We learned a lot about how information flow across the different layers of the media ecology and information ecologies in our state influence what people believe, what they want, and what they do. And we have published a book laying out some of the things that we have learned over the past decade. That book, Battleground, is available from Cambridge University Press's Elements series. And for a few more days...
This is a shameless plug.
Exactly.
I'm a fan of
But wait, there's more. How much would you pay for this book? For the next few days, you can download the electronic copy for free at go.wisc.edu/battleground. So you can get that. That'll take you right to Cambridge's website where you can download a PDF of the book and keep it for you and yours for as long as you like. But of course, you can buy the hard copy, which will be out in March as well. So we're going to spend a lot of time tomorrow sharing with you what we think the central insights of the book are. And then we're really excited to hear from you about what you think we should be doing, what you think we got wrong, what you think we might do next, how the work that is generated from all of the people in this room might be collectively funneled forward in interesting and useful ways. For the people on the live stream, it's a really unique conference. We've held a bunch of these in the past where we've brought in folks from around the globe to help sharpen our ideas, and you'll see, you'll know who's been here by who we cite in the book. They've been so useful for us. But today and tomorrow, our guests are alums of our program, PhDs with tenure at outstanding universities around the country, and it is so exciting and gratifying to see them all back in here to now tell us how we are wrong, which is the greatest part of all this work. We're going to say a couple more things, but first, there are a few things that I think will let Lou lead with respect to some very big and sad changes that have happened on our floor and in our field and in our community with the losses of our colleagues Sharon Dunwoody and Dave Black. So.
Thank you, Mike, and it is wonderful to see all of you back here. There will be no defenses necessary before you leave. Yeah, I just felt that it was important for us to remember someone who many of you have, probably most of you have worked with, Sharon Dunwoody, who was my colleague for more than 30 years, who was a leader in our field, an outstanding leader among women in the field of communication, a pioneer, one of the first, I believe the first perhaps woman president of AEJ, we will miss her greatly. There's so much that could be said about Sharon, but mostly that we will miss her, and this place will not be the same without her. Also Dave Black, who I also knew since he was a graduate student here, a tragic loss not long after Sharon, who, among other great achievements, founded WSUM as an ongoing, not just radio station, but as Devon said a few days after, as an institution in this department and community. So David's loss is also a huge loss to all of us here and to the department. Let me make one other short comment, which is, of course, that we're having this meeting on contention in civil society in the midst of an invasion of the Ukraine, and a brutal invasion. And the only thing I want to say, other than to express solidarity with the Ukrainian people, is that there is a line between the work we're doing here and that invasion. And what I mean by that is that when civil norms are violated again and again and again, in this case international civil norms, international democratic norms, as they erode in nation states, as they erode in counties, in individual states, it works its way upward. And that kind of civil violence, and in this case, military violence that we're seeing now, there is a chain here. And so the work that we do, everyone sitting around this table does, is of vital importance, not simply for the United States, where all of us live, if not all of us came from, but for the world. This is a global civil issue, and while we're not going to resolve those issues this weekend, we should always be mindful that the work we do matters in very real ways in our cities, in our counties, in our states, in our nations, and in the world.
Thank you. I'll only add to what we said about the recent losses. I mean, it tells you that this place is people, and it's great to have so many of our alums back. It's great to have Chris back, who is forever a member of this floor. To have Risto back, who's been such a compatriot of Lou's. We have an opportunity, I think, over the next 2 days to learn together, and that's what we've tried to do in these conferences that we've had. We try to have a lot of time reserved for just talking and sharing and thinking through things rather than us just talking at each other, right? And so let's make sure we preserve that time and really relish it. I hope you talk to people you don't know rather than everyone you do, because there's too many familiar faces in this room. And that's great. I want you to reconnect. It's been too long. It's been 2 years. And Chris was coming the last time he was on the floor was 2 years ago when we had a conference just like this. And I remember that conference. I remember vividly. It sustained me for 2 years, And this time we have another special occasion to commemorate, and that is Lou's retirement. So Lou is finishing a distinguished career at the UW-Madison, but he's not finishing his work. So he's continuing to stay active with us. But this gives us an opportunity to reflect on how he's not just shaped the thinking that's in this book that he is the lead author of, but also how he shaped all our thinking and shaped our thinking about these cleavages in civil society, the problems it poses for us, and how we can, as scholars, not just study it, but start to think about ways to resolve it. Lou, when I first got here, was always so deeply concerned with not just studying it, but what are the kind of interventions we can imagine? How can we go into newsrooms? How can we imagine solutions to these problems? And I hope that we have some time to talk about that too, because I think that's something we really have to, as I've seen in my work in HealthCom, PolCom, we tend to observe. We tend to look at what's happening. We don't intervene as much as we should. In HealthCom, I see so much intervention, so much about a normative desire to improve the lives of the people that you're studying. I hope that we can bring that attitude to this. It's a critical moment. We need to do that. I'll only close with one last thought, and that is, this should be fun. This is a really serious topic. And we're in the midst of what could be a very large war in Europe. I think the points that Lou was making about the ideas that connect what we're talking about here in the U.S. and sometimes in global settings around civil society is so deeply relevant to what's happening in the world today, not just in Ukraine and Russia, but what's happening in elections in the U.S., what's happening around COVID. And we're going to hear about that across different papers. And so with that, we will open our first day of the conference. So excited to have you all here. Our first session, we have one missing panelist, so each of you will have a little extra time. So why don't we invite our first set of panelists up to the front and we can get started. So I think that is Chris and Namjin and is it John? Yeah, please come on. And do you want to mic them, Tots?
I think I have it.
Is already mic. Okay, perfect. Thank you all.
I will.
Remind me to give you the mic.
So this is off presently, so not on hot mic, but maybe I'll actually carry it in case people have questions. Yes, I think that should be.
What's gonna happen? Okay. Should we give it a try?
Yeah, give it a whirl. You want to grab that? Thanks, bud. I left it up there in case someone needed it. Yeah. Oh, you want to make a knock it off? Oh.
There we go. Good stuff.
One last quick announcement before we turn it over to Professor Wells and Professor Lee and soon to be Professor Lee at University of South Florida, where Johnny is.
So Dane County, UW-Madison have a mask mandate. So we are all masked. If while you're presenting it is just too difficult to be able to breathe and present to do the things you need to do to feel comfortable presenting, feel free to take off your mask. But otherwise, leave it on, and we will continue to protect each other as we have. I'll shut this off if you want to. I'll keep this on the light.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mike. It is so great to be back and to be in person with colleagues again. So what I'm going to present, it's up there, is some work that Lou and I have been doing on the concept of recognition and how we apply it in political communication in a fractured, polarized, hybrid media ecology that involves social media elements, mass media elements, partisan media elements, all of those things. So what I'm going to do today is focus on this concept of recognition that we've been not developing the concept so much, but we've been bringing it into political communication. Recognition is a concept from political philosophy, but it also has been getting traction in some related fields, especially sociology, where Michel Lamont has been working with it, and some related fields like that. So what I'm going to talk about today is kind of three parts. The first one, I'm going to give us a little bit of an on-ramp into recognition by talking about its relationships to identity, which is a concept that political science and political communication has been drawing on quite a bit recently. Secondly, I'll try to show you what we think recognition can help make more clear about our political and political communication situation, especially when it comes to polarization, partisanship, the attention economy, social media, and digital media more broadly. And then finally, and this is where audience participation hopefully comes in, we have some research questions that we think we want to drive forward, and we're interested in hearing from all of you about research ideas, about where we can implement some of these ideas empirically to study the way that recognition works in our society now. Okay, so let me begin with that on-ramp. After 2016, scholars in our field and political science and others have been trying to emphasize explanations for political behavior that don't rely as heavily on the rationality expectation, the notion that citizens will generally respond rationally to new information and weigh their interests in the way that we think that they should, rationally. So many of you will be familiar with Andy Chadwick's essay from a couple of years ago in which he pointed to, I think it was 4, what he saw as deficiencies within the field of political communication, kind of blind spots that we should try to remedy. One of these was what he referred to as a rationality expectation. Exactly that, the idea that people will process information rationally and act on it in what we perceive to be a rational way. So identity has proven to be a concept that is useful for this because it's often pointed to as, well, identity is the explanation for why people behave in a certain way or how they interpret information when we don't consider it to be a rational calculus of their interests. So we saw this really powerfully in Aachen Bartels's recent book, in which they really kind of throw out classical folk theories of democracy and try to replace it with one rooted in group dynamics and identity. Then Liliana Mason and John Sides and colleagues explicitly look at identity. Similarly, we're seeing some of this in closer to our field from Zizi Papatrisi, Alice Marwick, Daniel Kreis, and others. And of course, Kathy Kramer and Arlie Hochschild, in their qualitative analyses of people's interpretations of politics, have also implicitly or explicitly looked at this concept of identity. These are really important steps that we are drawing on heavily. There's also some limits, though, on our current notions of identity that we think it's useful to point out. One is that identities are often understood within our field as relatively fixed properties, as essentially demographic variables that are relatively unchanging and staged, so they're easy to analyze in regressions. But this isn't necessarily the way that identity works, and it makes no account of how identities are formed. Secondly, despite the fact that they're inherently symbolic, identities are typically understood in their materialist dimensions. So we understand that an identity group might feel resentment because they perceive another identity group to be getting something that they can't have in a zero-sum game. So this is kind of a materialist dimension of identity conflict, which is important, of course, but isn't the extent of the way in which groups relate to one another. As a result, our understanding of how individuals understand the relationships between groups within society is limited, especially when it comes to exchanges of a symbolic nature. And finally, as a result of all this, within communication, we wind up with kind of a limited vocabulary for talking about how identities figure in political communication, how they're talked about, how they're made real, how their relationships are constituted in all the different forms of communication in which they exist, because most citizens don't have extensive contact with a whole lot of the salient social identities in our society. So those come to them, those relationships are made real through different forms of communication. Okay, so I've offered this very abbreviated depiction of kind of the contemporary turn to identity and a little critique of it in order to orient a field that is relatively unfamiliar with recognition. But now I'm going to turn to recognition and try to give a really brief overview of it and then try to connect it back to our field. So the concept of recognition is a macro one with these long, weighty threads with Rousseau and Hegel back in political philosophy. Our touchstones are Axel Honneth, especially, and Charles Taylor, who are contemporary political theorists, political philosophers, essentially, who draw on that long history but also make it contemporary, and especially in Honneth's case, are really concerned with the anthropology, the sociology, the psychology of recognition. So as Honneth understands it, recognition is a core human need. He places it alongside humans' material needs, food and shelter and those kinds of things. Recognition is a social need, so it is essential to humanity, to human flourishing. As he sees it, for humans to flourish, they require social relationships with others of a particular kind, especially relationships with others who recognize them in a particular way, especially as being fully human, as being political entities, ideally as political equals, and also as having unique contributions to make to the society. Recognition occurs at both individual and group levels, which is really important because it helps us to reconcile a little bit, to bridge between individuals' experiences of identities and how they understand those identities at play in wider social processes. So how they understand the way that they are members of groups as also being at play and interaction and competition with other groups in society. So at an individual level, the theory of recognition understands identity to be emergent from dynamics of recognition, all the way from the child's experience with his or her caregivers. So this idea of identity is really intersubjective, that one can't know who oneself is without interactions with others. So it's dialogic, it's intersubjective. It is in contrast to a sense of identity that's sui generis, that is just something that we are born with and is inherent in us. In this notion, individual identities are in constant dialogue with experiences of recognition on the one hand and misrecognition, or the failure of recognition, or relationships that lack a sense of recognition for the individual. At a wider level, social groups within a society can also receive or fail to receive recognition. So just as the individual, through his or her experiences with caregivers and then peers and then other members of society, will have experiences in which they feel that recognition and others in which that recognition fails or misrecognition is experienced. At a wider social level, there can be systemic dynamics that lead certain groups to experience recognition or to fail to experience recognition. So what we often refer to as marginalization within a society, Honneth would interpret to a large extent as systematic misrecognition, that group's inherent qualities, its uniqueness, its authenticity is in some way understood to be lacking within a society. There's a clear linkage here that members of groups that experience that systematic misrecognition, those individuals will experience systematic, constant misrecognition. And in a heavily mediated society, of course, that takes place in different contexts. A person of a marginalized group will experience those misrecognitions personally when they are in interaction with members of other groups and experience racism or other forms of marginalization. But they also will experience that misrecognition in mediated spaces in which they see their group recognized or misrecognized in certain ways, such that all of us wind up developing in our minds a sense of what Honneth calls the recognition order, the sense of which groups in a society are systematically recognized and which are systematically misrecognized. In Honneth's theory, that systematic misrecognition, while undoubtedly harmful and a barrier to human fulfillment, also contains within it the seeds of emancipation. Because if a group can recognize and can begin to name its systematic misrecognition, it can begin to make efforts to ameliorate them. So we saw in some of the identity movements of the 1970s, for example, a lot of this work being done in which that misrecognition was being named and called out, and efforts were being made to remedy it. That brings us to what Lou and I are calling a recognition crisis. To understand this, the first important point is that recognition itself is not only an academic concept. This is one of Honneth's important contributions. It is not only this academic concept that we in the academy can apply to social circumstances, but it also has a set of lay vocabularies and discourses that try to do just what I described, tries to call out that misrecognition in an effort to address it. However, what we argue is that this process of calling out and recognizing misrecognition has run a bit haywire. We see these discourses in the resentment narratives that I mentioned before, the deep story from Arlie Hochschild and rural consciousness, in which the dominant dynamic being described in those is systematic misrecognition of a particular group. In these two cases, it is relatively conservative, white, middle, or working class groups. That dynamic, the notion of resentment that Kathy especially describes is a form of perception of misrecognition by this group. So there's a powerful narrative and all these elaborate sets of discourses and even media properties that are dedicated really to promoting this narrative of misrecognition. So it happens on the right. It's also important on the left, and most scholars trace the origination of these lay discourses to the left, these left-leaning movements for social justice, which are trying to overcome centuries of the institutionalized misrecognition that I described earlier. One of our concerns here is that what we experience in our politics and even more intensely in our communication, if you look at social and digital media, it is often dynamics and narratives of misrecognition on both sides that gain these huge amounts of attention and, as a result, in the attention economy, resources. So that we get to a place where discourses of misrecognition are so prevalent that it's nearly impossible for the society to any more accurately identify actual problems of misrecognition because they're flying so constantly around everyone. And one example is our former president in his last tweet, his last performance on his favorite platform following the insurrection on January 6th, made an appeal that the 75 million folks that voted for him not be disrespected or treated unfairly anymore. So such an important part of his narrative was that he would provide respect and he would undo the disrespect that this group had, in his view, experienced. Okay, so that's where we've come up to in terms of a theoretical account of what's happening in our politics and our political communication. I'm going to close with some thoughts about where we take this empirically, how we can use the concept of recognition to better understand our political communication. Firstly, as I began at the beginning, our shift toward identity has been such an important reminder that political communication is about much more than transmitting information, argument, and persuasion. So that's the first step. I think the next step that recognition helps us take is showing how communication is really infused with signals as opposed to sort of raw information, but with signals about which group is being recognized by a particular communication or actor or even policy. Which group is being misrecognized? Which groups are doing the recognizing and misrecognizing? And then the speaker themselves is placing themselves in the recognition context. So such common discourses in social media have to do with this, have to do with pointing out that someone is being recognized or someone is being misrecognized, and how can we address that perceived recognition or misrecognition. The research questions, some of the big research questions that we're working on right now. First is, what is the recognition order that citizens perceive? How do citizens perceive the salient groups in society to be related to one another through linkages of recognition and misrecognition? Here, Kathy Kramer and Arlie Hochschild have offered such an important step forward in describing the perceptions of these particular groups and how they perceive themselves to be systematically misrecognized. But those are, that's only one particular group. There's a whole array of citizens through society who certainly perceive a various kind of recognition order that we don't yet have a strong handle on, much less what the consequences of that are for their beliefs and actions. Secondly, what are the factors that precede those perceptions of the recognition order? What combination of people's individual experiences, their viewing of mass media, their participation in social media, yield the recognition order that they perceive? And third, how do discourses of recognition and misrecognition flow across news media, social media, and citizen conversations? We can see they're very salient. In a larger paper, Lou and I also developed the rationale for why in the attention economy, discourses of identity and recognition become especially salient and promoted across the media system. And I'll close with three processes that we have theorized that we're looking at now in terms of how we break down recognition in some of these spaces. The first is what we describe as recognition granting. So this is where an actor or a story will proclaim the recognition of a particular group. So we see this frequently in partisan media. For example, when Sean Hannity proclaims the authenticity, the hard work, the moral worth of a particular group. In his case, it's an implied group of hardworking, white conservative men, roughly. This is a form of recognition granting. It is sort of an affirmation to that audience that, yes, you're a worthy group. The opposite of that would be recognition denial, or the process of denying the legitimacy of a particular group. To take another example from the political right, although this happens on both sides, when Fox News calls out the hypocrisy of Hollywood liberals, this is a form of misrecognition that in an indirect way provides recognition to the groups that are understood to be that group's social antagonists. So again, the hardworking white conservative would be opposed to the Hollywood liberals, so that calling out the hypocrisy of the Hollywood liberals is understood in a way of offering affirmation to their opposites. And finally, what we think is maybe one of the most interesting discourses of recognition are these meta-discourses of recognition. Discourses that don't themselves grant recognition, but that purport to observe which other groups are recognizing or misrecognizing others. And here, if you look at something like the work of Paletta and Callahan or Reese Peck, again, to take an example from the political right, there are these really interesting discourses in which the audience is being told how much they are misrecognized by a third group. So that it's Hollywood liberals or teachers in California that are being described as misrecognizing the audience, which in a way is kind of why would the media describe their own group as being misrecognized? Why would they provide this fuel of misrecognition? But it's interesting because it's an example of leading into that misrecognition narrative, of telling that group that no one else will provide recognition to you. We are the only source of recognition that you can rely upon. And again, those are examples from the political right, but we see them on both sides. So our next steps with this project, we are thinking about how to implement these research questions with data. We're especially looking at how to use survey data, especially perhaps to capture individuals' perceptions of the existing recognition order, which groups are salient to them, what the relations between those groups are for citizens. And secondly, we're interested in studies of the media that can actually capture these recognition dynamics, possibly at scale. So we're interested in computational or big data approaches that might be able to reveal the sorts of identities that are being called out throughout different portions of the media system, and how particular identities are being placed in recognition, misrecognition dynamics with other identities. So I look forward to hearing any feedback that you might have in the discussion. Thank you very much.
see that here?
Yeah, plug that in the wider of the dongles, yep, and then, I think you'll need to plug the black cord that Chris had in his into that dongle in the HDMI.
This should go.
Yep, it should be right in the. Yep. Throw some salt over your left shoulder.
There you go. That worked. Mike knows the mojo for the.
I cannot recognize this room. Such.
Exactly. I will warn you, sometimes the screen gets very small because the resolution is really big. So, there you go.
Okay. Okay, my name is Nam Jin. It's so great to be here. I really appreciate this opportunity. And today I'll talk about the project in progress. I'm working with Chris Wells, my fellow presenter, and his students, Rebecca, and we have Lou, Devon, and Mike in Wisconsin. And we don't have any complete project yet, but I'm going to share some preliminary result from some of the analysis that we have been doing. So this is a continuation of the project. We just started some 15 years ago, and our main purpose was to map out the social and cultural field space in the U.S., where we can find how these objective social positions that people occupy and how these social positions link to this cultural consumption and other lifestyle choices. And we heavily draw on the work by the French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu. And according to his work, right, the cultural consumption, the consuming artwork, watching television shows, right, drinking wine, is not just simply an act of satisfying our needs or desires, right? The product we consume, the TV shows we watch, the music we listen to, right? This fancy interior decorations we put into our house, right? It signals our social and cultural status, right? To be part of certain social circles, we have to display an appropriate taste, certain cultural orientations. And just like economic capital, cultural capital signifies the power, and it helps maintain the class structure or power structure and legitimize the inequality in our society. And we also rely on the analytical approach Bourdieu took in his analysis of 1960 French society. His approach is the correspondence analysis. This particular analysis hasn't been commonly used in political communication research or mass communication research, but basically it is a principal component analysis in a categorical variable version. So it's a categorical principal component analysis. We try to extract the underlying structure, the most significant dimensions, from a collection of variables. And in his analysis, he tried to see how these cultural indicators, social and economic factors, what are the underlying dimensions, what's the most important dimensions. He tried to extract some most significant dimensions. Usually the first dimension that explains the most variation is the volume of capital, both economic and cultural capital. Usually the first dimension, the first principal axis is this volume of capital. The second dimension is usually the composition of the capital. The polarity, describe the polarity between those people whose primary asset are cultural capital, but very low on economic capital, like teachers, like college professors like us, and those whose social recognition comes from economic capital, like businessmen. So the second dimension usually describe the differentiate this composition of this capital. Okay. So we try to take this approach and apply this approach to the U.S. context. And applying this approach, we analyzed this social cultural space back in 2000. We had 2000 data, very comprehensive data, and we tried to replicate what Bourdieu did in the 1960 French society. And here is some of the analysis we presented in earlier work. So in this work, we found consistent, very similar results to what Bourdieu found in French society. The first dimension, again, in our map, I just displayed two separate maps, but it's the same from the same one map. This is the top half, and I'm going to use the second, the bottom half. Again, in our map, the first dimension, the horizontal dimension, the most significant dimension is the volume of capital. Those who are high on the capital, economic capital or cultural capital, located on the top of this map. And then this horizontal axis represents the composition of the capital, right? The relative emphasis of this capital. And we found very similar pattern. The same thing happened in the lower half. Again, the horizontal vertical axis represent the volume of capital, and the horizontal axis represent the composition of the capital. So we largely replicate what Bourdieu found in the French society, and we found a lot of consistency there. But we also found some unique patterns in our analysis of the U.S. context, the U.S. social and cultural map. The most significant of which is about the second dimension. As I said, this second dimension, this horizontal axis, can indicate that the composition of the capital, but we give some different interpretations to the second dimension. And the second dimension represents the polarity, the contrast between this refinement or moderation, some kind of nurturance or gentleness on the one hand, the aggressiveness, competitiveness, or masculinity on the other hand. So it's a little different from what Bourdieu found in the 1960 French society. In addition, we found the huge role of gender and generation in our context. And also, this social and cultural map has implications for other the social and political attitudes and civic behavior. And we have a lot of close link between where people are located in that map, on that map, and their civic and political behavior. So that was almost 20 years ago. So a lot has changed since then. Right? We know a lot of things happened. We see this deepening, like ideological, political, partisan polarization. We also see this worsening inequality, economic inequality, and other kind of inequality, and this rise of divisions across all sectors of our society, including this rural versus urban division, this gender and racial divisions, and also see, particularly relevant to our analysis, is this development of this erosion of democratic base in the white working class. So we'll talk about that when I talk about the result. And also we see this Me Too movement, and also this new generations coming in, Gen Z. And so we need to update, we need to revisit our analysis and to see what happened in the past 2 decades. And are there any relocation happened? Is that this map structure has transformed over the past 2 decades. That's our goal in this project, in the current project. And we used the most recent data collected by the folks at CCCR, University of Wisconsin Swing State Panel Survey. This is the panel survey of over 8,000 people in the 4 swing states in Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania around 2020 election. It includes a lot of variables, a lot of measures, but they have some measures comparable to those measures we used in 2000 analysis. So we use this new data and recreate the maps we did in 2000 and try to compare the map we found in 2020 versus the map in 2000. So this is the map. So don't worry about it. There are a lot of markers and variables in different colors. So let's take a close look at this map. First, I just displayed 2 variables. One is occupation of the respondents and the income. So only 2 factors here. So basically, this map shows again, dimensional structure, which are what are some of the most important underlying structure or underlying dimensions. But also it shows those factors that are closely located, they are related, right? Those factors, those categories that are related, that are supposed to be located close to each other. So those points that are close to each other have associations. So if you look at this, I just marked the income categories. As you can see, income categories ranged across this vertical line. Those are the top income categories, the top of this map. Those who are low in income is the bottom of the map. So it clearly shows that the vertical line, the first dimension, indicates this volume of capital, this income dimension. It represents the social class structure. Those who are high in income and education are located at the top. Those who are low in education and income is located at the bottom. So now, having said that, let's look at this map more closely. I'm going to zoom in certain areas and what's there. So first, I'm going to show the top left quadrant, upper left quadrant. So here we have the high volume of capital, high income, and we try to interpret this. So what we see here is that those folks are highly educated, those who are professionals in education, finances, technological fields, and highly educated, high income professionals. And they tend to be liberal. As you can see, this is liberal and very liberal is right there. And their consumption, if you look at their consumption behavior, cultural consumption, if you look at this, art galleries, right, fine dining, classical concerts, right? Those patterns shows that the people located in this quadrant consume these cultural goods for the aesthetic reasons, not just for necessity or utilitarian reasons. And if you can see the media consumption, they tend to consume a lot of news, not just national newspapers like New York Times, USA Today, Wall Street Journal, but also the cable news as well. So this is the upper left quadrant. I'm going back. Now I'm going to the upper right quadrant. Again, high income. As you can see here, still high income, but a lot of the ideological variable, if you look at this, conservative and very conservative right here, and they tend to be consume a lot of the partisan media. If you look at Fox News, local talk radio, daytime talk radio, there are a lot of the conservatively aligned media. And also, if you look at the consumption patterns, they look at pickup trucks, NASCAR, and can I say the fast food, right? So the pattern is very consistent with what we found there. It's more geared toward conservative, masculine, and more competitive nature. And I'm going to the bottom of this map. If you look at the bottom of this map, it's a low income. As you can see, you cannot find many cultural markers there. Right? They are low income, and they are usually service sector workers, and restaurant and resale. And we cannot find many cultural markers. That indicates that the people located in this quadrant, in this place, they consume cultural goods for utilitarian purpose, for necessity, not for aesthetic or symbolic values. Okay, so we look at this map. Our first impression is that the pattern is really consistent with what we saw in 2000, right? Largely kind of replicate what we saw in 2000. But if you look at a little bit deeper, we go a little bit deeper and see more closely at the patterns, some differences emerge. So now I'm going to what I did is to estimate this like factor scores, like principal component scores. We can actually estimate the location of each individual on this map. You can put the individuals onto this map based on their scores on those variables. So in the map I show, we saw the variables, the categories. Now we want to place these individuals onto this map to see where they are and what are their characteristics. So I'm going to try to put individuals onto this map. So it's different dots represent each individual. Okay, so they are located onto this map on this dimensional structure based on their scores on a variety of variables. Okay, so this is the map from 2000. Here I put the individuals on this map, but here I marked these individuals based on their ideology, based on the ideology they self-identified. This red dot represent their conservatives. The blue dot represent the liberals. Okay, as you can see, they're all over the place. But there's some patterns, some tendencies. Some more conservative here, some more liberals here. But overall, right, there's no clear separation between conservatives and liberals in 2000. Okay? Let me show you the 2020 map. Okay. So this time, it's much more separate. You see a clear separation between like blue dots and red dots. So on the left side, we see a lot of liberals. On the right side, we see a lot of conservatives. Again, there's some folks overlaps, but much clearer separation than the map in 2000. And that pattern holds across all generational groups. So here I did the same thing for each generational group. As you can see, again, the pattern will be a little bit different, but the basic pattern holds across all generational groups. Okay? Again, the blue dots and red dots clearly separate from each other. So as you can see, so ideology play a much bigger role in 2020 than in 2000. Let me show these markers based on gender. Okay, again, this is 2000 map. Again, I marked red and blue. Red represent the female respondents, blue represent male respondents. Again, as you can see, there's some tendencies. So more males here, more females there, but overall, you cannot see clear patterns. How about this? This is 2020 map. This looks like a fireball. There's a clear separation between male and female. So on the left side, we have a lot of these female respondents. On the right side or top right, we see a lot of female. So this second dimension, this horizontal axis, clearly indicate there's some gendered patterns here. Again, this pattern, this separation holds across all generational groups. That's the departure from our previous analysis. We saw some gendered patterns in 2000 data, but that gendered, this segregation across gender lines only pronounced among the older generations. Among the younger generation, like millennials, we don't see these gendered patterns. Not anymore. That pattern still holds Gen Z and millennials, the same thing. Okay. So now, as you can see, the second dimension now clearly indicate this gender and left-right ideology dimensions. So I try to put some attitude items, opinion items that are very sensitive and salient. I put 3 attitude items: people's attitude toward the Black Lives Matter, attitude toward mask mandate, and the trust of immigrants. Right? So there are a lot of lines there. The basic pattern is that, right? On the left side, we see those who, with the categories that indicate the support of mask mandate, right? Support of BLM, right? Trust in immigrants on the one hand, and on the right side, we see the categories indicating, right, opposition to BLM and distrust of immigrants, something like that. So these horizontal lines, right, we saw this pattern in 2000, but that indication of this ideology and gendered pattern is much more pronounced, much more prominent. Right? It's clear in 2020. So here's some quick recap of what we have been talking about. So compared to 2000, ideology or partisanship emerged as one of the most important, one of the most differentiating factor that distinguishing the second dimension, horizontal dimension, much more so than in 2000, much more than the 1960 French society, and there's a clear clustering of those folks like conservative, evangelical, and those consumption of the conservative media emerged. There's a clear clustering of those factors on along this horizontal axis on the right side, and also much clearer gender segregation in 2020 analysis. And once again, this pattern holds across all generational groups, across the board. This is the clear departure from our analysis. We're surprised, and maybe this data came from the swing state respondents. Our previous data is a general the population. Maybe that background nature of those states may influence this picture, but we see a clear departure from the map we saw in 2000 versus the map we saw in 2020. Okay, that's all I have. I appreciate your comments and suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Got it on the first try. Nice.
Destined for assistant professorship. Technology works, you plug in and it's the final element. Exactly. I mean, that's the final piece.
Hey everyone, I'm Jianing Li. I'm a current PhD candidate at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I'm presenting the paper Framing Black Lives Matter today on behalf of my co-authors, Josephine Lukito, Eddie Young, Jin Suk, Dewan Shaw, Michael Wagner, and many others. So in line with the presentations that we've seen from Chris and Namjin about misrecognition and recognition and the shifts in the United States society, Black Lives Matter movement has gained widespread awareness among the US public, raising policy demands to confront anti-Black racism and police violence. And as a decentralized and networked movement, Black Lives Matter activists have adopted a wide variety of slogans aiming to advance racial justice, such as the demand to change the way that the policing functions in the US. And one problem that social movement activists face constantly is how to build broad support for their progressive goals that have received confusion or skepticism and controversy. This includes balancing the more radical framing of their goals favored by the most core and active members of their group with the kind of frames that are more likely to build broader support for the movement from the moderate part of the society. And this is typified by Black Lives Matter activists rallying the public to defund the police or abolish the police as a way of confronting police violence and anti-Black racism, while potential supporters of the movement may favor more moderate public-facing slogans such as reform the police where costs to reduce police budget. Furthermore, slogans in Black Lives Matter have also faced opposition from the ambivalent and from the counter-mobilization such as Blue Lives Matter and All Lives Matter counter slogans, and from established institutional forces opposed to these changes. These groups contest Black Lives Matter on social media, in news media, in protests, and strategically misrepresent or misinterpret the goals of Black Lives Matter. In this project, we seek to investigate how frames of policy goals can affect public support for the Black Lives Matter movement. And our work builds on the sociological tradition of framing in social movement in defining framing as the meaning construction process of movement organizers and participants, as well as allies, observers, and opponents concerning their goals and interests. We also draw on the cognitive approach to framing in looking at the effects of cue frames, which are simple issue labels. These small framing devices, such as a word or a phrase, can influence the considerations individuals bring to bear when forming preferences. And our starting point is that cue frames used in social movements are often plastic and malleable, open to different interpretations that can also affect public support. We build our study off of several theoretical frameworks. First, cue frames of Black Lives Matter are inevitably embedded in and shaped by the norms and the discourses typically surrounding social movements. We draw from protest paradigm, which documents the tendency for media to frame protesters as deviant, using delegitimizing frames to focus on confrontations and violence and damage, rather than reporting the movement's legitimate claims and demands. The long-standing protest paradigm is likely to cultivate a negative schema, rendering more cognitive bias and associates protest with loss, with injury, and with violence. Indeed, we see the negative schema towards Black Lives Matter protests reflected in recent public opinion surveys. We take this work further, investigating whether calling Black Lives Matter a protest or calling it as a movement will decrease support from the US public. And this is our first hypothesis. And the second theoretical framework we draw on is prospect theory and the related work on status quo bias. From early behavioral economic experiments, we know that as a result of the loss aversion tendency in human decision-making, people tend to demonstrate a status quo bias, which means that they disproportionately stick with the status quo, in part to justify their social political status. Exposure to negative framing, denoting a sense of loss, can further lead to status quo bias and unfavorable public opinion towards a policy proposal. And in the Black Lives Matter context, policy proposals in response to police violence against Black people, such as defund the police slogan, have faced a substantial amount of skepticism and confusion. The nature of defunding the police as a dynamic collective action frame opens space for alternative interpretations. Writing to clarify the term, Jessica Eaglin noted that a variety of substantial actions, such as investing in social, education, and health programs, altering the responsibilities of police departments, or using funding as a leverage for police oversight, can practically result in the withdrawal of some or all police funding. In other words, defund the police can practically overlap with the goals to abolish the police, to reform the police, or simply managerial or cost reduction concerns that are actually not related to effecting positive social changes. But on the other hand, as a discursive device, defund the police slogan also creates a space to politically and normatively question the status quo. It challenges the worldview of viewing policing as the last place to critique and the first place to invest local finances, and makes visible deeper transformations in government institutions and practices that normalize the structural marginalization of Black people enforced through criminal law. However, as much as defund the police and relevant proposals carry rich social historical context and imply nuanced practical solutions, such context and nuances are rarely fully laid out in popular discourses of these slogans. The policy position of defunding the police is controversial and is often contested in political discourses. In line with the status quo bias in the literature, surveys show that the public is more likely to support more moderate policy proposals or frames, such as changing management practices in police departments, and less supportive of more radical frames and proposals, such as redirecting some of the police department's budgets to social programs or even abolishing the police. In this project, we hypothesized that frames of Black Lives Matter goals that more radically challenge the status quo will receive lower support from the US public. Next, we ask a set of questions on how framing effects can be moderated by individuals' identity, their information use, their experiences, and their life context. And we consider several different moderators. First and foremost, racial identity shapes individuals' lived experience with police violence. There is suggestive evidence that shows that compared to white Americans, Black Americans are more likely to understand Black Lives Matter protest within the context of longstanding concerns about how Black people are treated in the country. There's also evidence that Black Americans are less likely to distinguish their support for more radical frames versus more moderate frames. We argue that the lived experience of being disproportionately harmed by police violence likely makes Black Americans the most active and core supporters of the movement and stronger proponents of changing the way that police operate in the U.S., including the more radical frames. So we expect that the differences among frames that challenge the status quo with varying degrees proposed in our previous hypothesis will be less salient among Black respondents. Moreover, as partisanship is increasingly aligned with racial identities in the U.S., messaging from political elites, notably from Republicans, has described Black Lives Matter as a partisan issue. The identity-charged criticism of Black Lives Matter from Republicans, including All Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter counter slogans, is in part rooted in the oversimplified misrepresentation of Black Lives Matter. The political right strategically use blanket rhetoric, criticism, and often fail to deal with the substantive demands of the movement. As such, Republicans are likely to demonstrate a high level of status quo bias in general, and less likely to distinguish among the specific proposals demanded by the Black Lives Matter movement. That is, Republicans will be less likely to show differences in their reaction to the frames that challenge the status quo with varying degrees. And on the other hand, while Democrats are more likely to express higher support for Black Lives Matter in general than Republicans, there are disagreements, as illustrated by the example on this slide, between progressives and moderates among the Democratic Party, particularly regarding the specific policy proposals to advance racial justice. In addition, resistance to framing effects can also come from knowledge and information shortcuts that contextualize the Black Lives Matter slogans. Ideological media, which focuses on offering interpretive packages to audiences to make sense of public affairs, can be an important source for people to get contextual information about how Black Lives Matter relate to their own value predispositions. In addition, as collective action frames in Black Lives Matter are produced and shared via the network of protesters, individuals who participated in protest are also likely to engage in the meaning work of these slogans through the mobilization process, which makes them more likely to gain contextual knowledge of and reinforce their support of the more radical frames. So we expect that the differences among the frames that challenge the status quo with varying degrees will be less salient among frequent ideological media users and among protest participants. Finally, we shift gears from looking at individual predispositions to communities. What is happening in one's locality can help one make sense of public affairs and social movements, and protests associated with Black Lives Matter have been reported in more than 40% of counties in the U.S., including predominantly white counties. Despite remaining overwhelmingly peaceful, the Black Lives Matter protests also often involve government intervention and confrontation with the police, some of which included the use of force. So how these confrontations might have affected public support is an open question. There is argument that the confrontations can promote awareness of the movement by making the news and also serve to mobilize more citizens to support the movement. But there's also concern that witness of or participation in confrontation might result in feelings of anxiety, fatigue, or helplessness, potentially resulting in a backfire effect. And beyond the intensity of the events themselves, it's also the case that the frames of Black Lives Matter goals may resonate differently within different communities. So based on the inconclusive evidence, we propose a research question regarding the relationship between the number of confrontational protests in a community and Black Lives Matter support. So we use the same data that Nanjing just described. This is the pre-election wave from a survey among adults in 4 swing states. We have 8,000 people in our survey, and around 700 of those are Black respondents. We conducted a 2x4 question wording survey experiment. The experiment varied if Black Lives Matter is framed as a movement or a protest, and it also varied if the policy goal of Black Lives Matter is framed as to abolish the police, to defund the police, to reduce police budget, or to reform the police. So this is what the question looks like for different experimental groups. Participants only saw one version of the word combination and reported their support on a 5-point scale. We also integrated our survey data with the publicly available data on protest occurrences and features on the county level. So we identified protests in support of the Black Lives Matter movement from May to November 2020, and we calculated the number of confrontational Black Lives Matter protests for each county. We defined confrontational protests as those with any injuries among protesters or the police, any property damage, any police use of chemical agents, or any arrests. So what did we find? We start by testing the main effects of various frames used to describe Black Lives Matter. First, there is a small increase in support when respondents are asked about their attitude towards Black Lives Matter movement versus Black Lives Matter protests, supporting our hypothesis. Moreover, framing of Black Lives Matter's goal to change anti-Black policing also predicts the level of support. Post hoc comparisons show that respondents are most likely to express support for the goal of Black Lives Matter to reform the police, which outperforms the other 3 frames. The goal of Black Lives Matter to defund the police received indistinguishable level of support compared to abolish the police and reduce police budget. In addition, there's no interaction effects between the protest versus movement manipulation and the goal frames. Partisanship, as expected, moderates the framing effect. Compared to Democrats, Republicans are not only less likely to support Black Lives Matter in general, but they are also less likely to distinguish between different types of goal frames. That is, the relative advantage of reform the police frame to all the other frames are less salient among Republicans. Additionally, while Republicans and independents are more likely, they treat defund the police and abolish the police equivalently, Democrats express more support for defund the police over abolish the police. And when it comes to the moderating role of ideological media use, in general, support for Black Lives Matter is positively associated with liberal media use on the left, and is negatively associated with conservative media use on the right. Moreover, as the use of ideological media increases, respondents are less likely to make a distinction between reform the police and the other 3 goal frames. And as you can see from the plot, the regression lines representing reforming the police and the defunding the police overlap and become indistinguishable once we get to the higher end of ideological media use. This effect is seen for both liberal media use and conservative media use. We find a similar pattern for individuals' protest participation. For those who have protested in at least one political protest in the past year, there's no difference among their support for reform the police, reduce police budget, defund the police, or abolish the police. The relative advantage of reforming the police compared to the other 3 goals is only seen among those who have not participated in protests. Now, how do these effects hold among Black respondents who are disproportionately impacted by police violence? In contrast to the finding that among all respondents, framing Black Lives Matter as a movement or a protest does not influence the level of support among Black respondents. On the other hand, Black respondents are still more likely to support the goal to reform the police compared to all other three goals. That is, among Black respondents, the hypothesis that people are less supportive of the goal that more radically challenge the status quo still holds. As an exploratory analysis, we also investigate the conditional effects of frames among Black respondents. In contrast to the whole sample, now partisanship and protest participation no longer moderate the framing effect among Black respondents. On the other hand, we still see the effects among Black respondents that as the use of ideological media on either side increase, the relative advantage of reform compared to defund diminishes. In addition, there's a new finding emerging. As the use of ideological media on either side increases, Black respondents are more likely to prefer defund the police over reduced police budget. Finally, we explore how contextual factors in one's county relate to support for Black Lives Matter using the full data set. We took account of individual level effects, frames, identity, media use, protest participation, the effect of contextual covariates. So we controlled for the total population size, percentage of Black people in each county, the total number of protests in a county, and we also controlled for state dummy variables. The number of confrontational Black Lives Matter protests in the county is positively associated with supportive attitudes. In addition, the framing effects hold when taking account of community protest occurrences and features. So that is, across different types of communities, people are more likely to express support when the goal is framed as reform. Taken together, what we found is that frames of goals that more radically challenge the status quo receive lower support from the US public. The effect remained robust among Black respondents, among white respondents, across partisan groups, and across communities with higher number of confrontational protests. But on the other hand, resistance to framing effect was seen among frequent ideological media users and among those who participated in political protests. I do want to bring nuances and care when interpreting our findings. Our finding does speak to the previous evidence that ambiguous framing has some advantages for rallying support from both one's fellow ideologues and with respect to persuading those who might have otherwise opposed to the goals. But the advantages of ambiguity from a public support perspective may have disadvantages from a policy perspective. For example, moderates who may prefer the reform the police Q frame could interpret reform to mean more modest changes, such as the addition of a citizen police review board, while more ideologically committed activists may interpret reform to mean eliminate the police in the long term or withdraw police funding. On the other hand, the frames offered by the more so-called radical flanks of social movements, as was the case for the civil rights movement, can open the door for more moderately communicated arguments to be widely accepted, helping to advance the movement's goal. And I also want to point out that considerations about framing effects shouldn't be separated from the fact that psychological discomfort is an inevitable and necessary part of challenging the status quo, especially the racism in political institutions that have historically marginalized some while privileged others. Radical frames can be used as discursive device to increase awareness of the systematic issues in our preconceived worldviews of the government and the society. For social movements seeking to advance racial justice, our work shows that the protest paradigm and the status quo bias will present a long-term challenge. Our work is a step towards examining the current status of public opinion, and as Jessica Eaglin wrote in her essay, to defund the police, we should expect deep resistance to proposals that challenge how we have long been think about power, think about safety, and think about justice, which offers an uncomfortable but necessary space where we move beyond relying on preconceived ideas when interrogating social reform in this historical moment. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your feedback.
So thank you to Namjin, Chris, and Jamin. We can take questions now from the folks here.
And we'll pass around the microphone so that live streamers can also engage with the questions. And then we'll also hear from the participants. Is there a mic up on the panel too for them, or do we need to pass the same?
Where's the mic?
I have the handheld, but then I think Jianing put the one that she had up on the table.
The lab is there.
It's good. They have mic. Oh, there it is.
So
Perfect.
But then, can you maybe give your lavalier back to them so they can have one on stage? Hey, Mats.
I'm going to bring this over.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah, you can bring the mic over to them. Great. I saw Doug up with his hand right away, so we'll start there.
Sure, I had a comment for Namjin's paper and then a question for Chris. One of the most interesting things I saw in your data, Namjin, was this kind of drift of genders in terms of consumption and lifestyle and other factors. I think it's kind of interesting that you see this drift over time. At the same time, if you look at the content of the media system, if you date back to the advertising messages that that people who are in the sort of baby boomer generation were being exposed to the advertisements of the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. You saw really sort of bifurcated messages about appropriate lifestyles and consumption patterns for men versus women. And those messages have sort of converged at the same time that your data show this kind of divergence. I thought that sort of inverse contrast was kind of interesting. And then I have a question for Chris, which is your concept of recognition and misrecognition. How does it relate to other similar concepts like legitimization and delegitimization, or representation and misrepresentation? What's the relationship between those two things? Does your concept subsume those? Does it work alongside those? And what's the value added that you get from adding recognition to the mix?
Can I pick up that one first? So I think it can certainly work alongside those things. I think one of the most valuable things about recognition is that it explicitly is, as I mentioned, both an academic concept and a lay concept. It's part of our everyday discourses. So whereas we're often talking about legitimation in terms of, well, I think of it more in terms of the academic types of concepts, what's key about recognition is that it itself is, the discussion of recognition itself is a big part of the story here, I think. It's the way that groups are talking about whether they themselves are recognized and trying to claim recognition where it's lacking, for example, so that it becomes sort of the field of the competitive field itself. And it's those discourses that fuel a lot of, it seems to me, the other communication and political outcomes. That's the first thing I would say about it, but I think it certainly runs alongside those. There's clear analogs between recognition and legitimacy, and representation was the other term that you used. So that would be another one where I think
certainly our analyses of representation have often been in service of demonstrating where misrecognition is happening, where especially systematic misrepresentation is happening. I think the recognition framework can maybe add a little bit of detail to say who's doing the recognizing or misrecognizing, who is presenting the representation of a particular group that implies or is explicitly recognition or misrecognition in a given context.
The mic, and I raised my hand before, so I'm sorry. Comment for now, and also a question. Maybe you don't have enough cases, but I wonder if you go back to 2000 and analyze those 4 states, just as to preempt that criticism of, well, could it be that? But maybe you don't have enough cases for that in the 2000 data set. But my question is, could you elaborate on how we how you establish the volume of cultural capital? I mean, so economic capital seems kind of obvious, right? But how do you establish the volume of cultural capital? Could you elaborate on that?
So as many of you know, the concept of cultural capital indicates like competence or skillfulness, awareness of consuming or understand the code for certain cultural products. So I didn't explicitly mention how we indicate cultural capital in the analysis, but as you remember the map, those who are high income, highly educated, they tend to consume what is considered to be high arts, like art gallery, going to art galleries, go to museums, watch foreign movies, something like that. So what I mean by this high volume of capital, they're understanding, they're equipped to appreciate, consume, and decode the value of certain cultural products. And we try to measure those indicators like going to gallery, fine dining, gourmet coffee, foreign travels, something people need some resources, understanding to really appreciate, understand, enjoy those kind of activities. That answers the question?
Somewhat, but if I enjoy popular music, folk music, and I don't go to museums, but I go see norteño concerts every week, does that mean I don't have a high volume of cultural capital? So I guess what I'm saying is, in a polarized, pluralistic society, can we say that going to museums is enjoying the fine arts and going to other things is not?
So one of the things we noted in our previous work is that the key comparison between the US and the French is the existence of high culture, this highbrow kind of cultural consumption. I think in the US, we don't have this tradition of this high class kind of enjoying the work, literary work, this artwork that require a lot of training and education. So most times what we kind of refer to is the kind of middle brow culture. And again, those kind of markers, these cultural kind of indicators are indicative of their ability, their competency or familiarity with this kind of culture. So yes, there's some ambiguity there. The way we assess this value of capital is basically they are comfortable, they enjoy those artwork, those forms of consumption that require some level of investment in their resources and training that involves the understanding of those kind of cultural products.
Well, we won't think of your next question. I think Lou also had a response to Doug's question.
I have two responses.
What a surprise. He's going to talk about recognition and he's going to talk
And
about
as
ethics.
the co-author of the papers, I feel justified. So I want to actually pick up the Hernandez question first. I think that what you're seeing is and this is a problem with the framework which I helped create. The original framework was, of course, to compare France, Bourdieu, to the United States. There is a tradition, of course, of high capital, so-called higher, more refined, let's call it, more distinctive in Bourdieu's terms, consumption in the United States, and it is among the upper and upper middle classes. So it's there. But of course, we've also seen an increasing tendency towards what Peterson has called omnivorousness, and this is even among, demonstrably among high income, high culture groups. So prep school kids are typically who know the entire rap scene, for example, and use that as the primary sort of intercultural sort of exchange among themselves. So I think there's a problem with the framework, not Namjoon's presentation of it, but the framework itself. And as we revise this paper, we have to actually confront the collapse of the not of the volume distinction. It means something different in this context than it does in Bourdieu. So there's both an analytical problem with the volume distinction and the actual substantive problem with the changes of the field, both France to the United States and then the United States in the intervening period between our original work and now. And so there's a lot of work to be done there, and I think it's not actually.
Also asking about how you fix the space. So maybe talk a little bit about that, about both its income but also occupational categories mirroring Bourdieu, which I think is part of what his question's about.
Right. So the we've. And Namjoon deserves all the credit, at least vis-a-vis me, for the actual work on the correspondence analysis. Chris has done work on it too. But we fixed what we tried to do in this second move was to, Namjoon, you correct me if I'm wrong, because I shouldn't be answering this question, other than conceptually. But we tried to fix the volume of in the occupational space, assuming that the occupational structure is the underlying base, for lack of a better word, that's going to then give us the mapping of cultural forms. So that, in fact, then that's what we did see. Although we see some weird anomalies, and part of that is some of these are anomalies in the rotation of the axes, and some of these are anomalies in the actual substantive distribution. So there's a set of methodological and analytical issues, but we did fix the space in terms of occupation and income. Now, I don't think we have sufficient detail of occupation. The occupational structure of the United States is, of course, very different from the occupational structure of France, and not least of all, France divides nicely into those quadrants, its occupational structure, with somewhat more left-wing service workers on the lower left, somewhat more conservative traditional workers on the right, and so on. The U.S. doesn't map in that way, and furthermore, the structure of occupations is more gendered now, both now, this many years later, and also in the United States. And Bourdieu didn't take adequate account of gender. He essentially effectively mapped families, right, which is to say women were subsumed under their husbands. So there's a whole set of methodological, analytical problems attached to this that we need to, resolve. And so your points are super well taken. Just Chris's response to Doug's question. I'm just going to, I think they are related to each other, but I'm going to make a somewhat stronger assertion, which is that there are three separate concepts, so that I won't say more about recognition, which Chris, quite well presented, but that recognition is, for lack of a better word, an agonistic concept. Chris used the term dialogic, but it's also, of course, it's derived from Hegel and originally the master-slave dialectic. I had to work that in somehow, and so it's an agonistic relationship of recognition, right? I rend my recognition. At times I force you to recognize me in a subordinate position, and so there's a kind of an intrinsic tension in the concept. Legitimacy, we see. I won't speak for Chris, but maybe I will. Legitimacy is a political concept. It's the question of how recognition, the social process of recognition, translates into claims in the public sphere And Janine, really Janine's paper and Janine and co-author's paper, but Janine's presentation actually does a nice job of showing the relationship between recognition struggles and legitimacy. I mean, that's precisely what the defund versus reform question is. What are the legitimate claims in the public sphere, and to what degree does the movement have legitimacy based upon these underlying I would say, I mean, Janine wouldn't necessarily, but based on these underlying recognitional struggles, both internal to the movement and between the movement and non-movement participants. So there's at least a two-dimensional recognitional struggle underlying the set of BLM claims. And finally, representation, it's really good. It's the loosest, it's the broadest, and I think the less analytically precise of those three concepts, but it also is the one that's most highly mediated, and the one, in some sense, in which groups have the least choice. So I think that's an important point, and Chris touched on the role of the media system in parsing. Well, we didn't get into this in detail, but the role of the media system in parsing out recognitional claims is largely a representational function in which, media actors say we will represent X groups or Y groups, and again, this goes to Janine's paper too. We will represent X and Y groups as claims as such, and so that's a problem as recognitional struggles move into the realm of mass mediation. I think that representation becomes a step removed, but it also is a form of meta recognition, as Chris described it.
I saw Risto with a hand up, and then others just make eye contact with me or wave at me.
I think I was next, but I'll get it to you next, Risto.
Sorry, I didn't see it.
No problem. A question for all three panelists, and I just want to tie together themes that I think I see across, and really like the work on recognition, Chris. I'd pair it with philosophically when you look at this in Hegel's work, but then the subsequent work, there's the notion of recognition, but then the newer, and I think corresponding term is acknowledgement, which goes beyond recognition, right? Recognition is, as Lou pointed out, is very much about me bestowing my recognition on you. I have the power to recognize, right? Acknowledgement is also acknowledging your contributions, acknowledging my limits. There's other elements to acknowledgement that go beyond recognition that I think might be worth exploring, and I think a lot of these groups struggle for, right? They're really asking for more than just recognize. They're saying, hey, acknowledge my struggle, acknowledge what I'm going through. Acknowledge the reality of my existence, right? I think the Me Too movement was about that. I think BLM is about that. And I think it'd be worth unpacking that notion of the difference between recognition and acknowledgement. And I think this goes to what you're talking about too, Jenny, and also, Namjin, your presentation. We think about BLM as a group that has, very clear grievances and has tried to find ways to articulate them. Namjin, I think when we've talked about the findings underneath the patterns we're observing, especially with men drifting off into this upper right-hand quadrant, and we've talked about this internally as a kind of question about the crisis of masculinity that the right is talking about. What is that? Like, why is it that we're seeing this crazy drift just from men over to this rightward quadrant? And I'm wondering if that's about recognition and acknowledgement too, right? Is this all about these struggles that these groups feel to say, I want to be seen, I want to be heard, and then you pointed out Trump's talking to that very audience, right? And if we all move into these encampments, what does it look like? And Namjin, I think you did a great job of showing these huge patterns of difference. We see a society that's really cleaving apart, right? And in some respects, Jenny, your presentation was the most encouraging to me because it showed that across a lot of contexts, we all see some value in reforming the police, right? But it really did vary a great deal depending on the language that was used. And so I'm just curious about, again, language, recognition, acknowledgement, and these different splintered groups. And I'll just throw it to all three of you.
Yeah, I appreciate all these great points. When Chris was presenting the last point in the kind of 3-point research agenda, I was thinking about how, media telling the kind of the meta narratives of misrepresentation, media telling their audience that somebody else, a third group, is misrepresenting them. This is a lot that I see in coverage of Black Lives Matter protests and discourses around Black Lives Matter protests, and it's been almost 2 years since the murder of George Floyd, and right now, although Democrats have this intra-party struggle over which slogan, which specific proposal that they want to pursue, I've seen a rise of kind of misuse and misrepresentation of Black Lives Matter and defunding the police in the right-wing media. So if you look at the overall volume of coverage on Black Lives Matter, it is more of the right-wing ecosystem that's constantly still, talking about that, misrepresenting that. So I kind of agree with the one's point that kind of use of language and who get the power and who use the language to kind of misrepresent activists, misrepresent social movement. It's a really important line to pursue. I also wonder that when you were talking about how representation and misrepresentation relates to other concepts, that whether like schema or stereotyping was related to your conceptualization of misrepresentation. It seems to me that you've conceptualized misrepresentation as a communicative process in nature, and I think kind of the psychological literature on stereotyping, on racism, on kind of the schema theory speaks to some of that, but I'm wondering like if you have thoughts on like how those literature relate to your theory.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think stereotyping would map very directly onto misrecognition in that, so if we thought about stereotyping in the media, the representation of stereotypes of a particular group, as long as we're using stereotype as like a negative term, how it's usually used, that would usually be evidence of systemic misrecognition of a group, that they are denied the possibility of being represented as full members of the community in all of their diversity with the potential to make contributions. That's kind of the nature of stereotypes. An interesting thing that your comment points to is, again, that multi-level nature of something like recognition, where a schema we think of as at the psychological level. So certainly stereotypes are housed in individual psychologies, but they also are social constructs and social realities that are then reinforced and called upon by communication media. So I think there's some strong linkages with those things.
That's a good way to think about it.
I'm going back to the salience of this like masculine and this gendered nature of this cultural space. This correspondence analysis is basically the exploratory analysis, meaning we don't give a structure to these variables. We just throw these variables, and then this software figure out how these variables are related. And that's what we saw. I didn't place any constraints on the structure. The data kind of indicate that this gendered pattern is salient. And one of the most strongest cluster on this map is that this upper right quadrant, where we see the evangelical, strong conservatives, those who consume this conservative media, and those who have these cultural consumption orientations that go to this masculinity, this pickup trucks, this fishing, right? Sports betting, something like that. So we see a clear clustering, strong kind of alliance of those overlapping these social cultural markers, and that is remarkable. And I think it's an indication that this Trump coalition, their message is really speak to this subsection of population, and that's really kind of show on this map, and that's also related to this recognition. That the message is kind of framed in a way that they were deprived of this recognition. This is a kind of, they lost this dominant kind of masculine culture is deprived of them. So that kind of message kind of resonated with them. And so over time, over the past at least past 5-6 years, that pattern is solidified so that we see this strong pattern, unlike what we saw in 2000.
Can I make one comment to connect that to Doug's earlier point? Because I
I think, Doug, your reference to the advertising trends and the way that they seem to be running in the opposite direction is really interesting because, first of all, it raises the role of the communication sphere in creating those linkages between gender and, in this case, consumption. So the other thing I think we could look for is what was going on in the communication system between 2000 and 2020. Not only the past 5 or 6 years, but before that, how were these early recognition claims by men's groups starting to emerge? Because we had them then. We had the incels by 2010 or so who were making explicitly recognitional claims about their lack of recognition in social dynamics and in the media. The Gamergate was another version of that in terms of who was going to represent gamers and how they were going to be represented and so forth. So I think the recognition framework might help us point to looking for those kinds of discourses that were elevating masculinity as a relevant identity marker.
I stole the microphone on the way. I already apologized for it. Okay. So I just wanted to kind of build, I think, on what I'm going to pretend was your point, Vaughn, but that there's some like engine in what Chris and Ning were talking about that helps us understand what Namjin is seeing, right? And I wondered, just picking up right where you were, Chris, if you all could sort of wildly speculate on the role of the media system itself, right? And there's a lot of talk about messages, but how about how the messages are spreading through the system, and to what extent do the kinds of really fast changes that we've seen in the last 20 years in the media and communication system, to what extent do you think those play a role in connecting across the three things you all are finding?
I'll start with a couple thoughts on that one. I think that's like really hitting the nail on the head in terms of the question. Lou and I have been thinking about this, and I think one of our answers is that in the attention economy online, algorithms and media creators realized really fast that identity signals are super emotionally evocative, and you get tons of response for them. So the incentive to create messages that talk about the way that groups are relating to one another, we would say in terms of dynamics of recognition and misrecognition, are super high. The numbers just explode. And it hasn't been described in the recognition terms, but the evidence on what gets response on social media is that it's emotion and personality and these kinds of very human interactions. So I think that's a big part of it. That emphasizes and heats up that system.
Thank you for three really nice presentations. You kind of stole my question too.
I stole all of it. I'm very.
But I want to. I'll try to develop another one so I can. I had my. But it is about the Chris's point about somehow you made the point about increasing meta recognition discourse in the public sphere, if there still is one. And I was wondering. What do you think? Do you think that that's a new thing? And how do you? I think that's something that would deserve a lot of more research. And there's a parallel thing that I'm thinking that I've been really frustrated over the maybe last 15 years is how we've lost the ability to have a reasonable discussion about free speech. And the meta-recognition game that's going on, it has something vaguely similar in it, that there is something undeniable, there's a moral economy in that, in a sense, which means that you can't dispute the recognition claim, and you can't dispute, and you cannot not take part in the meta-recognition debate. And we've sort of shifted somehow in the media sphere, in the public, we've shifted this into a sort of a meta level that partly disconnects it from social realities and questions of representation too. And that seems to be one of the sort of there's some like a pathological move in a sense. in a world where we don't have the ability to situate ourselves in these questions in terms of what's actually going on in the world, but it sort of overtly relativizes when it tries to actually universalize which is actually the Honneth's point about the moral grammar, is that there's a universal language that would allow us to maybe move beyond sort of narrow rationalities. That if you think about the movement from Habermas to Honneth as so it's from perhaps from rationality to moral claims in a sense. And I'm wondering what should we think about? What could a communication scholar do other than say we moved into this meta discourse about free speech, meta discourse about recognition, and at the same time we've sort of lost our bearings of what to say about the work.
We've lost our bearings as communication scholars?
Yeah, anybody.
I think Lou had his hand.
Yes.
Well, I didn't, but I'm happy to address it.
I'll say one thing and then why don't Lou. I think the one thing about, as communication scholars, I think one of our main points is that the first thing to do is recognize the recognition crisis. And so that's part of the emphasis drawing on Chadwick's point about, so what is communication made of? We spend in our field a huge amount of time tracking it as the flow of information. And to some degree, we also assume that people respond to information as information. Whereas I think our point is that a lot of what is really flowing is recognition signals that ride on the latest piece of information or the latest event. But what really is meaningful to people is how it's connected to the groups that they feel they're associated with and how that's playing out in the recognition dynamic. So that might be an early thing for us as communication scholars. The one other thing I would say is, I want to draw on what you just said about Honneth. I wonder if there's an important point to be made there, that he does have this optimism that that identifying misrecognition can lead to its rectification, as if it indeed is recognized by the society as systemic misrecognition, can it be solved? And exactly what you just said is, the system is now totally overheated, so these claims fly everywhere all the time. And the society will then be unable to adjudicate in any moral normative way between legitimate claims and those that are just being made because it makes certain audiences feel good. So I think that's something that we can maybe even add to his story, because it's maybe a little clearer from a communication perspective.
Yeah,
I know you get the last comment.
Oh, I get the last comment.
Yes, you do. Last question, last comment.
Are you giving it to me?
You got it.
Okay.
It's yours.
Usually you get that.
No.
Well, actually,
let's keep talking about who gets the last comment.
that is the last comment. I want to actually briefly touch on Risto's question. I want to go back to the problem of resentment too. Chris, of course, discussed resentment. I think resentment is implicit in all three panelists' accounts. So one of the questions about even among defund versus reform is, who resents whom about what sort of claims that they're making. So I think resentment is a critical element here. And as Chris said, resentment is fueled by our media system. It's fueled by an attention economy. And so just as attention is the medium for recognition, resentment is in some ways the fuel for recognition and misrecognition. But as you said, Risto, I think you said language moving beyond the narrow rationality and connecting that to Habermas. So hey, I get the last word. But joking aside, Honneth is some of you know, some of you don't, because why should you necessarily? Literally the heir to Habermas's chair at Frankfurt, and he was Habermas's student. And so he's building on that framework. And just as a quick reminder, the framework of rationality is communicative rationality, right? Or it's a distinction between instrumental rationality, which is the strategic use of reason to, among other things, dominate, and communicative rationality, rationality, which is an attempt to communicate in the public sphere in a way, among other things, that recognitional claims are acknowledged and adjudicated, right? And so the core question there is, how do we adjudicate, meaning, which can mean a lot of things, but at least acknowledge conflicting recognitional claims in the public sphere, especially those, as Janine and others point out, that reflect on policy decisions. And I think that's, in some ways, one of the core issues right now, is how resentment, misrecognition, and the attention economy make the adjudication of communicatively rational claims in the public sphere ever more difficult, right? And this is part of the free speech issue that you're raising, too. We have a structural erosion of the ability to engage in public communicative rationality in both the political sphere and the media sphere, which of course creates a space in which resentment-fueled claims of recognition and misrecognition can, I would even say, metastasize. And so this is a structural problem. It is a problem of rationality and a problem of conflicting rationality claims, which I think has to be part of the larger framework that, Chris and I and others are trying to build. How do you link these two things together? Because the communicatively rational problem is essentially the problem of how do we resolve this, which in very specific structural terms is how do we rebuild a civil society in which communicatively rational claims can be made at all and heard, even when conflicting recognitional claims may in fact be the first signals and the most powerful emotional signals that are heard. So how do we begin to even think about moving beyond that? And I do think that this is not simply an abstract, la question, in the sense that as we think about the structural transformation, the restructuring, and God willing, if ever, the regulation of social media companies, these questions that we're talking here go directly to the question, not only of free speech, of course, but how we regulate social media with the idea of attention, recognition and misrecognition, and communicative rationality, even though I doubt if that term will be used in the debate in Congress, how those three problems actually mutually intertwine with each other. So.
And with that, we close our first session. Thank you to our panel. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Everyone take a bit of a break, and we have heard from Risto Cornelius with our near noon keynote, and after that we will have our lunch break. So we'll have our keynote first, hear him present, we'll have some Q&A time, and during that Q&A time we can start to gather our lunch and enjoy our lunch until about 1 o'clock. So that's the plan. So take about 10 minutes, but regather because the keynote will start soon.
There are power strips kind of on each wall that we need to plug in.
You get it every second. You get the laugher every second. How about that? That is our present to you, sir.
Hi, Chris. I actually have a question.
on top of that, so it's very present.
Okay.
And now I will only get whole blood. It only takes like half an hour.
I have a mic. I have a mic on me.
Okay, well, stand close to me.
It's there. It's there. Yeah.
And Mark, do you need some mic or something?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
Kirsten just asked me if I was really retired, and I said yes, I am. And then Devon Mike said, "Hey, you got to introduce Risto," and I didn't prepare. So I've known him for so long. I know his work, his project over many years, but I haven't gone back and accurately checked all the titles. So really briefly, Risto Cornelius is, I'm going to embarrass you. Since you're finished, you can turn away. One of Finland's foremost communication scholars. Spent many years, which you should never say to a Finn, by the way. He spent many years at the University of Tampere, which is, as some of you will know, one of Finland's, well, at the time, Finland's foremost journalism scholarship, training and scholarship program. He built a remarkable set of really an institution there. I've known many of his colleagues, many of whom now have gone on to become prominent Finnish communication scholars throughout the nation and other places as well. Risto has been engaged with problems of the public sphere and pragmatism for many, many years. He was among the group that first essentially introduced, translated. He did not translate, I have to be clear, but introduced Dewey to the Finnish language. So a pioneer in bringing the pragmatist perspectives into Finnish scholarship. His own work has ranged very widely from public journalism, which is how we first met, in work that we did on the public and civic journalism movement, some remarkable, a whole research program in Tampere. And more recently, he's decided to leave I'm sorry, I should make jokes because we're friends, so I'll stop. But he has left Tampere for the big city, for Helsinki, for the University of Helsinki, where he is now the director of the Institute for Social Sciences and Humanities. I could say much, much more, but I'm going to turn it over to him.
Thank you. I'm going to do this because I'm alone here, and I assume we're going to have dinner tonight. I think this is a very safe. I'm 3 times vaccinated, and you're far away. Okay. Thank you for the invitation. I'm not going to talk about my work much, even in the talk. But I was asked to come, which was brilliant and fun after 2 years of spending time in a home office, as we all have. And it felt really weird to fly. And I had planned a slightly sort of personal and ironic presentation, both because I think egoistic reasons, because I thought it would be fun to be here and figure out what this means to me as well, and also to talk a little bit about Lou. So that's the subtitle from the regards from the one of the happiest corners of the earth. Because many of people will probably know that at least Finns all know that in all international surveys of happiness, health, well-being, what have you, the Nordic countries and Finland is always, we're very proud to be up there. And I'm not joking, I guess we are. But after the last couple of days, I'm not sure if I come from the happiest corner of the world anymore. And it's a joke, you can laugh, but at the same time we all know it's not a joke. So I've been slightly distracted for the finalizing the talk, but I'll try to do what I came to do, and then see what you think about it.
I want to start from this place, and it's a kind of it's a familiar and a very privileged place to be here today, because it's a place where I've come back to. And when you come back somewhere, it's a moment of recognition, if you wish. Self-recognizing, maybe in a different sense than you would get from Honneth, maybe in the sense that there's also an aspect of recognition where you find something that is oddly familiar, or you realize that I knew this thing before I now knew this thing, right? The sort of sense that it's not a déjà vu thing, but it's like a recognition of something that was kind of already within your reach or in your consciousness, but now you see it more clearly. So I was thinking about 15, 17 years back when I spent a year here. It was personally, I can tell you a little bit about the background. I sent an email to Lou after serving as the professor of the privileges program that he said for a couple of years, and I said, I have to get out of here. I can't take this anymore. Save me, send me a letter. I'll pay everything myself. And so I came here with a family, and that's of course something that I highly recommend to anybody who goes abroad. Family is the best interface to understand what's going on in the place where you go. If you ever go abroad for a longer time as a scholar, don't go alone. Take everybody, take your nearest with you. Then you understand. It gives you a sense of where you have landed. But I came here as someone who had been originally raised in a kind of a not so post-Marxist communication department at University of Tampere, critical cultural studies. I was part of the generation who started to look down on political economy and started to think that we have to be interested in meanings and interpretation and texts and cultural hegemony and things like that. And when I came here, I had sort of gotten slightly tired of that, because it turned out to be a series of reading text and arguing that the world is somehow twisted, that institutions and ideological apparatuses are making us all dupes, and I wanted to get beyond that. And my relationship and friendship with Lou stems from that, the idea of trying to maybe try to think with journalists that if there is something more constructive that journalism could do as an institution. Now that was 25 years ago, more than 25 years ago. It's a kind of a not laughable, but kind of from today's perspective, it's an incredible idea. There was this moment in the 1990s when the Berlin Wall had gone down, right? There was this moment of globalization,
public sphere theory, blah, blah, blah. And we suddenly thought that we could work with journalists and we could be more constructive and we could harness the commercial
media institutions to be better guardians of public debate. I'm not saying that journalists wouldn't want this, but the resistance was fairly strong, even among the professionals then. But so I came here because I knew Lou's work and Lou a little bit from that work, and then I spent a winter sitting in Lou's seminar reading Theory of Communicative Action, and I, by no means I want to say I don't think that at Habermas has a narrow conception of rationality. That's what I learned that spring, and that winter thoroughly from Lou, and I went back home as a Habermasian. I came in as a suspicious Habermasian, but I was converted here. But I would start about talk a little bit about coming back first, and let's see if this works. Yeah. So I tried to think back. What do I remember from 17 years ago? And these are just keywords, and my slides are notoriously bad. So don't look at it. They're just sort of something to keep the structure of the talk. But I want to point to a couple of memories. First of all, one of the first things that I realized when I came from Finland, the happiest corner of the world. Remember, equal well-being, social security, everything that. I came here is this sort of everyday presence of social and political divisions. Social divisions in the sense that I started to put my kids in the school, and then I realized that in an inverted way, the social divisions came about because my kids were bused to the other side of the city. And I was thinking, why? There's a school down the road that we, of course, lived on the west side. And then, I don't know if it's still going on, there was this something that is very familiar to you, the idea that let's put some of the rich kids into the poor neighborhood schools, so that will keep the poor neighborhood schools in a better shape. Because for many reasons, I suppose. I also realized that when I started to drive and take my daughter to riding lessons, that when you drive across the Beltway, the signs on people's lawns suddenly shifted from blue to red or the other way around. I always forget how it goes. And so there was this sort of social differences, inequality questions, and there was this sort of rural urban distinction. And this was one of the sort of things that I remember as a sort of first impression. It was the fall of 2004, and it was the election between George Bush Jr. and John Kerry. Poor man had to play a general in those elections because it was post 9/11 time, and national security was on the agenda, high on the agenda. I remember watching the presidential debates and being really weirdly struck by the fact that the facts didn't seem to matter anymore. And it sounds like a naive moment, doesn't it? Right? I remember a debate when and think about this. John Kerry and George Bush were debating on national television how many security/police officers U.S. troops had trained in Iraq in order to secure the democracy that was the supposed outcome of the invasion. And the difference was like 10,000 or 100,000. And they talked about this a little bit, and nothing came out of it. And I was like, okay, now this is weird. Two versions of reality. This is supposed to be a debate, and nothing follows from this. And with the benefit of hindsight, you can see that there were some legitimate concerns about the epistemic capacity of the communication system and about democracy, I suppose, more general. And later on, I think this was one of the first places where I really seriously thought that the idea that had maybe come to my head a couple of times before that, the fact that the constructivist epistemologies, critical constructivism that I was raised with, actually had cultural collateral damage effects. That the universities where I've done my life work on that, so where we've educated in very important ways ourselves about the sort of constructive nature of knowledge and representations of reality. Very important work. But that as a sort of a hegemonic, if you wish, in the academia, as a sort of broad ideology and a paradigm, if you wish, they might have some unintended consequences. That is, saturate the culture with the idea that it's about constructed versions of reality, and every construction is just a construction, and so on. For the lighter memories, I love The Daily Show. But later on, with the benefit of hindsight, I think I have this, and I'm not sure if you can confirm this, but there was some debate about the quality of journalism at that time, and there were sort of maybe right-wing attacks towards the Daily Show and their way of making fun of Bush. And their reply, if I remember correctly, is, "This is fake news. You shouldn't take this. This is comedy. This is fake news. We don't do fact checking." Okay, it was fun, but in retrospect, and I think the disregard for reality in political discourse and political comedy have actually flourished together. Anyway, I remember sitting in this room, and there was a guest speaker, I have forgotten his name, who gave a really interesting paper and discussion about the Patriot Act. And the key point of the presentation was that FBI, NSA, CIA, I can't remember which one of these, but anyway, that maybe they were collaborating together, that they are going to get the right to collect people's library information. Someone will know what you have borrowed from the library. And this was the sort of critical edge of the presentation. And I'm not making fun of the presentation. I'm making fun of us, right? It was a moment when this was considered something like a serious unconstitutional intrusion to people's privacy, and you might say to the kind of infrastructure, legal infrastructure in which public debates, political participation, and formation of political opinions took place. I also remember sitting in the Village Bar on the west side and realizing that there were a lot of people there who thought that they would never want a social security number. That they would never accept the idea that they would have an identification number that was somehow given to them by state. For someone who comes from the universal social welfare state, where the social security number was the kind of like guarantee, and still is the guarantee of everything that you're entitled to as a member of the society, in a sense, it has problems. But that was well, it was evident that that idea was not universal. And finally, I remember driving the car all the time. That you can go anywhere, practically anywhere, without hopping into the car, and realizing that the whole infrastructure of the society was built on private driving. I knew that beforehand. I had spent some time in California, but it was when you have a family, and you realize that you have to take the kids there, and you have to do this and drive to the mall and blah blah blah. You're not alone anymore, so you realize that this runs everything. Now I have this list for a reason, because I want to jump from this slightly egoistic memory lane to higher category of issues. Wrong button, and to look at what sort of recognition these memories actually. What are the things that how? And I think there's something interesting, at least more than in a personal level, interesting in the way that how the crisis that we're in now was kind of already well on its way 20, 15 years ago. We just weren't paying attention, at least maybe not enough. So I wanted to talk a little, just point to three intertwined themes or discussion items that I think shape the field of communication research and should, I think, shape our understanding of the moment where we are. They are too big to handle in a short talk, but I'll take this cue from Lou's intellectual style, which is ask a question from Lou and realize that you are talking about everything. And endlessly, which is of course nice. And this is an impossible attempt, but I hope to offer 3 quick takes on 3 themes that I've been working with myself that I think are just one threesome. You could name others, and you could produce different kinds of categories. But if you think about these 3, you could possibly say that any one of them would be a tremendous challenge for democracy and the capacity of democratic political communication system to offer a useful, defendable social contribution. But we have them together. They are intertwined and they take place at the same time. And this is what I think, this is the reason why I wanted to use the title A Systemic Crisis. Now, it doesn't mean, when I wrote it, I was going to say, it doesn't mean that this system will somehow collapse, and I don't think it will. But the political developments in Europe in recent days, of course, raise horrible trajectories about how similar kinds of moments, when similar kinds of structural trends have an effect at the same time, have ended in in various kinds of catastrophes, and then a lot of harm and tragedy. But I think we all recognize these. One way of introducing this would be saying that these are the consequences, some of the consequences of the globalization wave that that we began to recognize, at least in the 1990s, with the optimistic stuff about public sphere appearing and all that. And now we've come to see during the last 10 years, which is about the time that the book that we are going to talk about tomorrow has done its work. We began to increasingly see the sort of seriousness of some of the consequences, and the consequences of these consequences for the political system and democracy. I was trying to resist this example, but I'll let it go. There's a great book by American historical sociologist William Seville, where Logics of History, where he writes about the taking of Bastille, and French Revolution, and he tries to develop the question about what constitutes a historical event, and then his analysis of what happens in Paris and in France is to say that actually the taking of the Bastille was a sort of not a small event, but what made it historical was that it kind of allowed already dislocated structures of the social order to become re-articulated. And his argument, of course, in that is that it, because of the fact that at the same time there was a parliament sitting and negotiating with the king in Versailles, when this happened in Paris, this turned into a series of events that gave us the modern concept of revolution. That is, that there is a legitimate cause when people can use violence to take over the power. I mean, history of Europe is full of mutinies before that. But there's in his judgment at least, was the sort of first. Why do I tell you this? I'm thinking about the January 6th, of course. And 2 years after, we are in a situation, was it 2 years ago? No, 1 year ago. 1 year ago, we are in a situation where the interpretive machinery of, well, you could say the world, but I suppose particularly the political communication system in this country, we see someone saying that was an act of, what is it, legitimate political discourse. Now, I certainly hope that that's not the end result of these developments, that we would start to think like that. But it tells us something about the maybe sort of historical disjunctures that we are living. Okay, quick run through of my usual suspects then. Inequality, increasing social inequality, both in terms of income and wealth, that has a kind of a global similar trend, is one of the key things I think to bear in mind when we think about questions of recognition, when we think about the possibility of political communication systems to serve democratic ends. This is a challenge. You know, if you want, and I'm sure many of you know this, but there's this wonderful amount of evidence these days collected on these issues. I took this from the latest report of the World Inequality Lab that is a cooperative venture between various places, but mostly I think situated in Thomas Piketty's workshop in Paris. And this is not the income curve that they usually do. This is the wealth curve. There's a reason for that, but it just shows the extraordinary winnings of the extraordinary small amount of people in the world. It shows here are the rich, here are the poor. This shows you how much of their wealth has increased during 95 to 20, so about 15 years, about the time we're talking about, right? And you can see that there's some here. There's the squeezed lower and middle groups. In which countries this is where you get the misrecognition, right? Or the kind of the sense of resentment, and this is where you get something quite extraordinary and weird, difficult to understand. Here's another picture, just to be brief. This that I found in the latest edition. I'm not sure if I've seen this before, but it's an interesting attempt. I can't swear about the methodology, but it's a powerful picture because it shows us, it tries to make a difference between how much of global inequality is accounted by inequality differences within countries or between countries, right? And I'm not going to debate this, but I use it for rhetorical purposes. This is the interesting, and I think for democratic political systems and communication, this is the really challenging thing, is that the within country inequalities are rapidly, in terms of wealth, income, are rapidly increasing. And it's within the, of course, within the countries, within the sort of national public spheres that these things, if there are such things, but that these things, that the democratic challenges are met. And this is just one aspect of inequality. The whole stuff that we talked about in the first session, race, gender, ethnicity, these are, of course, as the question of inequality is much more complicated than just talking about redistribution, as Nancy Fraser would probably say. So I think this is something that we have to build into the models and into our understanding of how we analyze what communication systems do. But also posing maybe limits to what it can do. So it doesn't. I mean, framing, crucial thing. Social media, crucial thing. But this is something that I think maybe functions underneath all of that, and that much of a, I guess, critical political economist anyway, that these are the trends that within which the models that we build have to be situated. I wanted to recommend you a book if you haven't read it yet. If you want to get a really quick, and I think brilliantly readable and interesting take on the last 15 years of increasing debate about inequality, Mike Savage's book on the return of inequality is a great read, I think, and also not just a paraphrase of what has been said in the research, but also kind of an original attempt to develop a more nuanced understanding of what he calls a new paradigm of research. He does a lot of Bourdieu because he's a Bourdieuian sociologist by background as well, and the field theory works as a kind of underlining theoretical apparatus there. But I wanted to show you this and picked out a quote that actually ends the part where he analyzes things and is just before the part where he starts quoting Lenin and says, "What is to be done?" Right? He's not a Leninist, of course, but the point is that the book tries to end with some kind of visions towards future, and I think it's telling, and I've told him this myself, that that's not the strongest part of the book, because it is really difficult to figure out, ways forward at the moment. But anyway, what he does there, he gives this longish rant where he refers back to the 19th century and the sort of emergence of class politics and the sort of basic political dimension that has shaped our imagination about how we talk about politics and democracy for 150 years maybe. Which is, you have the conservatives and you have the progressives, or you have the right and the left, and what he does here is he cooks up this idea that elections are the kind of a hot point where this relationship between future, that's the progress, and that's the left, and that's socialism, and past, that's the conservatism, and the present, that would be the election day. That we have lived with this for a long time, and what his point is here is to say that the return of inequality here means that some of the earlier structures are coming back, and this is his analysis on the importance of wealth. But he also argues, and I think this is a crucial point that we need to think about, that this temporal dynamics of the political imagination that we have, that there's past that was worse, there's future that can be better, and politics is about can we go forward, right? And how to go forward. And somehow the discussion and what is clear, at least seems to be clear in my mind, is somehow this doesn't capture the world anymore. Partly because those people who want to radically change societies are not left anymore. The kind of radical challenge that we face comes from what used to be called conservative, and we would at least sort of spontaneously think so, Whether they are conservative or what we think about the conservative bloc in that sense is a different matter. But more importantly than this, I think what's really at stake is the notion of future. And our ability to think about reforms of police or anything else, and to figure out what would be the direction and how would we define common goals that could somehow be democratically legitimated and achieved. And this also, by the way, and I'm not going to go there for a long time, this dramatically kind of challenges us and the whole work of social sciences and humanities, if you wish. What do we do in the world? What is the role of social sciences in a world where the idea that societies could function better, they could be more equal, they could be more legitimate, they could be more, dare I say, rational, well, at least reasonable? What is the role of the knowledge that we are producing? If that kind of fundamental systemic belief that this institution has a role to play in the wider constellation of social institutions is where does that situate us? I'm not saying it's an end of social sciences, but it might be something that would be worthy of another seminar or to think about that. Okay, I'll go forward. This is so familiar ground, I can be hopefully a bit quicker. By infrastructural change here, I refer, of course, to the and you all know this. It's for the past 10 years we've been talking about at least sort of the dramatic, also negative consequences of information, the infrastructural change of information networks, and more than information networks, I guess you could say datafied everyday life these days. The amount of data, the variety of it, how it penetrates life worlds, how it penetrates our bodies, how it penetrates various new aspects of life every day. It penetrates your fridge, right? And all the things that you use, and the huge computational power to collect, to analyze that and feed it back to the system where it just came from, has dramatically changed one of the base structures of society. I think, at least it raises the question whether the dynamics of social order are actually running in a very different way, and at least there's a new ingredient and element there that has to be taken into account. Okay, I had this slide, but I'm going to skip it, but I'll be quick. I think if you want to look at the story of datafication, or where the moment where we are in, you can look back at 3 decades and you can say roughly, very roughly, you can say the 1990s was like this moment of naive, and I'm being rude, naive optimism, like, you know, as if the internet would be a place outside gravity where things could happen that were kind of miraculous. And they were miraculous in many ways. I mean, you know, anyone who lived in the 1990s and remembers that in a sort of reasonable way, remembers how it felt for the first time when you realized that you could open a computer, much heavier one than this, and reach a computer somewhere else in the other side of the world, and go and look at the sort of through some kind of menu, what's, you know, like for a lecture title in some American university, which was like, wow, how can you do this? And if you go for and technology was sort of was part of the kind of that part of the factors that probably blinded us in the 1990s a little bit to what was going on. My favorite favorite critical object of the 1990s is Nikos Negropontes' Being Digital. If you haven't read it, or if you read it in the 1990s, I think this is a great moment to read it again. Because if you go back and what is really, really irritating about it is that he was right in so many of the outlandish predictions that he was putting out. And this is directly from there. It says, the post-information age is about acquaintance over time, machines understanding individuals with the same degree of subtlety or more than we can accept from other human beings, including idiosyncrasies, and this is his own idiosyncrasy, of course, like always wearing a blue striped shirt and so on. The idea that this has the AI world, the sort of personal targeting, behavioral management of people written into it, but in a positive sense. It's a nice world in the 1990s. You remember Web 2.2 discussions. A nice book from that period is, a nice illustrated book is Benkler's Wealth of Networks, Not Nations, where he defends, of course, the social media revolution and argues that it provides us something much more better than the mass communication infrastructures, for instance. When you come to the 2010s, then you come to the more dystopic moment, and now we talk about everything like I talk about here. So it's about surveillance, it's about data capitalism, it's about black boxed algorithms, public spheres, and so on. And I think there's a sort of a sense of revelation here, a slow story of revelation, where we've come to realize that this is a very difficult and a new kind of environment. Okay. I just wanted to say before I go to this next slide very quickly is that there are two things that are really important about this in my mind when we think about what we do for a living. First is the understanding or the idea that to ask ourselves, in what way is data like a new power resource in the system that we call society? What way is it, for instance, different from money? If you jump to sort of systemic theory for a moment and for the benefit of the argument say that maybe Niklas Luhmann has something right, you could ask, what kind of a medium of interaction between institutions and people is the datafied environment, and what does data actually do to the institutional order of society and the dynamics between? And it's doing it all the time, we know it, but what's interesting about, I think, many of the institutions is that the institutions are often, as they are, by definition, in denial. You go ask journalists about is more evidence about who reads what, is it good? They say, of course it's good. It's better service. We know what works, and we know what people are interested in. But it's very difficult to start a discussion saying, what did you lose now that you know more? What have you lost? How your practices have changed now that you know in 15 minutes how well this headline works in collecting attention from the audience, for instance. And the point that Chris was making about attention and its importance, I think, got dead on the money. I think what this reveals us mostly, at least from the point of view of communication, is that what is perhaps the most fundamental thing about communication is not information, it's not meanings, it's not debate, it is attention. We just didn't see this during the period when most of the mass communication institutions had kind of monopolized the meaning. So that was not an issue, but that was the fundamental source of power that they actually had. And now that that is diffused, and now that there is a new dynamics in the attention economy, that is what is breaking up much of the, at least it poses really fundamental questions about how we should conceptualize communication, and into what kind of environment questions of recognition, questions of media effects, and what have you are situated. Okay, I'll just say one more thing about this before I do that. I think there are two things that are crucial in the agenda when we think about datafication or the sort of infrastructural change. And they're related to each other. One is the possibility, and this is what actually Negroponte is referring to in a sense, is the possibility and the possibility of the idea, the imaginary, if you wish, of kind of a predictive knowledge about human behavior. Perhaps there's a material possibility that it can be real in a large consequential sense. I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody in this room who knows. But whether that kind of predictive knowledge, where that would be where someone would know better what you do or what you think than you actually think yourself. Right? Well, and this is familiar ground for social scientists. And I'm being rude here again for Bourdieu, but that's precisely what Bourdieu is kind of imposing on the French social order, isn't it? He's saying, you think you have good taste, but your good taste is completely social, and it's all about your position and ranking in the society. It's capital. It's you might enjoy it, but that's irrelevant in the social order, right? So it's a familiar attitude to us, if you wish. But if you think about more in terms of political communication and communication research, I think maybe the most provocative and disturbing idea I can offer you is this, that perhaps we are moving into, or have already moved, into a world where the dominant or the new definition of public opinion is behavioral. So if the theory of public opinion began as the theory of European wealthy gentlemen discussing over a glass of something nice, and it's a sort of discursive bourgeois public sphere that Habermas describes. If it then moved to political sort of party representation struggles in the public sphere, in a sense, if it then moved in the 20th century to more statistical representation of survey questions, which articulated the idea of individuals in a completely different way than the sort of dialogic or discursive public sphere, maybe we are now at the moment where the effective analysis and effective knowledge about public sphere is increasingly behavior. I see you're looking at your watch and you're right. Here's another thing. If you haven't read Gilles If Then, read it next. It's a brilliant example of how the dreams about predictive knowledge, data, and political control were already there in the 1950s, when what we call the communication research was in its first decade. Incidentally, that was also the period of Cold War. But I'm not going to go through this more because I'm running out of time. That's my usual problem. Okay, I have a small thing to begin with, to end with. It's climate change, so that'll take a couple of minutes. Okay, a moment of recognition. Going back, looking back, privileged position. This is from the Rome Club of Rome report from 1972. This is the curve that they've counted by using the Hawaii data about carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And they've drawn this curve. I don't think you need a computer to do this. So if things go as they seem to be going, this is what's going to happen. This is where we are now. So it's not bad, right? It's like you can do that with a pen. How many microparticles and so on. And this is what is important in it when we think about the things that are structuring what political communication now and in the future. This shows you when this happened. So we have there are countries here, so we can look at global distribution if you wish. But the point is that in the 1970s we were about here, and now we are about here. And if you believe as I do, if you believe okay, I've lost that. If you believe IPCC, we don't have much of the budget left if we want to keep under 1.5 or 2.0. Now, why do I want to end with this? I think this is probably the most important two pictures that I can show you about climate change. This is the image that you often find in studies when we talk about climate change. It's a global big issue. I'm going to steal this from Bruno Latour, and I'm going to show you this. This is a much better picture. This shows you the atmosphere. It's about 10 kilometers, maybe 20, give or take what you want to define it that way. And then maybe 10 kilometers in the bottom of the ocean and its most deepest point. It's about 30 kilometers of a layer around the world. It's a small space. It's a one-day walking distance from the bottom to the top. And this I think is something that reorganizes also our understanding of what we can learn about the history. I suggest two really interesting books. One by Timothy Mitchell, Carbon Democracy, and another one by Andreas Malm, Fossil Capitalism. Both of whom do try to think, and not in a perfect ways, but try to reorganize our understanding of a little bit about how power and political organization happens. Malm here in the quote reminds us that even though most of us think when we go to the political science course that power as electricity and power as political power just accidentally have the same word, right? It's not. But the point here would be that that's the big misunderstanding. That actually the ways in the sort of energy economy, the power economy of societies can be a key to understanding how things are organized. Timothy Mitchell makes the point, which is an interesting and I think also eye-opening point, is that you can't understand modern democracy, the classes that Savage was talking about, without understanding that they're kind of directly linked to the question of using coal. The need to put men underground to dig it out, the need for and to have the industrialized factories running. All this is connected to the kind of paradoxical, but also sort of the empowerment of the working class and the shaping of industrial working class and the power in society. and their sort of ability to claim the kind of representation that slowly emerged in Europe. So I want to say this, show this as an example leading to a more maybe positive idea, which is that we are facing an energy transition. So if we want to think about how democracy works in the future, the sort of most fundamental material thing that I can think of or find in the literature is to think about the energy transition and think about how does that reorganize power by reorganizing power. Mitchell's point is also to argue that the shift from carbon to oil was a shift from sort of class democracy to mass democracy. That oil was actually a much better sort of energy infrastructure in controlling the masses than carbon was. Now, it's a huge historical claim. It has to be full of holes, right? You could shoot it down in different ways, but it's something that we should think worth thinking about when we think about the really massive energy transmission transition we are about to face. And I'll show you this once more time because I think this is the positive thing about climate change. It's this. This is, of course, Greta Thunberg, whose, yes, social media, the bad thing, whose Twitter handle says, born at 375. Yeah, we all know it was about 18 years ago or so, and we are now in 417. But that's, of course, not the point. The point is that if you look at tweets from COP26, I don't know anything about this cloud yet, but I have the tweets, and I'm excited because it's data, right? And it will tell me something about the structure that is real, and nobody else can say anything. And I can zoom out this retweet cloud picture to the individual node, which is staggering. I don't know if it's knowledge, but it gives you a sense of power. But what I want to say here is of course this. This shows you the most retweeted accounts during the week last November in Glasgow, when yet another climate summit was going on. Here is your president. This is Greta Thunberg. In this communication infrastructure, she has more communicative power. Maybe that's a sign of hope. Thank you.
We're going to let Risto continue to take questions. We also have a lunch being served back for the breakfast being served. I'm going to encourage us to just start asking questions, but if people are hungry and want to get lunch, please make your way over and do that as well. I have the first question. If I get to start this. Woohoo! We
can also have lunch and talk in the coming days.
Exactly. We can always wait for lunch. So, really provocative talk, Risto. Thank you so much. And I hope this opens up a lot of questions from our guests as well. You mentioned a couple of things that I want to build on. I don't know if this is off. Is that better?
Yeah,
okay.
I turned it off.
Okay, it's on now. So a couple of questions based on the conversation. One is, you talked about the internet as a place where reality doesn't intrude, or at least we thought about it that way.
Can you say that again?
You said that the internet, you were kind of, the initial notion of the internet was as a place that reality does not intrude.
Well, yeah.
And that we thought of it as having emancipatory potential that it doesn't, right? Yeah. That now when we look at it, and I think that we're at that same moment now with the metaverse, right? Where people are talking about escaping into the metaverse, or the metaverse being a space of equality. And I'm just wondering again what your thoughts are on that development. I'll add two more quick questions. One is, in this department for many years, Jack McLeod emphasized the idea that we shouldn't just look at media exposure, but we have to look at media attention. And he actually talked about the way to measure media was to look at exposure plus attention, right? That attention was a critical part of that dynamic. That's been at the heart of his argumentation about how we really are affected by media for 40 years, since Lee Becker.
Yeah.
And then the last kind of point in relation to your comments was, you said the new dominant view of opinion was behavior. And I just would like to hear you expand on that. So 3 thoughts, and again, thank you so much for a great talk.
Thank you. Small questions. I will handle them very quickly. And now, first about the last one. Behavioral understanding of public opinion. I think that's what I'm trying to say there is, or propose as a discussion item, the idea that if social quantification and kind of profiling of people, either really or imaginatively, has gone so far that I, as a politician, when I'm doing what politicians do, I'm trying to gain political power. My analysis and my actions towards this public are based on what they drink, what they, who they meet, and the kind of cross-tabulation of various kinds of behavioral things, like did they retweet? And if I think that this allows me to reach them and make them think what I think they should think. My question is, if this is the new dynamics, or at least one dominant dynamics, I'm not saying it's the only one, if this is one of the dominant dynamics of public opinion, what happens to the legitimacy of political power? There is no opinion in this equation. There's just behavior. And I think if I would come and if someone would come and target me and would show, I'm a very cliched creature, right? And then say, I know what you're thinking. You're Finnish, you're middle-aged, you're bald, you have blah, 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 you have a dog and a house and whatever, and this is how you tweet. And then would say, I know who you are. And I know your opinions, I know them better than you do, therefore I can represent you. I think that's the end of democracy, to be blunt. As we know it. Or might be. But I'm not saying we're there. And I'm not saying that this is the end of... this perhaps is also something related to the meta question that you said. I think if you're talking about the way ex-Facebook has hijacked the question of the internet is selling us on the version that era is going to be a massive for us. Yeah, but if you're thinking that someone can call their company either the alphabet or Meta, it tells you something about the infrastructural ambition, right? That this is where everything happens. I think that should be the last warning sign that we shouldn't let this happen.
Other question? I know Lucas has a question.
I really appreciated your remarks, and it's that last point about the changing nature or conception of public opinion, I think is so important, because even if public opinion was always used instrumentally by political actors, even having to conceive of it as opinion introduces a space for democracy, right? In a way that seeing it as just behavior doesn't. But I wanted to ask you about about your first example, actually, the 2004 presidential debate, which I also remember well.
Yeah.
And sort of paradoxically, that was a moment that really gave rise to, for instance, a host of new sort of fact-checking endeavors in the United States, which are just one example of the many new forms of accountability mechanisms
Right,
that
yeah,
exist
yeah,
in the
yeah.
world, in journalism. This is in
Yeah.
my head because I've just been working on an abstract about accountability. But so the question is, this is also meant to troll Lou.
It's a roast as well as a trick.
It's a roast as well as a question. You know, is the appropriate level of focus, or is the only level of focus at the sort of macro scale, where we're looking at changes in media systems or political systems, even globally? Or should we also look at the local mechanisms and contexts that promote different forms of accountability? And how do we explain the fact that at that sort of meso or micro level, you see a proliferation of ways of holding people accountable, of finding out the truth, of revealing, heretofore hidden facts, etc. Even as that doesn't seem to yield something that we recognize as accountability over the long term.
I think you answered the question pretty much the way I would answer. As this was an attempt to think about the big structural issues. I actually think that if there's a way forward, it's maybe in for instance, if you take the last example of climate change, I think the way forward is to think about how the local energy transition and lifestyle transition questions play out, and that's where the solutions or the hope, I think, lies. It does not lie in the national debate that polarizes really quickly on the kind of environment where we live. If there's any hope, I think it's in the sort of life world, micro, local level. I think it's more important to understand. Example for Finland. How does the energy transition happen from fossil fuels to let's say wind power in a local community, and what is the social dynamics, and how are what kind of debates and interests are provoked, but also somehow not resolved, but how people learn to live with the new conditions. I think that's where the sort of democratic hope actually. But this is I wanted to do this like this because I think one of the obstacles of us thinking about this is that we are slightly too organized according to an idea that it's about institutions and institutional order. I think the systemic crisis tries to be a provocation to the direction that maybe the solution is not in trying to find how, dare I say, journalism or politics would work better, but how to understand how it works in specific questions that we need to solve. Now, you can't organize a university by saying, okay, we need a faculty of climate change, and faculty on inequality, and faculty of datafication. But it would be interesting. It would be interesting because now we have this institutional order in universities that is inherited from where? Germany. Maybe Germany. Maybe it's Hegel's fault.
Maybe. Aaron, last word or last question, then we're going to move to lunch.
Yeah.
Really quickly.
I just want to extend on this local national context idea and pull it back to the inequality graph. The thing that really struck me in that graph, and when you talked about the little dip towards the top, that this is a misrecognition group, right, was that we have pretty good data that suggests some of the strongest Trump supporters in 2016 were the really well-off people in the not very well-off and declining places. Right, and this I think connects to some of the stuff that our conference host did in the book in terms of the contextual analyses that they conducted. And I'm just curious what your thoughts are on how we approach that contextual issue, right? I mean, if we're looking at what is the role of decline, relative decline in this group, and we're thinking about this relativity in terms of what, right? I mean, we're not thinking about, these people, I don't think it's reasonable to say they feel misrecognized because
the bottom 5%'s relative gain was a little bit better than theirs, globally speaking, right?
Yeah.
It's not a context that we experience or see.
Oh, absolutely.
So if we're thinking about this at local levels, at national levels, at international levels, how are we putting that context into play, right? I mean, what does it mean to feel misrecognized as someone who is historically very well recognized and privileged, but is perhaps less recognized and less privileged today than they were yesterday relative to other people?
You're asking a question that if I knew the answer, I would be maybe not here. But of course, the graph is based on global data, and the little boxes, I blame Thomas Piketty of them. It's his team's interpretation of the global data is to say that the dip of the before the rising curve is where the resentment, that it's the developed world somehow downgoing middle class that we can find there. I think it plays out differently in every place in some ways, but at the same time, there's also a global network of discourses that articulate different experiences with a fairly similar kind of conceptualization. So you can say, you look at, populism is different in every place because it has different historical roots, because it grows from the local conditions. But it's fairly similar in many ways. So I don't know how do you resolve that, except that somehow you have to not accept some of its moral claims, but at the same time you have to stop wishing that it would go away, because for lack of a better thing, it is real. The sense of this recognition that is there, it is real, even if I think it's unjustified sometimes. But I can't I can't solve this one, and I can't solve any of this one. But it's been swell, and I thank you for listening. You should go and have lunch.
Thank you so much. We're going to extend lunch hour a little bit to 1:15. So lunch is in the MCR. It's the annex, right? So go grab your lunch. Bring it back here. Yeah. Yeah, and then we will reconvene formally at 1:15. Hopefully we can have some discussion of these small ideas that were introduced over lunchtime, and I'll save my counter-trolling later. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Risto.
Lou's took up the last word. 2 for 2. The middle. 2 for 2. 2 for 2 is all I know about it. Stephanie, please. You can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. I'm excited to be presenting to you this project, and I want to give a shout out to my co-author Yu Xu from Northwestern. So I'm really excited to be talking to you about this project where we are looking at the basic question of where do people go for local information about COVID-19. Now, there are a couple potential answers as to where people might be going. There's evidence that people relied heavily on Google, especially during the hot stove of a presidential year. We still saw a lot of Google searches about COVID-19. There's also evidence from Facebook that, for example, 4.5 million people joined COVID-19 related support groups early on in the pandemic. And there's also evidence from Pew suggesting that news organizations were most relied on over other kind of interpersonal sources for news about the pandemic early on. So it's clear that there are a lot of different sources out there for people to choose from. Mediated sources, personal sources, formal sources, informal groups or conversations. But what we're interested in is info seeking, right? And this is information seeking in response to a really specific need. So something sets this process in motion, right? Something happens. And for me, I've really been inspired by a lot of research in sense-making, and particularly the work of Brenda Durbin, who contextualizes sense-making as the bridges that people construct to navigate or overcome an information deficit or a gap that a situation presents, right? And I think this is useful, right? Because when we present people with a problem or a situation, we're tapping into their sense-making, right? We're asking them to assess how big of a problem an issue is and what they can imagine doing or where they can imagine going to get information or do that gap bridging behavior. So this is arguably what separates info seeking from just general measures of media consumption or media use. It's a very pointed use of, right? The very specific situation in which you would seek out media. And for our study, we're interested in two specific COVID-related prompts or vignettes that people responded to. And the first was where they would go to learn more information about the spread of COVID-19 in their local communities. And then second, very related, was where they would go to learn more information about what they could do to help combat COVID-19 in their communities. And rather than looking at a single source that they go to in isolation, we're interested in looking at their overall patterns of info seeking. So the subset or the combination of sources that people say they would seek out or avoid. And I think this is important because information seeking is complex, right? I mean, some people could seek out a lot of different sources and have a really broad, wide repertoire. And other people might hone in on a few really specific sources and have a much more constrained or narrow repertoire. And what I also think is really cool about this repertoire approach is the ability to tap into this mass personal nature, right? That we can start to identify repertoires that have a different blend of interpersonal communication, family and friends, but also mass communication using local news, for example, or Google and Facebook. So in this project, we want to identify info-seeking repertoires, but we're not just interested in that. We're also interested in the factors that explore differences in information-seeking repertoires. So sense-making looks different for different people, right? Our identities, social positions, ability can shape the sources that we would gravitate towards or away from. So, I'll use a classic example. Young people might be more likely to have social media be a big part of their info-seeking repertoires, maybe more than older people. Another factor we want to consider is the structuring role of geography, right? The ways people differ are not randomly distributed through society, right? Nor are the information environments, right? Think news deserts, right? Are more likely to be in small towns, rural areas. There's also evidence that newspaper layoffs have disproportionately hit suburban communities, right? And on top of that, we also know that COVID-19 disproportionately influenced certain communities, even within the same state, right? So this is sort of the second big research question, which is what connections can we make to the ways that people differ and the communities that they reside in when we look at their information-seeking repertoires. All right, methods and measures. I'm going to be very broad here and not go into this, but feel free to ask me about this. Data from the study came from an online survey of Illinois residents. I will give you a little bit of context. Let's see, on March 9th, I believe, the governor of Illinois declared the state of emergency in all counties in Illinois due to the outbreak of COVID-19. On March 21st, so a week before our fielding date, was when the stay-at-home order officially went into effect in Illinois, and then it lasted throughout our fielding coverage and then ultimately ended in early May. So this is a very beginning of lockdown in Illinois. All right, you can see the five, she says confidently, 5 socio-demographic variables that we are including in our models. And then for geography, we modeled our approach after some very smart people who are in this room. So this will look very familiar to, I'm sure, everyone in this room. So specifically, we use the rural-urban commuting area system, which classifies zip codes into a 1 to 10 system, and then following Wells and colleagues, we came up with these 5 classifications, which is very much molded after what was in Wisconsin. So you can see Chicago is up top, that blue part, and then its surrounding suburbs, which are green. You then have outstate cities, which also include like Urbana, for example, and then their close commuting suburbs. And then the yellow smatterings are small town and rural areas. And shout out that we have about 40% of zip codes are represented in the sample. Okay, so info-seeking vignettes. I mentioned we have 2 of them. Here's the official wording on each of them. If you wanted to know more about the spread of COVID-19 in your local community, which are you likely to do? And then if you wanted to become more involved in your local community's efforts to address COVID-19, what are you likely to do? For each of those, there were 6 sources, 6 options, which are there on your screen, that people answered from 1 to 5 in their likelihood of using that source. So someone could have 5s on all these questions, they could have 1s on all these questions, or they could have some combination of high, low on all of these questions. So that is 12 items, right? 2 vignettes, 6 sources, total of 12 data points, if you will. All right, so we entered all 12 of those items into a latent class analysis based on model fit statistics. A 5-solution model was determined to be the strongest, so that would be 5 info-seeking repertoires. I would note, and if anybody wants me to talk a little bit more about this, we didn't find any big major differences, except for one, between the 2 different repertoires. So basically they function the same way. We don't see that certain sources are used for one of those repertoires and not the other. They have a similar pattern. Okay, so what did we find? Where are there differences? Okay, so the first group are low info seekers. They are below average on all of those source items, so all 12 of those items. I've included the range here. So you can see that this repertoire very much lives on that like lower side of the scale, with the one exception. Here's that one exception I mentioned. That 3.6 value is for local news to find out about COVID-19 spread. So absent that, this repertoire is not engaging much in info seeking. Second one is what I'm calling a broad ambivalence repertoire. Similarly, does not favor one source over another, but there is a willingness to info-seek a little bit more than that first group. And you can see this with the range here, which remarkably is much more narrow, right? But you can again see that this repertoire hovers around the midpoint of that scale. And the third group is the high info seekers. So this repertoire is high, and they engage in all of those things the most, right? So they're the highest on all levels. So again, we don't see a clear preference here, right? And you can see again with the range that this repertoire kind of lives on the high side of the scale for all of the items. So what I've tried to kind of paint here with the first 3 is that they all share a wide underlying structure, right? There's no clear preference for one source type over another. Now they do have a very important difference, right, in level of information seeking, right? That's really the defining characteristic here, is how much info seeking are they going to do, and then they have a broad kind of preference for all sources. That is not how I would characterize the last 2 repertoires. They are more narrow. So a mediated only repertoire engages in information seeking, but it's directed towards consulting local news and searching Google, right? So now you have a very specific preference, right? When they do this, and it does get to the high part of the scale, but only for those items involving I'm going to consult local news and I'm going to use Google. The same is true for this final group. This repertoire seeks out local news, uses Google, but this repertoire now adds in checking to see what's posted on social media. So that's what makes this group really distinct from that first, this fourth group right here. So these last two repertoires have a much narrow underlying structure in their information seeking. Yes, absolutely. You think I defined it for people? Heck no. I let people define it themselves. So it is read or watch local news coverage. That is the wording. So could be TV, could be print, could be anything in between. You got it. All right. Okay, so what factors are related to these 5 repertoires? So I'm going to show you only the significant findings. I can't handle lots of charts yelling at me. So I'm only going to highlight what was significant in the logistic regression separately predicting each of those 5 repertoires. So overall, these repertoires are associated with very different factors. And I know there's a lot to process here, and I can't go through it all. So I'm just going to highlight one finding, which is that more narrow repertoires seem to be related to cities, Chicago and outstate cities. And I think this is really interesting because it might be a product of a high volume information environment where one can depend upon local news to find out what's going on in their communities. And one knows that they can use Google to manage and catalog so much choice that might be relevant to their community. That might be an abundant information environment that is much more prevalent in cities, whether it's the 3rd most populated city in the country, Chicago, or these outstate cities. And definitely not true for the other finding we have for community, which is that an information environment in a small rural town, which maybe lacks that dependency on local news or wouldn't have so many relevant things that Google could point them to it, might be more pushed towards developing this kind of broad ambivalence repertoire. Now, what about concern for COVID, right? Might that explain some of the differences we are seeing here? So I held this one till the very end, so surprise, pause for effect. But we also asked people how concerned they were about local news, or how concerned they were about COVID-19 in their local communities, okay? So I'm going to show you in just a second what happens when we drop that into the model. Everything stays the same, except we lose the 2 out of 3 of the partisanship findings. So this suggests, right, that there might be some mediated relationship going on between party ID, perceptions about concern, and then what that motivates you to do. And then we do see the effect of concern down here, with lower concern related to those 2 lower information-seeking repertoires, and higher concern being related to that high info-seeking repertoire. But super interesting that concern is related to these broad, wide repertoires and not really predictive of a repertoire that would have you seek out certain sources over others. Okay, wrapping up, right. So in today's media environment, there are a lot of different sources that individuals have access to for information about their environment. So given this, a much more nuanced approach is needed for information seeking. And in our study, we found that Illinois residents, some of them had really broad, wide repertoires, and some of them had really narrow information seeking repertoires. And this was tied to a variety of factors related to their lived experiences and the communities that they inhabit. But clearly much more information, much more studying is needed to understand these factors, right? Info seeking is part of a larger process of information behavior, right? And we still don't know a lot about the opening and closing of these source channels or the widening and narrowing of these repertoires. For example, how do people make sense of or use the information that they encounter, particularly when they're getting it from multiple sources? So this is something that I'm looking to shed more light on with a follow-up study I did with 45 people, in-depth interviews, asking them to describe and make sense of their information-seeking process. So that is a lot. I think I went over my allotted time. Apologies. But thank you. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Excuse me.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Is this miking this room or just to your? Oh, wondering.
Just to the YouTube live stream.
For the good of the anonymous out there. I hope you enjoy. I may have to occasionally take my mask off because I get excited when I present and then I can't breathe. And then things happen, so hopefully this will come on in a second. Okay. Is that working? All right, so hello everybody. I am Kirsten, as I think all of you know incredibly well. I'm really grateful that you all, thank you, brought us back here, although now that I'm up here realize it's kind of like presenting to your parents, which is a little bit of a weird, a little bit of an awkward situation now that I realize it. So this presentation is kind of, I don't know, a meditation on some of the things that I've been thinking about. So I'm going to talk at the beginning about, I don't know, kind of the big picture thinking that just real briefly underlies most of the work that I've been doing for the last few years. And then I'll talk just very briefly about some projects that we've been working on for the last couple years. So there's not going to be a lot of data, so if you want to cry about that, you can start now. So for the kinds of questions that I ask are really old ones, right? I'm really interested in something that we used to call news media exposure, but I now think is important to call visibility of news and politics. It's not all news, it doesn't all come from news organizations, and oftentimes it's not as well received when it does. And I'm really interested in particular in the last few years in who gets left out of having access or having good quality information getting put in front of them for various reasons. To understand that, I think it's very important that we use a stock photo of social media, but more importantly, that we really recognize, as the keynote pointed out, that there's this fundamental restructuring of our communication infrastructure compared to the 20th century. So not when I went to grad school, we were still doing the how is a website different than a newspaper, right? Which is awesome, and if you're all doing that, I respect that as well. But in addition to that, I think one of the parts of the restructuring that we don't talk about quite as much is that we restructured to be constantly restructuring, right? So one of the ways in which we've restructured is constant change, right? The change never stops happening. So we aren't settling on new communication infrastructure. And so you see this come through in my work here in a second. So there's really three kind of ideas that I try to work with. One is that I always believe in any moment that there's major limitations with our conceptual equipment. Sorry, there's something in the middle of my slide there. Which means, in particular, as we heard in the previous keynote, so I don't have to talk about it anymore, we haven't done a lot of updating of some of our core concepts in political communication to take into account processes of datafication. So, for example, things like incidental exposure or selective exposure or news avoidance, they're all concepts that we came up with at a time where the world just worked really, really differently, and communication platforms worked really differently as well. And the cool thing is, we get to invent new concepts, which I also feel like maybe I was taught in grad school, you're not supposed to always make new concepts. I have totally ignored that advice, and I am just fine. So there's another way out of that. The second, and Chris and I have been rattling on about this for a long time, is that if we want to understand what becomes visible to different people on social media platforms, we need to acknowledge that it's the entanglement of decision-making by lots of different kinds of actors, right? Which include media users themselves, us, our peers, algorithms, advertisers, and all the non-human actors that we create that are sort of in the way of this system in various ways. Which leads to thinking about news exposure or media exposure or content exposure much more so as a system than we often do, especially in the kinds of research that I think not all, but many of us do in this room, which is to say that datafication processes and algorithms enable these incredible feedback loops over time, and then all sorts of weird kind of like system-like aspects. And it doesn't mean that we have to become people who study systems all the time, but it means that if we want to study media effects, we have to start finding interesting empirical ways to take into account that the thing that we're doing is in fact a system. The thing that we're studying is in fact a system. And that's always been true, right? There's always systems involved in the creation and sharing of news, right? News companies and, I don't know, facilities that print the news and all that kind of stuff. But it used to be that we could it was stable enough that we could say, let's ignore this part while we study this part. But increasingly, the change is happening so quickly that it becomes really, really difficult to tease out one piece of the system to study without another part sort of slipping away from your grasp. So there's a lot of different implications, I think, of thinking about news exposure as a system. I'm actually going to go really, really quickly here just because this is all great work that's out there that you all can read and probably have already. But thinking about the ways that different kinds of actors in the social media system respond to one another, typically through some sort of tracking or usage of the kinds of data that are in between. So we know that politicians, for example, their practices are often shaped by what they understand about audiences on social media platforms. Advertisers, we've always known, did those kinds of things, but also news organizations do those things as well, right? As we've heard before as well. They're not always like the purest of actors. I'm sorry, Internet, if that didn't bother you.
I think the web was the only one that could hear you.
It was very quiet. That's true. So in general, when we're thinking in terms of the framework that Chris and I laid out a few years ago, this idea of curation and curated flows, and thinking about curation as what these actors are doing, right? They're all sort of curating around each other in interesting ways. That we need to really think in kind of new ways about these transforming practices of personal curation. That is, when we use these platforms, but also other systems, other actors as they use these systems, mediated through algorithmic systems with implications for individual level exposure. That is, for what becomes visible to you or to me or to Steph or Chris or whoever it is, right? And that means a lot of the stuff that we thought we understood is really messy, right? And it also creates, I think, really new but also old kinds of inequalities in access to content, new susceptibilities and new vulnerabilities, but that often, by new, I mean they happen in new ways, but they happen to the same people that the inequalities happened to before. So I've been studying for the last few years a lot of different questions about this, which has taken me in a lot of different directions. But over the pandemic, I really came back to my first love, which I wrote my dissertation about, which is sort of youth and young adults, and what are the ways in which they use media. I studied social media in my dissertation. It wasn't even that long ago that I wrote my dissertation. It was a while. It was still in that part where we thought the internet was good. I literally started my data collection being like, the internet is so good. And by the time I was done and writing my dissertation, we were already starting to be like, oh, the internet's not good. It's not all going to work out. So in particular, I've been talking a lot about this metaphor of attraction as being a really useful one. That is to say, when you go online, when you go on Twitter, when you go on Facebook, whatever your platforms of choice are, it's not just up to you what you choose and use. You're not just choosing and using sources. You're engaging in this broader process that ends up either attracting good, high-quality, interesting news content to you or other kinds of stuff to you. Right? And so the projects that I'm going to talk about in a second are really trying to use that conceptual equipment I was just talking about, this idea of attraction and sort of being part of this algorithmic system, to come back and talk to youth and young adults about their practices as they use social media to try to do some new concept generation, to understand what it feels like to be part of this sort of platformization of our public connection, right? Increasingly, the ways that most of us are connected to the world have a lot of platform mediation spaces happening to them. So I'm going to talk about actually I'm not even really talking about the projects. We collected some data. It was kind of cool. I'm hardly going to show you any. I'm just going to show you the concepts. But essentially, over the pandemic, with my wonderful former student, Kelly, who's at Penn State now, and current student, Ava Francesca Battaccio, we did 2 different interview projects. And the core of both of these projects is co-reading of people's digital platforms. And that's something that I've been doing a long time. Other people do it. It's a really interesting approach. And in that second study, we asked participants to share with us their top 3 most used platforms. And we were very broad in what we considered platforms of anything. We looked at people's YouTube, we looked in Facebook, we were in Instagram and Twitter and so on and so forth, and to narrate those experiences in different ways. When you start to look inside of our transcripts, when you spend time with our data, trying to understand, like I like to do, what are some of the concepts or sort of what are some ideas that can shape our thinking in a little bit of a different way, you are reminded right away that we live our lives in repertoires, right? So to Steph's point, as she articulated, and also lots of people have studied repertoires, platform repertoires are these fascinating things where we move often, I don't have my phone, but often quite smoothly between platforms. We use lots of them, some people use few, et cetera, et cetera. And so once we're inside these platform repertoires or these digital repertoires, one thing that we've started to understand is that young adults, maybe all of us, but young adults in particular, are very much positioned as personal platform architects. It's like your job, right? So every day, in our data set, this is quite clear, people are tweaking, they're toning, they're adjusting. Not big stuff like new friends, sometimes huge stuff like new platforms or dumping an old platform that's not as satisfying or doesn't do it for you anymore. But also just teeny little tweaks. Some of those are quite active and intentional, and some of them are setting notification processes into motion. That is what you search or what you click on or what you like or what you look at. And so what we've been trying to do is understanding that this personal platform architecture is not some like super freeing, you get to choose and make your own media world. It's more like a crappy, I can't swear on a live stream, it's more like a crappy, kind of a hard job under conditions that you don't have much control over, but it's labor, right? It's work and you're working at it quite a lot. And so what we see in these data is that this becoming an active participant in your own media environment goes a lot beyond source selection, which is kind of how we thought about like selective exposure, right? You choose to look at the thing, you choose to read the thing, you choose to click on the thing. And this idea of personal platform architecture is, very much that everyday labor is constrained by the platforms themselves, oftentimes nudged by platforms quite actively in ways that we know a lot about, streaks and notifications, recommendations, but often in ways that are quite subtle and poorly understood, not only by me, but also by the people that we talk to. And then also this everyday labor, this constant changing, this tweaking of what is in fact your connection to the world, right? Your personal connection to the world through these corporations. Nobody does that to be informed. I mean, maybe you weirdos, definitely those internet weirdos, but like nobody does that to be informed, right? We do it to feel good, to feel less bad, to be inspired, to pursue curiosity, to explore a new identity. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have huge consequences for what we might have used to call news exposure. The second thing that's in the data a lot is incredible decentering of journalistic news content. I don't think any of us really get to study news exposure anymore if we want to understand the impact of, whatever, the thing we can't quite call information because it carries recognition signals, which I totally agree, I think that's amazing. Identity streams, whatever, flows of stuff that we used to call information and content. And I mean decentering both in amount. I think many of us have been arguing for a while that most people don't see that much news content on social media. Again, you do, but many people don't. But also in terms of trust and authority, which is something that I know all of you know quite well. And then just the third theme that I want to surface, or sort of the third concept that we've been working a lot with, is this idea of information cacophony. And cacophony is not a word we use very often, but we totally should say it more because it's one of those, I know the technical term, those words that sound like what it actually is, right? But cacophony is that discordance, right? In music, it's that clashing and clanging of multiple voices. And this concept really emerged, this paper's about to come out, for Kelly and I, because we were reading these transcripts and we're like, what is that jarring feeling as we're reading through people's platforms with them? What is that experience of, oh, that's my cousin. Oh, this horrible incident happened. Oh, cat. That sort of like clanging feeling. And sometimes it feels really good, right? But I think it's very crucial to understanding this experience of how people live through these platform repertoires. And when you have that clamor of voices and you don't have that default trust in the news media, you don't have a lot to hang on to, right? You don't have a lot to sort of hook onto and make sure that it's, decide what's true or not, right? I don't have any time, so I'm not actually going to show you this data, but I'll share the slides later. You can look at it later. But I want to just finish with this conclusion. One of the things I think that emerges really clearly is that managing your own media environment is really hard. It's a pain, and it's something that all of us work pretty hard at. And under those circumstances, I think it's actually kind of rude to say, why aren't those kids more informed, right? It's incredibly difficult. I mean, even as we were just talking earlier about, masks, when do we keep them? When do they go? Sorry, I forgot I had that up so long. I apologize as well. But these kinds of processes, and we're not designed, right? As Polycom scholars, we don't usually go study other things that don't have anything to do with politics and news. But these architectural practices, that experiential feeling of cacophony, they're really important for people's choices about, or non-choices about whether or not they see and engage with news. So oftentimes, that feeling of cacophony and discordance, especially during the pandemic, that's part of what shapes something that we might call news avoidance if it were actually people trying so intentionally to do so, right? It shapes the texture. You don't want that stuff in your personal space, right? Because this platformization of our public connection means that we've had to mix everything together, as you all very well know. So I'll leave with just sort of some next steps in terms of thinking. What we're really focused on now is sort of pairing the interview data with some algorithmic system data that people have donated to us at the same time. I'm really trying to understand a little bit better how these kinds of processes that we're talking about can shape susceptibility or vulnerability to undesirable content. I don't study misinformation. I leave that to you all. But I think it's really important that we think about how the texture of these things, right, shapes the likelihood of seeing stuff, but engaging with it and exposing with it. And I think there's so many ways to pair all of the amazing kind of research projects in this room, but also to keep an eye on this sort of like the textural piece of what it feels like to be in these spaces. And then finally, this idea of sort of resilience. And it's not just susceptibility to bad stuff, it's also incredible resilience under really difficult sets of propositions to make sense of the world. People are still doing it, right? Like to Steph's point, and I'm excited for you all to see all her interview data as well, because people are still doing it. They're still making sense of it, right? And I think we have still a little bit of work to do to really think about, how we pair, how we pair some of those ideas about people trying to make sense with some of those big outcomes and the kinds of challenges that we heard in the keynote. So thank you all very much. I apologize for taking extra time, and it's good to see you. It does have that thing. They have all the things here. No, it's really not like it used to be. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah. You need it for the backup. That's nice. Thank you.
Architect?
This is so high resolution. Man, where's my button?
There you go. No, it is. When you plug in your computer, it goes to
It's so tiny, yeah.
So it makes your screen on your thing look so
There we go. There we go. Excellent. Wonderful. So I'm glad Kirsten came up here and said she was going to talk about things that she had been thinking about and not present a lot of data, because that's basically what I'm going to do as well. And I feel so much more justified in doing that as the second person in a row to do it.
I think that's what Chris did this week.
Yeah, actually that's true. When Chris got up here, I was like, okay, this is the kind of tone that I'm looking for. This is wonderful. I am going to present a little bit of data, but not enough to really be data. A couple of datums, not a ton of data. Really what I'm going to do is talk about an idea, really a set of ideas that have been kind of gnawing at me for a few years. And I'm thinking of them in this roughly titled concept that I'm calling silent agendas right here. And not only because I think it's a pithy title, but because it also gets at sort of the core of what I'm interested in here, which is thinking about the types of news and information sources that we tend not to pay attention to all that much from our position, not just as researchers, but as news-interested people. The things that we don't consume a lot of as news consumers who also study news. And so a lot of what I'm going to be doing here is kind of thinking about different aspects of getting news and thinking about them in the context of one particular question that kind of drives my thinking on this, which is this question: what does journalism think it's for? There are a number of answers to this question, right? We could all go out and find a bunch of studies of journalists, surveys, interview studies, and get a range of responses of what journalists think they're doing and what journalism institutions think they're about. But I'm thinking about this from one sort of pretty basic point that a journalist actually made really nicely for me on Twitter recently and helped to set up a couple of my initial slides here, which is this. That if we're doing reporting and we're doing journalism and we observe significant amounts of the public being misinformed about the things that we're reporting on, not understanding the things that we're reporting on, from the perspective of journalism, we should think of that as a problem. right? That this is not something where we can simply say, well, we put journalism out there, and then something else happened that got in the way. And Adam Davidson here talks about this specifically as part of his career path, going into from what he used to be doing in legacy journalism organizations and out to Planet Money, whereas he says it required a rethink. But specifically, Mike Caulfield, who you may know as a misinformation guy, comes at this from the idea that the product is not the journalism product. It's not the newspaper. It's not the website. It's not the broadcast, right? That the product is the understanding, or the lack of understanding is the failed product, right? And that if we're not doing this, we're ultimately not doing what we think we're supposed to be doing at sort of a first order level, right? And when I saw this exchange, it really encapsulated this question, or the way I'd been thinking about this question, to a great extent, and I felt like it hit this notion of how I had been thinking about other sources of information that we don't tend to pay a whole lot of attention to, but that are important for people's thinking about news and politics. And just as I was thinking that, this showed up in my feed as well, that somebody's kids were mad at them that Netflix got rid of some My Little Pony episodes, and this is how swing voters view the presidency, right? And when I saw this, I was like, this is a journalism problem, right? At least to a certain extent. This is something that has to do with our news and information environment. It's not that people are cranky or something like that. The problem here is probably related to the way that we present the presidency in our coverage of politics, right? We talk about the president as more or less a singular figure who has the power to put My Little Pony episodes on Netflix or take them off of Netflix, right? And so this is kind of where I'm coming from here. I also want to talk about this in the context of what I've been reading lately, because this really shapes the way that I'm thinking about this project. The last 4 books that I've read, of course, just last weekend, our host's new publication. But apart from that, which is, of course, connected to why we're here, Krupnikov and Ryan's new book, The Other Divide, talking about highly engaged people, people who are highly engaged with politics, or deeply involved, as they call it. Right? They acknowledge at the end of this book that they focus basically the entire book on the deeply involved, who are, as they identify, somewhat different than highly interested people. But we've spent a lot of time over the years talking about highly interested people, highly expressive people, and so on and so forth. They acknowledge at the end of the book, we kind of didn't really talk about the other half of this divide very much. The people who are very low engagement, low interest, low involvement, right? This is where some of those agendas are silent. Right, and so I'm taking what they do and kind of flipping it a little bit in my thinking about this. Nikki Usher's News for the Rich, White, and Blue. Thinking a lot about place and local news. And in particular, if you haven't read the book, she is based a lot on interviews with journalists and talking with them about the way that they see not just their work, but the business of journalism in the local newspaper context. This is also something that connects pretty closely to what I'm thinking about. And then jumping back 100 years, public opinion, in thinking about sort of what's going on with people and how we understand where these conclusions come from, right? If we're going to say that there's a role for journalism in thinking about people winding up misinformed in one way or another, part of that way of thinking about it, at least the way that I've been thinking about it, comes out of Lippmann's thinking. So some of the background ideas here deal with things like people's ability to interpret information, the types of news habits, and I should say the range of news habits that exist among the wider population, not just the people that are actively engaged with news in one way or another. Significant changes in local news markets and environments. Usher talks about newspapers specifically, but I'm going to wind up focusing more on local television as a driver of this. And then in particular, something else that Usher talks about in her book that I found really interesting was the way that she weaves in a sense of an increasing national level focus on opinion content. There's a really interesting anecdote in her chapter about the New York Times where she talks about the Times establishing or trying to establish a Latin American market. They have an edition called NYT en Español based in Mexico City, and they talk about how they published over the course of some period of time 900 opinion pieces and 100 reported articles. And that ratio just like stabbed me in the brain when I read it. 900 opinion pieces to 100 reported articles. And this is happening in the context of expanded interest in selling opinion content from the Times, from the Post, from other major national sources, but also, of course, a social media environment in which the hot takes industrial complex really rules political discourse, right? And so a part of what I'm going to get at here is thinking about this notion of opinion itself as an agenda item. The idea that what journalism is for is to distribute opinions or to display expressions of opinion rather than to inform about what those opinions are and to contextualize them in reporting. A couple of other little background things we'll pull out here. Actually, I'm going to skip a little of this. I realize that I'm already rambling too much. This is 8 minutes in. Let's just jump past this. I do draw on Shannon McGregor's social media and journalism article from a few years ago, and the Druckmann et al. Piece that kind of jumps out of there, as well as, of course, Krupnikov and Ryan, and the idea from Diana Mutz that media acts as a discussant stand-in, and I'll pull that back here when we get to the end of this. So where are the people in all of this, right? What are people doing? Another interesting piece of commentary that I think helps to illuminate this a little bit. This is from a few weeks ago. Political consultant Joel Wertheimer responding to political scientist Jake Grumbach, talking about the idea that, sort of sarcastically saying this, what Democrats really need to do is just nominate a cool dude. And he goes further in this thread to sort of point out that he's talking about this to raise the idea about the sort of inherent misogyny of the cool dudeness of who should be nominated. But Wertheimer jumps in here and kind of says implicitly, there's a pretty big other media environment out here for people who are not looking at where Beto O'Rourke is, or people who are not looking at where Bernie Sanders is, or people who are not looking at where Amy Klobuchar is, right? All of these people that are engaged in national democratic politics. And he further describes down this thread North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper doing basically just this, that he goes on local talk radio and he chit-chats, and he's not there to talk about this or that policy proposal that's going forward. But he's just kind of in this space where news consumers by and large are not. That people in that audience are not there looking for news, but they're still getting it anyway. That puts us into this context, right? This is more or less drawn from things like recent Pew data. There was a really interesting Data for Progress survey in late 2020 about what types of sources people were going to for news. For my thinking about this, it's really about sort of how does this align with the way we have conducted research about this, broadly speaking. And it's one of the things that I really loved about the data collection in Battleground, and particularly where you guys talk about going with it in the future, that so much of this stuff is embedded in there. And I'm really eager to talk about places that this might be expanded in the future. But generally speaking, local TV is a big part of this. Social media, and specifically Facebook, is a big part of this. Radio is a big part of this. And disconnected search is a big part of this. And this is a lot of stuff that we, for the most part, don't spend a lot of time on in our thinking and in our research. We do spend a lot of time on things like national sources that are not that big of a direct influence. We do spend a lot of time with things like partisan media that don't have that much direct reach, that are instead going out into the sphere of discourse, broadly speaking. So what are the questions that I'm trying to deal with here? Well, there's a bunch of questions, and I'm just going to give a little bit of pilot data that deals with this. But partly I'm trying to think about what are the agenda differences across these different kinds of sources. And I'm thinking broadly here about not just local TV versus other things, but local TV, talk radio, things like religious media that we often don't take into account, but also things like non-news types of media, right? What kinds of things show up in the Morning Zoo Crew on radio? What types of news items show up on ESPN, right, that are not sports related? Are these things that are able to inform people? Is there context there to inform people? Is it something that has the depth to actually inform people, or is it likely to misinform or just sort of go nowhere? Is this local news when we talk about it in local television? And one of the things that I'm going to do in the data that I'm going to have to fly through a little bit is talk specifically about where this local focus arises. And then, given the way that the national news environment has grown in recent years, should we think about opinion itself as an agenda item when we're thinking about what agendas look like? is the notion of going to the Washington Post webpage and seeing a gigantic column full of opinion pieces on the top page of the screen. Something that we need to think about as an agenda of opinion, the notion that journalism is specifically about opinion. Just a quick little example of what the context for this looks like. This is a screen grab from the app for my local paper from a couple days ago that gets at sort of the conundrum that local media is in, tying a lot of these different sorts of things together. We've got an international story on top of a really hyper-local story about how crazy dangerous our commuter rail system is. And then one of these weird engagement stories that is not even really a story, right? It's sort of clickbait. But this sort of puzzle is what this app looks like every day. And I would imagine that for most local newspapers, particularly because they're chained, we're seeing pretty similar stuff. So a brief pilot here. This draws on an approach that I did for a study with some grad students at Mayport last year, where we were looking at how vaccine trial results were reported in local television. And for this study, we sampled 100 local TV stations out of the top 150 markets. So out of that sample, I drew a random 10 to do a little bit of piloting on and matched them to newspapers in those markets. Some of these markets have significant Spanish language media as well. Denver, Salt Lake City, Tucson, Monterey, California. Unfortunately, not quite there yet for those of us who might know what that means in Spanish. I am learning Spanish, and I did write that myself. God damn it. I'm almost there. So in addition to these local sets, a set of mainstream national sources, and 3 sets of what I'm calling elite, centrist, and partisan sources. And the categorizations here are pretty similar to what we see in Battleground and in various other studies that do this type of thing. Drawn from CrowdTangle, which is to say these are the stories that were posted by these news orgs on Facebook. So what were they talking about? What were the agendas? This is a local TV agenda. And I'll just jump through these fairly quickly. This is the percentage of the stories that were locally focused. Local newspaper agenda. Local focus. Almost 100% on everything for the newspapers. Nothing even all that close except for sports and weather to 100% for television. We put these together, take a look at the local environment. These are the outliers. Very local on these 3 things. Living here is like, there's a street closed, right? This sort of hyper-local, how do you go about your day types of stories. For newspaper, everything is local for the most part except opinion. These local newspapers are carrying a ton of non-local opinion pieces. How about the national mainstream? Different set of things. COVID and crime, fairly high, similar to the others. Politics jumps up quite a bit. How about the elite centrists? This is the politicos of the world, so to speak. Very similar distribution. Not looking local and national at these, obviously, because none of them are local in that sense. But we wind up with pretty similar things. And I think this tracks with a lot of the research that we see that takes essentially, that tells us that things like even USA Today, NBC News, even CNN, the things that are sort of normal national news sources, really are not all of that normal for the typical news audience. Most people are not watching CNN. Most people are not getting a lot of national news from most any national news outlet, right? And so it kind of makes sense that we're seeing the same type of coverage from the same sources, from the supposedly more detached, elite, Washington-oriented sources. I don't have charts for the partisan sources yet, but part of the reason I don't have charts is that these really screw up the issue coding stuff, because so much of it is not really about the issues that it is nominally about. A lot of it, particularly for the conservative sources, is about media, right? It's not about this issue, it's about that CNN's talking about the issue in this way, right? Not so much the case for the elite liberal sources, which look a lot more like the national centrist. I mean, this tracks with all the research that we see as well, right? One thing that I want to point out here, and this kind of goes to something that Chris said earlier as well. Chris was talking about the identity movements of the 70s sort of being an initial big aspect of recognition. One of the things that jumped out at me about this and then about what Chris said is that there's also a role of this going back to the 50s for this sort of anti-media right-wing recognition crusade, right? If you look at something like Nicole Hemmer's Messengers of the Right, she lays out this big history about origins of the National Review and the Mannion Forum and things like that, that really look like that same kind of issue and this same sort of media blustering today. I'm just going to jump. Well, I'll talk about the further stuff later on. We can talk about it, but I just want to connect this real quick to some ANES data, and then I'll pause here. Thinking about this in terms of Krupnikov and Ryan, ANES doesn't have all the measures that they have, but I look specifically at talk because they see that as so central to what they're doing in their concept. Among the people who did not talk about politics in the last week, which is about 12% of the ANES sample, not surprisingly, much less likely, significantly less likely on all measures to get news from the media. But the closest of these was for TV. TV was about an 8-point difference. All of the other media were about a 20-point difference. So really, not the same, obviously, significantly less, but closest for TV. And on the web, Yahoo plays that same kind of role. And one of the things that suggests is for these people who express less interest, less efficacy, more confusion about politics, less confidence that they can figure anything out, that they can understand what's going on in politics, are relatively much more likely to rely on shallow sources like television, like Yahoo, like USA Today, things like that when it comes to newspapers, than something that is likely to help inform them. So this question that I started off with, what do journalists think that journalism is for? What does journalism think that it's for? Is not just a one-way question, right? It's not just how can journalists better inform people, but also looking at this from the audience side, there's sort of a demand issue as well. That demand issue is the thing that I am hoping to get into with my next thing. So we'll talk at some point about what that next thing looks like. I'm way over time, so I'll stop. Thank you.
I think no signal here. Oh, yeah. Sure. So, hello everyone, good afternoon. So, I'm Yiming, and I'm a PhD student here in J School. And I'm very grateful to present this work here, especially in this session, because I think the previous 3 presentations have offered me a lot of motivations and background to think about a new way to measure the media use, especially from a media repertoire perspective. And before my presentation, firstly, I want to thank for my wonderful collaborators, and I think most of them are here in this conference room, and this is such a collaboration work, and I really enjoy working with them. So this study basically is about a new way to measure the shape or the distribution of individuals' media use, and we are trying to link these patterns of partisan news use to the 2020 post-election for beliefs in Trump's evaluations. So this is the outline of today's presentation. Firstly, I will talk about the motivation of this study. So why do we need such a new approach to think about media use? And then I will move forward to the method part, where I will introduce our measures and how we construct different proxies for slant and diversity and extremity of individuals' media use. And finally, I will move forward to the result part, and we found an asymmetric partisan news use among the Democrats and Republicans, and also we're trying to link the partisan news use and the post-election fraud beliefs. So firstly, why do we care about media use in such a changing media ecosystem? So as the media system have evolved in the past decades, the news providers and also the news audience have both experienced significant changes. And on the one hand, the explosion of the information and also the business demands, as well as the audience ratings and interactions with outlets, has driven those news providers to shift from providing information into conveying partisan opinions. And also this trend have also accompanied with a change from like traditional journalistic norms like factuality, objectivity, and also neutrality to an ideological expression and overt conflict. And at the same time, the news audience is also evolving from a mass media-aided public sphere to the networked media public sphere. So the explosive information has pushed the people to have more like selectivity over different outlets and over different platforms. And also people now have the social media. They can connect with each other and also interact with the outlets, with the news providers. So in this way, actually, partisan media actually seeks a niche audience who can amplify and echoing their claims online in the real-time setting. And also audiences also push the partisan media outlets to hold a stronger stance, partisan stance, to solidify their in-group membership. So this shifting partisan media ecosystem have pushed our thoughts to think about maybe we need to revisit the media use measures. So here we revisit how media use was measured in the previous studies. One very popular way is the scholars always trying to measure the media use over a single outlet, for example, your use of Fox News or CNN, or a single type of media, for example, your use of the right-wing media and also your newspaper use, etc. So although we think these measures can be very suggestive and helpful, sometimes but it may not be really adequate to unpack the network and the really complex and fragmented media diet of the individuals. And I think echoing and in response to these questions and this inadequate of the measures, the media rapture type approach is a really good solution as we found in our previous presentation. But our concern is actually in those studies with the media rapture approach, those studies always like cluster people together to find some typical types of audience. So it may lack of some individual level variants. And also, how about different dimension of media use? How about what matters for the slant, what matters for the diversity, for example, and what matters for the extremity? So in this study, we propose a new angle for people's partisan news use by looking at the distribution or the shape of partisan media use from left to the right. So the idea is different news sources and outlets can be mapped on a slant spectrum here from left to right. And we use the Farris Paddon score as an indicator for the media slant to draw this spectrum. So this spectrum was based on the 16 outlets listed here. So as reflected by the 2020 Farris report, we found an asymmetric ecology between left-wing media and right-wing media. And we can see here, there are very few like media force in the center-right media part, and the right media actually goes extremely right. And with this in mind, we can then imagine such kind of distribution plot. So with the partisan news spectrum on the x-axis, and each line on this distribution plot represents an individual with different types or different shapes of media use. So when we see such kind of distribution plot and statistics, we use some useful statistics to describe these kind of distributions. So based on these insights, we just wondering why can't we just use some statistics as well to describe individuals' partisan news use. So to capture these different dimensions and also describe people's partisan news use, we developed a set of measures for the slant, the diversity, and extremity. So slant is pretty simple. So if this person's news use is more left-leaning or right-leaning, and diversity, in diversity we're measuring the cross-cutting perspective, or is the individual's media use is more homogeneous. And also extremity, so does this person consume a lot of extreme media or not, or they only consume a lot of right extreme media or left extremity. So firstly, we selected the 16 media outlets I just presented in the spectrum, whose ideological slant just spanning from left to right to construct these measures. And we first identify the slant as a very important dimension of partisan news use. And here we measure both overall media slant as well as the top media slant. So for the overall media slant, we first just calculate the product of frequency of media use of each outlet and the partisan slant of this outlet. Then we added those products together. And this measure just captures whether the respondent's overall partisan news use is left-leaning, is it neutral or right-leaning. And for we also recognize the importance of those most frequently used outlets. So we use the mean slant value of the top 4 frequently used outlets as a measure for the top media slant. And diversity also matters a lot, as it can reflect the cross-cutting media use. So there are many ways to measure the cross-cutting media use. But here we choose the Shannon's entropy formula, which firstly was used in physics to measure the diffusion of heat. And this measure is also borrowed for the political scientists to measure the topical diversity of their attention of those news organizations. So here we just use this indicator to measure the diversity of attention across outlets, which we call the diversity across outlets and also across slant types, across slants. In addition, we also measure the extremity by just calculating the proportion of the far right or far left outlets use out of the total media use across the 16 outlets. And we used the 2020 swing state panel survey conducted by the CCCR group to operationalize these measures and also link these measures with some important research questions. The 2-wave panel survey were conducted before and after the 2020 presidential elections in 2 swing states in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. And we asked the question here, are there any difference between Democrats and the Republicans, the partisan groups, in terms of their media use patterns? And the second research question is, how do partisan news use patterns affect post-election fraud beliefs and also the Trump evaluation? So here are our findings. Firstly, we used a set of t-tests to compare whether the pattern of news media use differ between Democrats and Republicans. And our results showed an asymmetric media use across partisan groups. So we see that compared with the Democrats, Republicans' media slant, both overall and top media slant, are more right-leaning. It is not surprising. But also, we also did a test on the absolute value of media slant. And we found that Republicans actually, they are more ideological than Democrats in terms of the media use slant. And for diversity, we also see the difference. We see that Republicans consume significantly less diverse outlets and also less cross-slant media than the Democrats. And for extremity, not surprising, Republicans have a higher level of right extremity. The Democrats have a higher level of left extremity. So here we also plot the density plot of different media use, partisan news use patterns across different groups. So the red one are the patterns for Republican, and green are independent, and the blue one is the Democrats. So we can see there are a lot of different Democrats here have a higher level of diversity than the Republicans, as well as independent, and here Democrats are more towards left, and also extremity. So after we have these kind of measures, and also after we explore the differences across partisan groups, we then think about, so how does media use patterns are related to the post-election attitudes? So we examine this question with both cross-sectional models and also the panel models. So the set of results I will present now are from the cross-sectional models using the data of the wave 2, which is the post-election wave. So this table presents the significance and also the coefficients between our outcome variables here, whether you believe the votes were counted in the election. And this outcome variable is your belief in the voter fraud conspiracy. And this outcome variable is your evaluation of Trump's performance. And also, this column represents all our explanatory variables about those measures we constructed about partisan news use. So, as we expected, the more right-leaning and the media use slant is, the less likely the individual believes that all votes were counted in the election, and the more likely to they're more likely to believe in the voter fraud conspiracy, and they're more likely to have a higher evaluation on Trump's attitude. And also, we can see here the extremity, right extremity, also matters a lot in decrease people's possibility to believe their vote were counted, and increase their belief in the voter fraud and their evaluation on Trump. But the extremity, left extremity, actually have sometimes like correction effects on this kind of falsehood. But somehow, what is surprising to us is that diversity only matters for increasing the belief about votes were counted, but it seems like it does nothing on these voter fraud beliefs. So we wonder why. So to just unpack this puzzle, we did another set of interactions between diversity and partisanship. And we found that for Republicans and independents with higher level of diversity across land, they are less likely to believe in conspiracy about the voter fraud. But in contrast, for Democrats, actually higher levels of slant diversity actually means higher belief in the voter fraud. So we think these results just implying that the right-wing media actually contributed to the voter fraud beliefs, while the left media may serve as a correction. And after that, we also used the panel data to do a set of concurrent residual model here. So as we can find on this table, our outcome variable is approval for Trump, actually the change of approval on Trump. So we found that the increasing right-leaning and the extreme right media use during the election time actually contributed to the increasingly positive evaluation on Trump. But here we found that diversity actually plays a less important role in these cases. And we also did a set of interaction tests, but it seems like the interaction term is not significant. So we would say here the media use length as well as the extremity plays a more significant role. So what about our takeaways? So first, we recognize that the current measures of media use are really plausible and helpful, but may not really adequate for some research questions in this shifting media environment. And we propose an innovative approach to rethink about individuals' partisan media use. And also, we call for a more caution in selecting the media use measures which may fit best with the research question. So what dimension of media use you are really caring about? And second, we found the asymmetric polarization in terms of media use between the Republicans and Democrats. And our findings show that media slant for Republicans is more ideological compared with Democrats. And also we demonstrate that Republican also consume a small number of right-leaning sources, while the Democrats and independents media diet is more diverse. Finally, as partisan media, especially on the right side, is departing from the objectivity and the norms, individuals' media use patterns becomes especially important. So we think to understand, to have a better understanding of political facts and falsehood, it is really important to have this measure. And also we found that biased slant of the media use and higher proportion of extreme news consumptions and fewer cross-cutting media exposure or contribute to some significant political results. So this is actually a project which is ongoing and we are still improving. So we really welcome your feedbacks and comments on this. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
I have the power of the microphone. So very excited to have seen all of these presentations. So interesting and really great work. I've got two quick questions, one for Stephanie and one for Kirsten. Question for Stephanie is, have you yet taken a look, or do you think it would be valuable to take a look at the kind of the local information richness that the participants have in the context of where they live? So some of the counties have one paper. I think one county in Illinois has none. I'm not sure if that happened to be in your data or not, versus some with 5+. And so I wonder if the set of options that constrain or don't constrain them might influence their repertoires. And then the question for Kirsten, and this is probably maybe could also actually speak to the qualitative data you were talking about too, Stephanie, is...
I thought you were going to ask me to speak to Kirsten's findings. I was like, sure.
No.
Happy to.
You can. You're on the panel. You do whatever you like.
I'll answer the question for Kirsten.
And then for Kirsten, I was so struck by the way you were talking about, kind of sitting with your participants and having them take you through their use of these different platforms. But my question is, do you think, or did you ask, how do they describe what Stephanie or Yiming or others would think of as their media repertoires? And would they describe them in the way they answer a 1 to 5 scale of stuff we think to ask them? Or how do they conceive of them as they describe their use?
Yeah, so I think you're spot on in summarizing what I think is happening in the regression models, and that's sort of the argument I was laying out there with why cities might have a more narrower repertoire. So I haven't considered that. I've argued that for the survey data. How I approached the qualitative data, my sampling frame, and I had done this beautiful thing that I think Qualtrics doesn't allow anymore. So don't tell the live stream. And maybe I caused it, I don't know. But I asked people to provide their email address at the end of the survey, and then I had 800 people that gave me their email address. And so I got to be, in qualitative land, I haven't ever been able to be this discerning about the people that I interviewed before, and I knew so much about them. So I created a sampling frame where I interviewed really high news omnivores or news avoiders that lived in urban, high-volume environments, as well as low, I wouldn't call them news deserts, because I feel like that's a very extreme measure, but there was not as abundant of an information environment. So I was very much with the qualitative data trying to play with to what extent are we our own agents in creating an information environment? And of course, it's not either or, right? And to what extent are we, a product of our environment? And specifically to my interest in news avoidance, how much do you have to work to be a news avoider? And to how much does the environment help that is really what I was trying to play at, more specifically with your question than I, quantitatively am addressing it in the study. But I think you're right on.
And I think that's a really interesting question about how do people understand their own repertoires. And so I think the most, I could say a million things about that, but I think the most distinct thing is that they're really tethered to your social life, they're social, right? So there's this great interview with this, how sometimes interviews with somebody who's just really dynamic or really exciting, and she was talking about narrating her whole life story, she's 23, through the platforms she'd picked up and dropped over time, right? And that tension if I think just about this one interview, but others as well, between saying, this started to suck for me, or this felt bad, or this felt really exciting and new, but I have to still be there because my friends are there, or I'm done with Snapchat, but I have this streak going with this friend, and if I break that, then I will hurt the relationship. And I think, that's that sort of the social and emotional parts of constructing and architecting platforms is so forward, right? And I think that's what ends up shaping, incidentally, a lot of what happens to news on those platforms as well.
I look for someone to Fernando.
So a question for Stephanie, and then a comment based on Kirsten's presentation. So Stephanie, how do those repertoire correlate with knowledge on that issue? And then the comment based on Kirsten's presentation. I was talking yesterday to an executive from a social media outlet here in the US, and they're freaked out by TikTok.
He's not going to say which one.
No, I'm not going to say which one.
Mark.
Undisclosed. And they were freaked out by TikTok because the algorithm in TikTok actualizes in real time. So it's not only based on your general preferences, it's based on the preferences that you're having at that instant. And so that builds on what you were saying about the changing environment. Thank you.
What does the platform rhyme with?
I don't know.
I hate to have the same.
Very good at keeping secrets.
It's the same response I'm going to give, which I think, this is what Kirsten has been arguing for a really long time, is that baked in are so many assumptions when we measure news exposure. We could long assume we knew what people were exposed to. And the high correlation between knowledge was because they were getting that vegetables in news exposure. And now, as we saw in the last presentation, it's just hard to make those assumptions. So I think your question of what are people learning, right? How does it relate to knowledge? Is the important question, right? Is the missing step of the project is what I would love to know, is what discourses, what flow of stories, what narratives are people exposed to when they have that wide but low environment? And so it's hearsay mixed with one story versus, what does it look like when you start getting into the nuanced of what Kirsten was presenting with social media, right? Which in mine was one item, but as Kirsten shows us, it's so much more complicated than that. So, that's the dance that I think some projects, a lot of Kirsten's work has been able to build into, which is how do we get these levels of exposure and attention combined with content that we know they're exposed to, right? Like what is circulating in the community? What stories are being told? And that's not just in the news media, which makes it even harder to capture, right? When you're talking about like community meetings, to Kathy's work. She's no longer over there. Right. How do you capture the content and the flow of information, so then you can say, like, you know, these types of repertoires are clearly related to these types of knowledge. That's what I would like to do, and that's what I think there's an assumption built into there, but it's a black box that I don't have as much data as I would like.
Anyone who has not asked a question have one? Yeah.
So formal. Okay, great. Good to see everybody. So I have a question for Stephanie and also a question for Kirsten as well, actually. So for Stephanie, I'm wondering, like, with COVID, first, I guess, do you have a plan maybe already have a second wave of data collection? I'm kind of really curious.
Hurry up. I know, oh my God.
Yeah, so, right, when
slow
people
snail wins the race.
talk about like a pandemic, right? After it kind of recedes a little bit, hopefully, like, would they have any kind of residual sort of effects on, you know, either expanding people's informational repertoire a little bit or shrinking it, or moving people from the 5 different kind of boxes you have, or maybe from one box to another? Those type of, you know, any kind of residual, I guess, from the pandemic itself. Because one thing I kind of noticed is, for example, I think with the pandemic, people seem to me that pay maybe a more attention to local news than before, given everything happening around them. So afterwards, right, if they kind of expectation, maybe I'm being optimistic, like, to seeing they kind of have any kind of expansion effect, I would be curious about.
That's such a great question, and I think you're spot on again in pointing out where I want to go with this. I think there's some limitations. One with, are these repertoires reflective of the early days of the pandemic, right? We know people's attention waned, right? And does that waning coincide with, like, do the numbers just all drop down like a sea that, you know, the rising, ebbing flow of the tide? Or do we see some massive restructuring in what people were doing? My guess is, based on the qualitative work, it's more the ebb and flow, but people don't radically change what they're doing. But what I think is most inspirational for me in what you just mentioned is that I've been trying to play around with needs, right? Different information needs, not in the journalism sense. I'm looking for Lucas because I don't want to get journalism study, not those kinds of information needs, but just different situations in which you would need different types of information. And the one I presented today is like a big current event that you would want information for. But there are others that I collected data on in that study and also in the follow-up qualitative interviews, which were things like, you know, if you wanted to if you wanted to report a pothole in a road, how would you find information about that? Or if you wanted to know what events were going on in your community this weekend, how would you find that information? Right? So it's at its heart very similar in, like, finding information in your community. And it has a different set of sources. So I do think that's a long way of saying you're spot on in saying there are some contextual factors, changing of topics, the prolonging of the pandemic, that I think do produce different types of repertoires.
Great. Thank you so much for that. For Kirsten, is because when you mentioning news exposure as almost like a system, that kind of really struck me as intriguing and also interesting. Like, so to what degree do you think that's in terms of news exposure itself, right? Why don't you call like a news as a system versus news exposure as a system? Is that more like a system or it's kind of intersection between different types of systems to me? I'm just curious about your particular choice.
Sounds like an after-hours lengthy conversation kind of question. Yeah, I would suggest.
I think that's a great question, but the reason I think about the exposure part is because that's what I'm interested in, right? What are the multiple sets of interacting forces that lead to people seeing something, right? And I think, but all those things are systems, right? Creating news is certainly part of some sort of system. And I think, and Chris and I had talked about this before the pandemic, but I think the interesting question is that a useful metaphor, or is that like an analytical tool? And that, I think that's, you know, something that for us all to talk about, right? Do we need to we do a lot of linear methods, right? And it really kind of holds us up if things have feedback loops and that kind of stuff. And so I think that's an interesting next step to take, is to figure out if that's usefully beyond metaphor. I think I answered your question, but we've talked about it.
I'll let you two fight it out for.
Isn't that sweet? Isn't that sweet? I do have a lot of questions, so I'm going to try to keep. There's just a thread. I think just to go to something Steph said a minute ago. There's kind of two environments here, right? One is the system environment. And Yiming spoke to this too, of course. What is the media system or the media ecology in which people are embedded? And the other is then, as Aaron and all of you pointed out, but there's the opinion environment within that context, right? Which is a narratively structured, systemic. The system structures the flows. It also, to some extent, creates the set of repertoire choices. The narrative flow then shapes the, exposure to among news and opinion within that. And then repertoires obviously are a kind of selection from the bottom. I don't mean, but not as a residual, right? So as Kirsten, all of you are...
You're really simplifying this.
I'm trying.
That you actively select. And so I think that selection work is really important. You've all pointed to that. This is kind of for Kirsten. Goes back to our seminar about 10 years ago. So,
you have this note, right?
So this is a quiz. No, just kidding. What you're describing, I think, it reminds me of Ulrich Beck and Hacker and Pearson at another dimension. And I think this also cuts across certainly Steph's work, and I think everyone else too, that there's a kind of, first of all, there's a kind of deinstitutionalization across this entire system, which also creates disintermediation. In other words, a lack of ability to rely on a block of selected news, which creates an individualization pressure, right, which is treated as a choice effect. Oh, we get to choose which platform we get to engage with our friends, right? Choice and engagement. But in fact, it's a kind of pressure. It's really a kind of work. It's a form of risk in Beck's and Hacker and Pearson's terms, in that individuals essentially have to, you've referred to as labor and others have too. You have to do this work. Right? I mean, literally, how do I sort, how much time a day do I, and even me, but especially someone who's actively curating multiple platforms, have to spend sorting through these choices simply as a form of compulsory labor, essentially, in order to, quote, keep up, remain engaged with your friends. So I think, this is really our things we talked about a long time ago, but I think that there's a kind of risk dimension to this that would be interesting to develop in the context of what you're doing. So there's some random thoughts, I apologize.
Yeah, I think that's totally right.
Great panel, and I love how the papers fit together. A thought I'd love for you all to respond to, but particularly Aaron and Yiming. It seems like in topics like COVID or January 6th, the public invades the private. Right, and it also means it invades media spaces that aren't typically news. We hear about COVID everywhere. We hear about January 6th everywhere. And this makes me go back to what Aaron was saying about the kinds of media we ignore, right? We don't really content analyze religious media. We don't thoroughly content analyze Joe Rogan, right? We don't look at content like, we look at political talk radio more and more, but even that is pretty thin. We don't look at sports talk. I thought that was interesting what you were pointing out about sports talk. And I'm just wondering, how would that change our notion of what slant, diversity, and extremity is? If we start thinking about extremity of perspectives I'm getting, but I'm putting sports radio into the mix and Joe Rogan and religious programming, I'm going to get a very different mix than if I think about narrowly in terms of news. And I just would like all of you to react to that.
Well, it's a major conceptual problem, right? I mean, and this is not a problem that... This is a problem that's complicated by the internet, but it's not an internet problem, right? I mean, I think
to the extent that this topic comes up in discussion settings like this from time to time, it feels like sort of a context collapse thing almost. But, and again, I'll refer to Hemmer. So much of what she talks about in her history of conservative media is about religious media. And I mean, that goes back to Father Coughlin, right? I mean, this is not a new phenomenon, especially in connection with religious media. But, you know, every time we saw this a lot in 2020, right, sort of the initial wave of things like the Bucks not playing, right? After that initial wave happens, you get a wave of history of sports and politics, right? And what we see is sports and politics intertwining in a way that arises within sports media that's reaching audiences that are not necessarily part of the political news media, that predates the internet and it predates cable. It's not a new phenomenon, right? And I think part of that sense is that I always hate to be the get back to foundational theory guy, but
you don't hate that.
Part of this, I do honestly. In grad school, I hated those people, and now I am those people. But I think that's what it is. I mean, I think our temptation is to look at a question like this today and think this is a platform issue, and it's not. This is an issue about how messages come together across different kinds of media and different kinds of contexts, and it doesn't have to do with, per se, the way that modern digital platforms have put everything in one place.
Genres.
Right? It's something that predates that, in part because politics is not walled off from other things. Politics is in sports, and it's in religion, and it's in labor, and it's in entertainment, and it's in all these other places.
I'll just add that people like Lance Holborn have been looking at how entertainment media have shaped environmental attitudes or crime attitudes for 20 years ago. I mean, this is, before that, Diana Mutz was looking at those questions. I mean, I think it's important that we expand our repertoires when we're looking, and we're looking at media repertoires beyond news. We've got to start doing that. That's not how people consume it. It's just not their day-to-day life. They just consume information. And I put all of the crazy news infotainment and the news satire, all that's already been studied. But there's a whole other realm of stuff that we as liberal academics don't study nearly as closely.
And I would add, this is the slide that I skipped at the end. The sort of
Sure.
like media system mapping and in-depth interviews is basically where it's
These
going.
people know each other. This is an example of a panel that knows each other too well. Or you being like, I'm not in on all of it.
But you don't get made fun of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also think maybe another way to think of this question is look at the audienceship, because I'm thinking about some kinds of specific topics, some kinds of information or political talks can happen to the sports media, but some types of political issues are not happening there. So it may depend on who consumes those kind of media. So another way to look at it is actually look into the audienceship. So what kind of topics or they're interested in and what slant they really look at and look into.
Yeah, I mean, things like COVID and like the kneeling controversies and policing BLM really were in sports. There was a ton of discourse about that in sports. It's not well studied at all.
I've moved away for several years now. In surveys, I don't say, like, where do you get news from? I say, where do you get information about current events? Because I feel like it opens it up to people giving you surprising sources, right? Like, I don't actually care whether they're saying the newspaper, because nobody says the newspaper. I actually want to know where they're hearing about something or where, they are engaging with that. And so I'm very much big tent. I just want to know where those narratives are finding you.
And do you hear religious media? Do you hear sports
Yeah.
radio?
Yeah, so I mean, even when I was in grad school with my dissertation, my media consumption, index included PTI and Around the Horn, right? Because I knew, with sports that was an important, narrative that people were being exposed and forming opinions based on the little comments that, Tony Kornheiser makes.
I don't have anything to add, Alex. I would say everyone should read Steph and Emily's Newsness theory paper if you are interested in this topic.
Thanks, Kirsten.
That's a great promotional consideration to.
And also the Battleground book.
There you go, exactly. Promotional consideration
I forgot.
by Emily.
It was on
and
my
Steph
slide. I didn't
it was
show
on
it.
Aaron's.
Just keep saying Battleground. Every time someone says Battleground, $20.
That's right.
Drink.
Let us take a real 15-minute break to enjoy a temperature that is not the same temperature that's in this room, and then we'll reconvene for our last.
It's warm in here.
Yeah, it is a little warm in here. Well done, everybody.
Yay, panel.
Leave the doors open late today on Friday, so I feel. Oh yeah, I agree with you. Are you good stuff, right? That's too much. Very cool. That sounds great. Great job. And I liked your answer too.
I mean, I feel this way, I'm sure, after a week. I'm trying to steep myself a little bit better in community differences, just to sort of make sense of the findings, especially someone who still doesn't really understand Illinois. The geography of Illinois is still unclear to me. So.
I think we've got a lot to learn too, but I think your interpretation was really interesting about it having to do with kind of the density of available information and how people need to sift through it. So, in some ways your findings were better than ours. I think.
Well, thanks for writing that paper. It was super helpful.
I'm glad. I'm really glad. I'm looking forward to this one. Which one's more relevant? Yeah, so you had extended.
You're excited, all in it, so get ready.
Perfect.
I need to make sure I grab my cord before.
All right, and if not, we will do a worse job than you would have done, but we will carry
I didn't have a chance to
There's average coffee next door. It's better to have good coffee. I think he's basically saying our coffee is some
Yeah, right. That's my impression. Yeah, but it doesn't have to. Yeah, I think there's some
one sample we got.
That was probably not. That was probably default to not in the data. But all of us, like, take a look, yell it across the machine. He said, what is light blue? I was like, oh, that's not part of the classification.
So, the way the variables were mentioned, yes, no. Do you enjoy this? Or do you enjoy fishing? Do you enjoy art? Yes, no. But this software can handle multiple characters, not just yes, no. So if you want to see high, medium, and low, you can do it. So the correspondence analysis treat every variable as a category. It's different from physical design or backing up data of the variable as continuous. Correspondence analysis treats all variables as categorical.
That is why yes or no.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Great party you got here. I just know that like I'm gonna have this total like lingering effect versus stink eye at conferences. People like don't say yes to those who do. Thank you. Just buy a keg and just who reviewed.
Or more importantly, who is willing to review in the next 6 months? Here's your beer.
That population. Yeah, I can do more. I remember the relevant. I think it might be one of your key veterinary conferences.
Maybe I'm going to update you. I just have to put it on.
No. I would love to go do one of those one day. So he basically Honolulu talking about tax citation. Exactly. No one will know that I don't know what I was.
Oh God.
Once a year I get an email like, your left leg below the knee is ready. I'm like, no, it isn't. You don't want me in there. I'll pass out. I think you'll have 2 patients.
You did not prefer to your that always seems like a problem.
It's not an efficient system. It's on the table.
Turns out that nothing actually this whole past 2 years before.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm open for like
For some reason, I've decided once I'm just like no. In May.
We got one
for something that may not go past every couple of weeks.
There's a Devon Shaw bobblehead. Look at that. I don't fill it up with stuff left in the fridge. Exactly. Oh, I got an email yesterday that said, swag bags, folders, pens. I wasn't I got obviously. I thought I recognized
Hi.
I felt bad, but I assumed the whole time that it was very smart.
That could be a hold up. I feel like other people always do
Something, colon, something,
repertoire, something on the holding wall. Probably a repertoire. I don't know.
Sometimes I get like those old titles where, especially if it's like young people or old, like I try to play with the young, old, new, old, yeah. Away from that tension, but I like most of this is we want playful titles. What is that? Super short. I think it shows you're supposed to be super short. I don't think it's needed. Like actually, the thing I just
On bullshit, it's like, right?
yeah. Probably not.
Probably person your titles.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, the editor made me try to what was after the colon. This one might be like, yeah, that.
For title of it, I had something before the colon, and the editor was like, keep the part after the colon for now. I gave her well, it was us trying to be cute. No, actually, it wasn't you. Yes. It was us trying to get observations.
Gotta get that keyword search engine optimization. Times where like a short thing about and let's say first couple graphs are like mocking the academic title like that. Erosion, asymmetric communication. What the hell is that? Yes, that's right. You should have seen the really shitty first time. It's really engaging that your first time.
But we do not guarantee, but in that way maybe we can have that part of the part, and then obviously we'll also have a survey with how long it's been. Yeah, let's meet on Sunday regarding the manipulation experiment first, and then also talk about the survey platform. Maybe we can stay
I've never seen him in person. He was somewhere else for my proposal defense. Somewhere else. He was on the phone, and there was this helped us. Completely casual and everything.
You know who seems happier afterwards?
I think there's a lesson I learned that I could have gone down to middle for nuclear. And focusing more on
Are you doing? Okay, yeah. I'm working on like
Well, yeah, it's kind of fascinating that everything is so text-oriented. Like, but I think that's just because it's easier. So, that's right. Scholars are better at words. Therefore, words must be the most important.
And like everything, it's really big. It is, although my parents have my in-laws now.
The essay today actually but more picture kind of
yeah, I mean, if you look at like the New York Times, the one that comes up on its iPad, right, it's always got the video.
Everything is based on this
So essentially, important piece, and typically you wouldn't, sentiment analysis is not as well developed, shall we say, as text, right? It's less accurate for sure. But there are nice data sets, actually, mainly stupid things, not real things, but stupid things like, here's my reaction to the game, right? And so you have people, instead of just putting 5 stars, or instead of just typing in, I really like this movie because I like the character, you have them saying stuff, videos, what they're saying. And the interesting thing, or one of the interesting things, you can often get more accurate assessments of what they're really saying if you combine images and processing with the text and with the sound and the text.
That's my mom tuned in, so it's going good.
But usually when you cross it, you don't cross it in because like it's about just oversimplified. And it's not just a single snapshot of it's what happens over our collection. So usually the process shall a third of a second.
Something class analysis was done in plus, and then dumping all 12.
Now part of it is practical, right? So it's really hard to do. Like you think of building the data, right? You need to be able to this video, the person's having. Well, if you do that frame by frame,
so then we predict that.
You don't deserve it. You do it on selection. So in a smile, mouth, it's not just that the mouth is in a pattern. It goes this. And so you get a lot more information. You can track that than if you just get one frame.
Which solution was the strongest, and then after you decide what you find what's the strongest, then you have to actually look at the beans. Visualize the
Jenny, and I'm certain that Jenny's going to figure out how to
I like it because different from a lot of factor analysis of the history. And I like this that you can dump a whole bunch of different, like,
So here's kind of how the program works. Okay, how would you program it? So there are modules.
I like this, and I've seen a lot of this because I think it's trendy.
Hello everyone!
Let us come back to I've seen a lot of this late class.
So you end up with, say, 50, 60 numbers.
Everyone can take their seats and leave, that would be great. Thank you.
So then you extract that from successive frames, and then it's the collection that makes up your feature for the...
Welcome back to the live streamers, and welcome back to the folks in the room. We are going to now begin our last session of the day. So up first, Horace Meadabora.
Mike, are you beginning? I did begin. Take it away, Bori.
Should I start? Still talking.
All right, why don't we get our next session started? We have our first speaker, Bora. Please, you can take the phone number you're ready.
Sure. Hi, everyone, and thank you to the organizers. This is great. I'm so excited to be back, and I don't know, all the feelings, really happy feelings to be back here. And thanks to the graduate students as well who've been working hard on this, I know. And I'm so excited to see some of you who I've been working with, and to not to be on Zoom and actually see you in person. It's been great. What I'm presenting today is actually after me, the real people will be presenting on misinformation. But I'm presenting a little bit on a few studies I'm doing on misinformation. And I don't need to sort of talk about how important I think to study the consequences of misinformation, and how we can sort of deal with this problem, and what kind of ways to fight misinformation, and so on and so forth. And past research has shown that there's a relationship with media literacy, that media literacy could be one of those variables that could help fight misinformation. But it's not, media literacy has been defined, I was going forward a little bit, but it has been defined in many ways, and some of them approaches like critical thinking, conscious processing, knowledge structures, media literacy of content, media literacy of source. So there is no single sort of definition as such, and of media literacy, but scholars have used different approaches, or some of these approaches, or a combination of these approaches to study media literacy. And even though there's some association between media literacy and misinformation, not all of it is consistent. Some studies show that it could be helpful, but then others show that it is not. And moreover, there's some research that shows that political ideology might be playing some role here, that highlighted that political ideologies might make it more challenging for us to understand misinformation, and especially in fighting misinformation. And so, and why that might be the case, one reason could be motivated reasoning, and that people may consider information that is consistent with their views as more credible and accurate, and believe their whatever information they're getting from influencers or news that they trust, but and so that kind of motivated reasoning could be quite critical for understanding misperceptions and understanding how misperceptions are formed. So two primary questions that I'm going to talk about today in these series of studies is can media literacy help fight misinformation, and will political ideology play a moderating role in this relationship? And I look at two contexts here, one in COVID-19 misperceptions, and the second one is election fraud misperceptions. And I'll quickly talk about 4 studies that are, some of them are ongoing, some that have been done, some are accepted papers and on various stages. But I've done some in-depth interviews in the beginning of the pandemic. There were 2 surveys, both cross-sectional surveys, and then an experiment that's I'll talk about the analysis, which is kind of ongoing right now. And the in-depth interviews were done in just at the beginning of the pandemic in April 2020, April 2020, with 32 adults. We did Zoom interviews with them, and that's sort of the background of the participants. And Survey 1 and Survey 2, Survey 1 was with using Amtrak data, and then Survey 2 was with Qualtrics data. And I have more information with the measures and everything. If people are interested, we can talk about later. But I'll actually go into some of the results first. And so in both the interviews and the 2 surveys, what the results show is that media literacy variables were positively associated with lower misperceptions about COVID-19, but that was not true for all. And conservatives in general held higher COVID-19 misperceptions, irrespective of their literacy levels, media literacy levels. And so, if we look here, this is media literacy for content, and we're looking at conservatives, moderate, and liberal, and this is for COVID-19 misperceptions. And we can see here that for conservatives, media literacy levels really didn't matter as much as for liberals, and a little bit for moderates. Similarly, for media literacy for source, and conservatives' media literacy for source also did not matter as much, and whereas for liberals, seems like media literacy can make a difference and can help to some extent lower misperceptions. So from these results, it's possible that media literacy could help us to mitigate some of the misinformation. So to sort of understand this more in another context other than COVID-19, we conducted an experiment which was on voter fraud misinformation correction. This was collected last semester between subjects randomized experiment, Amtrak data, and very simple experiment actually. And we have misinformation about voter fraud, where the Facebook post talks about how congressman won due to a fraudulent election, and he won because a lot of dead people voted for him. And then there is a correction message, which is consistent across the 3 conditions, and then there's a control condition. And the other 3 conditions have the political ideology or the party ID of the congressman as the first condition has as Republican, second condition is Democrat, the third condition is neutral, doesn't mention, and the fourth condition is a control condition. And so kind of as expected, because this was such a political issue, conservatives did hold more voter fraud, misinformation in general than liberals. I know as good news in the control condition, misperceptions were higher for both, which means maybe corrections matter even in political issues like voter fraud misinformation. And then when I look at media literacy variables, again, this is for conservatives, and for media literacy for content does not matter for conservatives. Again, even if they're high on media literacy, misperceptions remain the same. Control condition has the highest misperception, followed by when the congressman is identified as Democratic, and so which is again sort of not a surprise. But for liberals, when media literacy for content is high, the perceptions are lower. Even for the control condition, misperceptions are lower when media literacy levels are higher. And so overall, from these studies and across from the in-depth interviews to the 2 surveys and the experiment, it seems like media literacy could play a role, but then it's not consistent across people, across ideologies, which is of course challenge for fighting political misinformation. I study health misinformation as well, and so it's, I wouldn't say easier, but I think correcting health misinformation is different from political issues. So, of course, comes with a bunch of limitations. These are all cross-sectional surveys. The media literacy measurements are self-reports, and in the future, I would like to study more, use different measures for media literacy, including knowledge structures and skill-based measurements and interventions for media literacy, which I don't do in these studies. And just generally wanted to finish with some ongoing and future sort of for misinformation research. I've been planning to do some experiments with media literacy interventions to study it further and go more in depth, and misinformation correction strategies that I've been working on 2 of these issues with many of my colleagues, and some other research I've been doing on. I do some research on vaccine promotion research, and I've been studying lately on marginalized and underrepresented groups as well, and some of them I'm working on groups here as well. And then I did want to. I wanted to finish with that. I had to put it now because. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a double presentation next.
Double presentation.
Book. So we get to hear about Letitia and Emily's.
Forthcoming is probably too generous.
Too generous. I'm going to be optimistic. I've learned to do that.
Someday it will come. She's first.
Can we pass it back and forth? Is that okay? You'll get a second. Okay. Yeah, so remember when it's halfway through and you're like, oh my God, are they going to ever shut up? That we are entitled to twice the time.
Thank you.
Don't be that, yeah, sorry.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Sweet.
Let's welcome our second group. Go ahead whenever you guys are ready.
Okay, so that's the first caveat, is that this is going to be long. The second caveat is that unlike these like lovely big idea, let's rethink the field kind of presentations that we've had today, this is going to be us throwing lots of data at you,
and seeing kind of what sticks. So we're really interested in showing you different versions of things that we're testing and seeing what you think is most compelling or most interesting, what should be left on the cutting room floor. And there's a lot. So like half the reason we decided to write this book was because like we just have like tons of data that has never appeared in an article. I think I didn't count how many we're actually presenting today, but overall we have something like 11 experimental data sets, 6 surveys, and we're in the process of conducting qualitative interviews on 3 sets of people and then doing 3 more experiments. So what I'm trying to say is I apologize for the barrage of crap you're about to see. It's not crap, it's great, but it's a lot of data. I'm Letitia, I'm at Georgetown. Emily is at Minnesota and is contractually obligated to dress with her school colors. That's all. Okay, so this is one chapter. This is the 3rd chapter in the book, so we're calling it chapter 2, just for context. And the book is all about this research agenda we've been working on since 2014 that's all about correcting misinformation and specifically talking about observational correction, which I'll talk about in a moment. It is under contract with the Digital Politics series at Oxford, even though it is not about politics. The book itself covers lots of different things related to misinformation and correction, about why we think observational correction is particularly promising compared to other strategies of mitigating misinformation, how and why people think about doing this or not doing this, organizations, why do they do it or not do it, how do you do it well, how do we get more people to do it, all of these kinds of things. So it's a lot going on. Today we're just bringing kind of one bit of that compatibility warning. Can you see that? No? Okay, then it's fine. So in addition to that, as I said before, we're really interested in getting feedback on this. I'm actually a little bit nervous because it's the first time we've presented anything from the book. So it's a really exciting opportunity for us to get feedback. And if you want to give us more feedback, if you don't get an opportunity to ask a question today or to tell us that analysis is stupid, please cut it. Please send us an email or a mean tweet or whatever and give us that feedback in some other way because we really do want as much feedback as possible. But no one should do that for other reasons. I'm sure somebody in here has a paper about hate speech. Okay. So what is observational correction? I told you the book is about observational correction. This is our keyword that I often introduce as like the least sexy like buzzword that anyone ever came up with. It's a terrible word. We are not good at coming up with words. I feel like Kirsten is like the queen of coming up with words, and we should have consulted her before we got bought in to this key term, but this is what we've called it for so many years now that we don't feel like we can change it. So what is observational correction? Because that's the key thing we're talking about here, but really I need to stop and take a step back and talk about what is correction, right? So before we can talk about what observational correction is, we need to think about what correction is in the first place. And we think about correction as being any instance where there's some kind of claim and there's some kind of counterclaim. And I guess a specific case of this is that the counterclaim is the correct claim in this case, right? So you could have a claim and a counterclaim where the original claim is actually the true claim, and we have a data set on that if people want to hear about that. But I'm not going to talk about it today. So the claim in this case, you can have a claim, you can have a counterclaim, and then you have this kind of typology of different things that could happen in that kind of interaction. So you could have a true claim that is supported by the counterclaim, which would be kind of amplifying good information. You can have a true claim that is rebutted by a counterclaim, which is what I was just saying, which would be the correction would actually be misinformation, or the counterclaim would be misinformation. You can have false information that is amplified, so somebody is reinforcing that false information. What we're really interested in is this one cell here, which is where you have somebody making a false claim and somebody else saying that is not true. And this takes all sorts of forms, right? So kind of the probably most studied form of correction in the academic literature is fact checks. Lucas was here earlier, and I would have made some kind of nice comment about how he's the foremost expert on fact checking, but I don't have to say that because he's not here. But it can also be things like conversations, right? Academics have conversations all the time where somebody says, I think blah, 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 and somebody else says, no, you're full of shit, that's wrong. And apparently I don't have the same stop to curse on the live stream. So there are all kinds of ways that this can manifest. we are particularly interested in the specific instance of correction, or the specific type of correction, subtype of correction, which is observational correction. So that's taking that general category of correction and adding to it, and this is what it can look like. So most often we think about observational correction on social media. This is the same thing that I just talked about, right? Somebody's making a claim, somebody's making a counterclaim in the comments. In this case, this is exactly what you just saw with Pori's study, right? It uses a very similar thing. The difference here is that all of us get to see it. So observational correction is important because you're adding an audience to a correction. So the requirements of observational correction are, number one, it has to have a correction. Number two, it has to be directly responsive. So this is something that we've wrestled with and we would love to hear feedback about. But in this kind of claim and counterclaim paradigm, we only consider it observational correction if someone is directly responding to a claim. In some kind of way. And number three, it has to be at least public enough that someone else can witness it. So there's like the Bible verse or something of like, anywhere two of you are gathered, then I am with you. If you have an audience, then observational correction can happen. That was not, yeah. My mom is a preacher, I can't help myself. Okay, so a few important things to note here. Number one, this kind of direct responsive element of it. So that means if I just post a fact check on social media, that's not observational correction because I'm not directly responding to someone. Again, this is something that we've wrestled with of whether that should count or not count. So that's something I'd love to talk more about. A benefit of this is that we don't have to know whether you are thinking, if you are the person that's correcting, we don't have to know if you are thinking about correcting the individual or you're thinking about correcting the witnesses, right? It doesn't matter what you intend to happen, the outcome is the same. And related to that, someone cannot choose to engage in observational correction. They engage in correction, period, and if people see it, then it's observational correction. The other thing I'll note is, just like correction, this can happen in other contexts. So it can happen offline. It can happen at an academic conference, right? If, at lunch, Emily corrects me and lots of people see it, that's observational correction. But we think that it's different on social media, just number one, because it's very likely. We see this happen a lot. We don't present this today, but empirically we have survey data that shows people say that they see people get corrected on social media, so it does happen a lot. And number two, there's just like a higher scale, right? Most of your offline interactions with people are small enough that you're not going to have lots of witnesses to any correction that happens there. Okay, so importantly, this works. We have lots and lots of studies, as I said before, that show across different issue topics and across different platforms that observational correction effectively reduces misperceptions, and again, among the people that are witnessing it, not among the person that's posting the misinformation originally. So all of that is kind of a background to what we're talking about today, which is we want to understand why this works. So we have lots of data to show that it does work, but we don't entirely understand the mechanism behind it. So that's what we're trying to figure out with what we're showing you today. And there are three elements of this that we want to think through. So the first one is about information processing. And this just goes back to kind of classic ideas about information processing. Is it more of an online memory model? Or is it more of a, is it more of an online model or more of a memory-based processing model? Which is to say, does it matter whether you remember what you see or are you just constantly updating the way that you think about that issue or that topic and you don't have to actually recall the specifics of what you saw? The second thing is credibility. So we would expect that this would be kind of one way that correction effectively changes your opinions about something is by affecting the credibility that you might associate with either the misinformation that you saw originally or with the corrective information that you saw. So we'll bring some data to show about that. And then the third thing is this idea of social consensus. So maybe correction is signaling to you that other people think this thing is true, that there is a strong belief in the world that vaccines don't cause autism, or that genetically modified food is safe, or something like that. And that's actually what's doing the work. It's not about the information or about the credibility. It's about thinking about what other people think, because as so many presentations today have talked about, we are social creatures and we care a lot about what other people think. So Emily is going to throw a bunch of data at you now.
which is my favorite part of my job. It surprises none of you who've worked with me that I love data. So to reiterate that first question, do you need to remember what the correction said in order for the correction to be effective? Or do you see it and kind of in real time say, oh yeah, I don't need to believe that, and quickly discard any information that contributed? So I'm going to show you 3 different data sets. The important thing to note here is that 1, they're across different topics. 2, they're across different platforms. So we have Twitter, Facebook Live video, and Facebook itself. And 3, there are kind of different ways we did correction, both experts and users. But again, we're happy to talk through all the data we have in more detail later. So what we did is we showed you that social media feed that Letitia already showed you. And then immediately after, we asked you, what did the original person say? What did the original post say? And then what did the statements after? What did the replies say? And then you can get those right on different levels. Second, we measure your misperceptions. And to simplify, I'm going to compare your misperceptions in the correction condition to a pure control condition where you got no information at all. And this is another point of discussion that we want to have with you, is that is saying that correction works when you end up better off after seeing misinformation and correction than you were having seen nothing. An alternative way of thinking about it is correction works if you're better off than when you saw the misinformation. So negative values means it worked. So first we have the stripy bar is saying you cannot remember what the correction said, and the solid bar is saying you can. Solid bars are negative. That's great. It worked for GMO foods. This is our Facebook Live sunscreen study. It doesn't actually work very well, but it works better than when you don't have recall, where you actually have higher misperceptions than in the control condition. And then it worked for our COVID study on Facebook. So we had 2 dependent variables here. Our myth in this case was that a hot bath is going to cure you of COVID, and explain the science as to why that didn't work. So the blue bars are understanding that a hot bath actually doesn't change your core body temperature enough to do anything. And therefore, the gray bars being, therefore, it's not going to help you not get COVID. So you see across these 3 different data sets, across different ways in which correction can happen, different platforms, it seems to happen when you have accurate recall of what the correction said, and it doesn't happen or can even backfire when you don't.
Can I ask a quick?
Yes.
Oh,
sorry.
These are probably totally different questions. So an expert correction is
it's coming
user correction because
it's coming from an expert organization. So here we have the Pew Research Center replying.
But is it like Emily sharing a Pew link, or is it
no, it's the expert.
It's actually Pew.
Okay,
it's actually
like
Pew.
an account labeled as Pew.
Yeah, or in this case, it's the WHO.
Gotcha.
Yep.
And Pew is responding to the person.
Yes.
To a person, and actually in this one, interestingly, it's a WHO bot. So it says it's a bot labeled as the WHO, saying, actually, we know that hot baths cannot prevent COVID, and it shows you, they have this great website of all these Mythbuster graphics. So.
And the comparison point here is not seeing the misinformation or correction.
It's seeing nothing. So it's actually a pretty high bar for correction to work. And I have extra slides showing you the comparison to misinformation only if you want to see those later.
So the comparison is basically people's raw misperceptions about this stuff.
Yes. Yeah, and what's fascinating is that, again, you're better off seeing misinformation plus correction than you are just with nothing. So,
which is a big thing for us, because there's a famous academic that I won't mention that thinks the opposite is true, right? That you should just not engage with misinformation because that algorithmically amplifies it, and that's a big problem. But what we're saying is, like, this is actually better than if you hadn't seen the misinformation. So.
So this was one way of thinking about recall, is just thinking about your perceptions of the correction, but it's ignoring whether you can remember what the original post said. So there's actually another typology where you can have no recall of anything that anyone said. You can have perfect recall, where you remember both what the correction said and what the original post said, or you can have some combination of those. And what this shows you is, again, these solid bars are, the blue ones are remembering what the correction said. The gray ones are perfect recall, so you remember both the original post and the correction. It seems like remembering the correction is doing most of the work. And that makes sense, right? Like, it makes sense that you actually would have more misperceptions if you think the correction was amplifying misinformation. All of this still is just talking about whether or not you remember what they said. It seems to matter, so can people remember it, right? Recall for the misinformation itself. So these slashy bars are misinformation only conditions. You can see as soon as you put two different statements together, people's recall drops. Unsurprisingly, it's a harder task. But in general, people seem to remember what the original post is saying at fairly high levels. And you see largely the same for the correction with one really noticeable exception, our study which happened on Facebook Live. So let me just show you why we think that happened. Here's what this would have looked like. So you see the Pew Research Center tweeting with their response, 88% of scientists think GMO foods are safe. You have the WHO information bot responding with their nice graphic. It's nice and big, it's equal in size. When you try to do this on Facebook Live videos, you have a nice big video of a really crazy doctor telling you that sunscreen is going to cause aging and cancer. And then you have these little people trying to reply with the correct facts. It's a really hard task. People probably just aren't noticing. Recall matters. Who remembers? Across these three studies, we see nothing consistent. So we don't really know what predicts who remembers. One last way of thinking about recall is who did the correction, and here we don't see very good evidence that people remember who said what. And there's a lot of evidence in source confusion and things like that that supports that. And scarily, in our COVID study, people thought the WHO was sharing the misinformation. So that's bad.
Bad. So
a quick takeaway from recall. Recall matters, and it seems that it's recall for the correction. So theoretically, this seems to support a memory-based model. Practically, it means we need to think about how we can amplify those corrections so that people are actually seeing them and remembering them and making them memorable. And a question we have for you is, now that we know this, do we have to do all of our future analyses only among those who can remember the correction, which will have implications for power? Here's a whole bunch of other things we could do. We would love to talk to you about them. So back to is the right comparison a peer control or is it misinformation? Right now we're saying if you don't know, you got it wrong, but maybe we should just be looking at people who are either sharing misinformation or correction and dropping these people. We have other ways of thinking about recall, like did you see a post on this topic? Should we be counting perfect recall actually means you have to know who said exactly what? Or is that just too high a bar? And we have so many more data sets, is 3 enough? Or do you need to see more?
Or would you like to see less?
So the second topic. So the second question is credibility. A kind of different mechanism for thinking about how this would work is I see a correction and now I think, oh, that misinformation isn't very credible. I'm going to reduce my misperceptions. I'm going to give you 2 totally different data sets to test this on. Another question I have for you. But again, the important thing to note is they're different topics. This is Facebook and Instagram, different kinds of ways correction can happen. We're trying to show you that this thing is consistent as best we can. And a really important thing to highlight here is our comparison is no longer peer control because they didn't rate the credibility of misinformation in a peer control group. They didn't see it. So now the comparison is between correction and misinformation only. So the bolded ones are significant, but what I want to show you is first the consistency. They're all negative, they're all in the same direction. And this is the indirect path. So it's basically saying our model mostly works, that when you see somebody correct it, you think the misinformation is less credible, and as a result, you reduce your misperceptions. So that's one way we could think about credibility. The other way we could think about credibility is the other message we give people, the correction. And here, the story is a lot less clear. It seems like there might be something going on where when you think a correction is more credible, then you also reduce your misperceptions, but you can just see the size and the consistency of the effects is much smaller.
That's also a little complicated just because we can't compare it to a misinformation condition because they don't see a correction. So we're actually comparing to a correction that didn't work, essentially.
Yeah. Yes. So that is a great note, that our fact-based pre-bunking didn't work at all. It actually was perfectly identical to the control in almost every way. So it worked for us, but yeah, that is a question, is how do we measure this? What would be the relevant comparison if we could find one? Thanks. So here's the picture. If you get a correction, you think the misinformation is less credible, and as a result, you reduce your misperceptions, or because you think the correction's credible, you reduce your misperceptions. And there's pretty much, so ignoring kind of that first half, which depends on the corrections you saw, you can see, though, the really strong, consistent effect, the relationship between if you think the misinformation is credible, you are going to have misperceptions. And if you think it's not credible because of our corrections, you're going to reduce them. And vice versa for correction credibility. But
how you did the, like, is the pre-bunk a fact check, or is it just information? Like, how do you label the pre-bunking information?
so this had an asterisk because it isn't technically our definition of observational correction anymore. When we wrote it, it was. But now, because it wasn't directly responsive, because on Instagram, being directly responsive means you're off the screen real estate.
Nobody sees it, yeah.
Instead, it's responding to the misinformation, either before, pre-bunking, you see the misinformation, or after you see the misinformation. So yeah, that is of course, we have a question for you about other possible analyses. Should we have changed up our data sets? Sometimes it's because we thought that the order in which we ask the questions are the questions we have. For this one, honestly, it's because the climate change one is published and I didn't have to do quite as much data analysis before I got here. Are there other ways we should be thinking about credibility? But yeah, we think that there's something going on where, and theoretically it would make sense that corrections make you think misinformation is not credible. And when you think something's not credible, you're not going to have misperceptions. But we are hindered by, some of those questions of what is the best way to present this. So the last one, luckily, we don't have very much data on, so this will be brief. Does seeing people correct lead you to think, hey, there's social consensus around this topic, and I want to be part of that social consensus? We only had really good data for one study, the sunscreen study, and we didn't find a lot of support. So compared to the control group, seeing either the misinformation or the misinformation with corrections leads you to think more people are wearing sunscreen. And seeing the corrections lead to a really small, not significant, not meaningful dip in the percent who believes sunscreen increases your cancer risk. And this is percentage of Americans. So not really strong evidence there, but it's a single study. So here's some of the other data we could leverage. But part of the problem is we just weren't sure whether this was comparable or whether this is the best way of testing this question. So if you would find either of those convincing, we would love to hear it, because then I can, of course, run more data and show you next time.
Okay, so putting all of this together, and shade your eyes or something, because this is really ugly. So this is our attempt at kind of like putting all of this in one place, right? So you have the relationships that we showed of corrections reducing misinformation credibility. You have corrections increasing correction credibility, and maybe like this little kind of weak-ass relationship between corrections and social consensus. And all of those are having this impact on misperceptions, but your recall is implicating that initial relationship in each case, right? So if you don't remember what you saw, which makes sense, then you don't see these relationships manifest. So we need a better way to visualize this. So if anyone is a visualization person, we would love to talk to you about that. Various things that we could do that we could talk more about, but I won't get into right now. The second thing related to this is like, do you want us to be testing this model directly rather than kind of the pieces of it individually? Or is that just like too hairy and complicated, especially for a book that we're trying to make relatively accessible to a wider audience, not just the super smart people in this room?
One chapter.
This is one chapter. Yeah. So that's a question on that. And then, as if we haven't asked you enough questions already, some big questions that kind of remain. So I mentioned this before, but like, how do you feel about this definition of observational correction? Is it too limiting? Are there other things that should be included, or other criteria that you think should be a part of that? Really, just broadly, is this convincing? Like, do you think you understand how observational correction works now, or do you not? And if not, especially, what would you like to see to make this make more sense to you? How could we help you engage in sense making? What else? Okay, so the best comparison, we talked a little bit about that throughout, and especially like, is it confusing when we're changing between them, and how do we kind of navigate that? And then finally, like, I'm sure you're feeling overwhelmed right now. We're feeling overwhelmed right now. So how do we do this better? Can we visualize this in a different way to make it more clear? Should we be choosing like an illustrative data set, or does that just look like we're cherry picking to find things that look significant? So kind of what is the structure of this that would work in a book format? And what do we do if the story is not consistent in terms of visualizing that as well? So as I said before, we really do want feedback. If you have any thoughts on this at all, please just shoot off a quick email and say like, oh, hey, slide 22 was great, or whatever. And we also were going to end with a cartoon. So yeah. Thank you very much.
That demonstrates our collaborative spirit.
It does.
Same as after our last presenter, the group finishes, please rejoin in the front.
Oh, yes, thank you.
So much data.
So much knowledge. So while we're waiting for Shoya to get mic'd up, just a quick question. How many of you who are our guests who are going to stay in the concourse want to go back and have a bit of a break before dinner? So it sounds like most people do. So yes, we're gonna have cars down in the lobby area to take you back, and then we'll arrange for people to come and pick you up too in the same schedule that I sent out last night. So, and then if the people who are doing driving wanted to speak with me, I may cover one of the driving coverages. Just we can figure that out. I know there were some issues with parking, so we can just touch base before people take off.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. I know it's been a long day with lots of exciting projects. I was wondering how many people would run out of this room just before my presentation. Yeah, and I saw like, oh, we are still here. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And also, this project is a kind of a PhD student run project. It's some preliminary idea explored by some colleagues and me. So it's not a very established project when compared to the very exciting presentations before. So the major goal of having this presentation here is for seeking advice and suggestions from the super smart people, the experts in the team. So the major research question and also title of this project is Perceived Polarization regarding information consumption bias and the dynamics of political conversation in the United States. So the reason we want to explore this question is that literature suggests people are talking less with different others. So, for example, at the individual level, we want to talk with people who are similar to us, and also same for social groups. And also at a more macro level, between regions and countries, people are also like talking in their own echo chamber. They feel like they don't want to discuss that much about politics with different others. However, this pattern might be problematic because then there would be a more lack of understanding, and also people cannot collaborate more sufficiently. And worst of all, there might be some unnecessary conflicts that could have been avoided by just talking with each other about politics. So with this question in mind, we want to explore from the perspective of polarization. We know that in polarization literature, it's a pretty established literature, such as it covers people of different political stands, have different issue positions, different attitudes when they are thinking about the same thing, and also people of different political stands might dislike each other. recently, there are also a literature about perceived polarization, which means like it's like the first layer of polarization is people think differently. And an additional layer is that how I think the other group is thinking differently from me. So like it is perceived difference between positions of different social groups, such as individuals regard the others as more polarized. And a potential consequence of the polarization, including perceived polarization, is that people would just stop talking with others. Like when people are so polarized, they might don't have a conversation. Or when I think the other people are thinking about the same issues in a very different way from me, I might just feel exhausted and I don't want to communicate that much. So with the question in mind that people are not talking with different others as much, and there is some polarization, we are interested in knowing the connection between these types of factors. So the variable of interest in our study is perceived polarization regarding information consumption bias, which means I think I am a very good media user. I'm so unbiased. But perhaps I would think someone who is very different from me, he or she is a very biased user. So this is this might pertain to the perceived polarization. And also the partisan information consumption might shape my perceived polarization regarding information consumption of the others. And then consequently, after I consume lots of information from the media, I think the others are so polarized, they have very biased information intaking, I might not want to talk with them because that's just tedious. So there are so many hypotheses, but they basically cover the relationship we just discussed. So the first hypothesis is whether there is a group difference regarding perceived information consumption bias. And then whether the partisan information consumption would lead to perceived information consumption bias at the perception level, and then subsequently whether that would have an influence on political conversation. So our data and measures, we are using web survey data of the swing states. So for measures in particular, we are, for the information environment, we're measuring partisan news consumption, like how often do you read, watch, or listen to news that leans liberal or conservative as a measure, and also partisan conversation, like how many days do you discuss politics with the Republicans and with the Democrats. For the information consumption measure, these are the two items. And then we also assess the perceived polarization regarding information consumption bias, which is how often do you think the Democrats or the Republicans, they would read news that are reported in a biased way or that have misinformation. And we also categorize the respondents into partisan groups based on their voting behavior in a presidential election. And our DVs are stop talking about politics and restart talking about politics. So firstly, there is a descriptive about the group difference. As we can see, for example, for Trump voters, they would think the Democrats are reading much more biased news than they think the Republicans are reading. So same pattern we can observe from the Biden voters. So there is an initial pattern of this bias perception. And then we tested whether the partisan information consumption would be statistically related to perceived information consumption bias. And there are two significant relationships we found. The first one is that exposure to in-group information would be related to regarding out-group as more bias. For example, if I am a Democrat and I always consume information from the liberal news and I always talk with my fellow Democrats, I would think the Republicans have more biased news consumption. And another relationship we found is that exposure to out-group information would make the person think the in-group as more biased. Like if I'm a Democrat and I read lots of like Fox News, then I might think the Democrat as a group is kind of biased. And there are also more nuanced and mixed findings. So regarding the political conversation patterns, we found that when people think the out-groups are having more information consumption bias, they would be more likely to stop talking about politics, which gives empirical support for our core hypothesis. While people regard the in-group as having more information consumption bias, the result is more nuanced. So for Democrats, it's actually negatively associated with stop talking. Like when the Democrats think themselves are more biased in terms of information consumption, they would be less likely to end in political conversation with different others. While for Republicans, there is no significant relationship. And then for restart talking, we found a very interesting pattern that while for stop talking, the predictor mainly pertains to how people think about the in-group and out-group as more biased or not biased, while whether people would start talking politics after they stopped, this is only predicted by how they think themselves are more biased. So some takeaway points from our preliminary analysis are there is perceived polarization, specifically on perceived polarization regarding information consumption bias. We indeed found that there is a in-group and out-group bias towards people's perception. And also the partisan information environment includes partisan news consumption, and also partisan conversation would shape perceived polarization in the information consumption bias. And another thing is that while some literature suggests cross-cutting information does not work that much to facilitate communication between groups, our research actually showed cross-cutting information in general would reduce perceived polarization regarding information consumption bias. So these results would promote cross-cutting information. And also, perceived polarization regarding information consumption is related to individuals' choice of having political conversation, both in choosing to stop talking with others and choose to restart talking after they stopped talking about politics. So, because our study is pretty preliminary, I would keep it short. And thanks so much for listening to our presentation. And there are also some questions. I would love to have your suggestions and insights. For example, the theoretical framework. There are several frameworks that we can use. For example, third-person effects, or some media consumption bias. However, we end up using the polarization perspective, and we regard it as the perceived information consumption bias as one type of perceived polarization. So I'm not sure whether this is really the most appropriate theoretical framework, and it would be great if the experts in the room could give us some feedback. And also the analysis is preliminary. If you think there is any other relationship we could explore, just tell us. I would run the data and update you. And also, other email or via any other other platform like on Twitter or Facebook. Thank you so much.
I will jump in and then I will send it down to Aaron. Do I see? Oh, there's a hand. Oh, yay! Excellent. Okay.
Thank you. So I. Oh yeah, sure. Okay, so people are ready. I have two questions to Dr. Braga and Dr. Bolt regarding your definition of. I find the series of studies really fascinating. It's very hopeful to see the observational correction actually works, and it's also a fascinating idea to identify those mechanisms behind it. My question, I have two questions. The first one is, I would appreciate more elaboration on why you are choosing only the directly responsive one as the definition, because we know people who sharing the, like for example, the fact check articles on social media, they definitely have seen the misinformation, but they didn't choose to respond directly to the person for some reason. And sometimes that could affect the social norm as well. And I find that kind of correction could potentially work as well, but how it is substantially different from the direct responsive ones in this context. And my second question would be, I really like the idea about the social norms, like how people perceive and others think about this misinformation. And I'm interested in whether and how the observational correction would work in different contexts, like within different relationships or different networks. Like what if it's happening in the interpersonal or like a more close network, like on the Facebook, which is corrected by my friends or family, but how it might be different when I observe it in like Twitter, like corrected by other like real stranger peers. And what if there's a contention happened there during the correction, how that is gonna impact people's experience about this correction behavior. Thank you.
Yeah, great questions. You want to? I'll do one and you do two.
Sure.
I'm
sure we'll end up talking over each other.
Probably true. Yeah. So, as I said, the definition is something that we thought we always knew what this was. Like we've done a bunch of studies, and we have various definitions in the articles that we publish. I shouldn't say that out loud. And when it came to the book, we literally like sat down at Emily's kitchen table with a whiteboard, being like, okay, is it this? Is it that? Like, what's going on here? And we talked about lots of different examples that maybe this is or maybe this isn't, right? So I have a crazy sister-in-law, hope she's not watching the live stream, and she will share things on Facebook, and sometimes I will share a fact check like separately, right? Like passive-aggressively, instead of engaging with her, I will just share it on my feed so that like some of the people that overlap between our feeds are seeing that thing, right? But part of what we're interested in is like this direct engagement between people, right? And partly, I think, because like we do have this finding that seeing correction in relation to misinformation is actually better than seeing, nothing at all. So that's fundamentally different than somebody just sharing good information. And like that's something that like a lot of COVID studies have looked at, right? Is how much accurate information are people sharing compared to misinformation? And that's totally important and relevant too. We just don't think that that is corrective in the same way. And so we're trying. Contrary to what you just saw, we're trying to keep this as narrow as possible. And so we can't like include everything. So that's kind of how we came to that conclusion. But if that's really unsatisfying, that's definitely something we would like to hear from people, that we need to be thinking about this more expansively.
Yeah, and I would say the same thing. We've actually done studies where we shared just good information in response to myths that exist in the world. But that the line, like Letitia was talking about, is, well, then what? Everything's correction? Anytime you share something good that could correct something that's wrong in the world is correction. Also felt really unsatisfying in that it ended up feeling like we were saying everything is correction, and therefore, Kirsten, you are doing misinformation. To your second question about social norms, I think that's a really good point, and that's one that we haven't been able to study as well, is trying to gauge the social norms. And one of the big limitations is we want to know about the effects on the audience seeing the interactions. That's the observational part of our work, the observational part of correction. So like, we're limited in that we're always doing these mock experiments, and we would love to think about ways we can do it on social media in ways that are ethical and practical. So like the people who do work on correction of the person sharing the misinformation have found that stronger social ties matter more, for example. So that seems like it would matter. But they can follow the person sharing the misinformation and see if they keep sharing misinformation or if they respond. I don't know how you measure what everyone who may or may not have seen this interaction feels or does about it.
When platforms won't even tell you who saw it, right? So like you can't even operationalize that. The other thing I'll say to that point, and we are talking over each other as predicted, is we have survey data that asks people, like, if you say you saw observational correction, you saw somebody else being corrected. We don't say observational correction in the survey, to be clear, because people would be like, what? For people that say that they've had that experience, we do ask them, like, who did you see being corrected? Who was doing the correction? Like, what's your relationship to those people? And we've barely kind of dug into that data, but we do have more things that we can say at some point about what those networks look like.
But it does seem, and to that data specifically, it does seem to happen more with either close friends or family or kind of that one step remove. But there are also people who just see it from, somebody in my network. And we're seeing it, again, across all of these different platforms. And experimentally, we've shown that it can work across 4 of the platforms at least.
I saw Aaron at first, and then I had Devon next, and then anybody over there? Our hands up. Okay, so we have a 3. Thank you.
There's a question for Xiaoya. The chart, I think it was the first chart that you showed, is really fascinating to me because the two, I think this was the first one again, this was the perceptions of partisans about what other partisans are like, right? Or what the other party is like. And the first 2 results are sort of typical expectations, right? Republicans think Democrats are crazy partisans and vice versa. The third set of columns really jumped out, right? The self, perceptions of the self for both parties are lower than perceptions of your own party. That's really fascinating because the perceptions of the other party is consistent with Krupnikov and Ryan and Druckmann's article with them and other co-authors last year, basically about people don't like political talk and don't like political talkers and avoid political talk. And so perceptions of talkers are bad. And what Krupnikov and Ryan get into is the idea that the people who talk a lot from the other party are the people who you see in the press because the press picks those people up, right? What this result suggests to me, and I don't know if this is something that you've thought about at all, is that this is also true to a certain extent for your own party, right? That for people who avoid talk, perhaps, that the press acts as a stand-in, and Mutz gets into this in some of her stuff, right? The press acts as a stand-in, as a discussant to show you the other side, but this kind of suggests the press is showing you your own side, and it's showing you your own side in a more extreme way than actually exists, right? And this is mostly a comment with a little bit of a question at the test. Just as a comment, I think that would be really fascinating to look into, right? Is the press also replicating intra-partisan relationships? But also, where the question comes in is, I'm wondering if this is something that you've thought about with talking itself being a moderator, right? Are the people who talk versus the people who don't talk different? Like, I don't talk even to co-partisans, so I learn about co-partisans from the press, and I think they're more extreme. Obviously, that's going to be a little bit of a confound with the outcome of cutting off conversations, right? Maybe it's other outcome variables that you need to look at. But I think there's something really potentially fascinating in there, right? The idea that people are avoiding talk to such an extreme degree that they don't even really know what their own co-partisans look like.
Yes, thanks so much for this very inspiring insights. Indeed, we have these initial findings. However, we did not explore these perspectives in much detail. I think these suggestions is very helpful for the development of our paper when we're writing it up. I would for sure include these perspectives and conduct more analysis. And also, I would send the paper to you if you would like. You are interested in reviewing.
More work for Erin.
Thank you so much.
You know, one thing we know from, or one thing we can know from that data is who our participants say they talk to. We ask them, tell us your 3 most common partners and what their partisanship is, and so we could say who's talking to homogeneous groups, heterogeneous groups, mixed groups, and push on that even further.
This is a short question for Dr. Bode and Vraga. So I see like you have tons of fascinating data, and if I remember correctly, I saw one group of your data suggests that the logic-based correction is better than the fact-based correction. So I just want to hear more about this from you. Like, how do you interpret this result?
So that came from the climate change study, and what we did is we showed people Instagram, and we don't have a peer control. We have a misinformation-only condition where you have somebody sharing a post saying that climate change is good for plants because plants love CO2. And then you have people correcting it, but not directly responsive, hence our whole question about what is and is not observational correction. But they did it with a cartoon, and the cartoon either explained the facts, like, yeah, that's great, but there's all these other problems that climate change causes that plants do not like heat. Or you could have it a logic-based way, and the cartoon, I remember this very vividly, it's a kid eating ice cream and being like, oh, well, now I have all my calcium, this is clearly a complete diet, or something like that. And so what we think is happening is the logic-based cartoon and the logic-based response is forcing people to think about the fallacy being committed by the misinformation, that it is very much oversimplification and saying, oh, look, one thing is good, therefore it is good. And so it forces them to go back and look at that misinformation and think about its credibility, whereas the fact-based is just giving you facts, more facts, that maybe isn't forcing that same level of kind of retrospective, oh, maybe this misinformation isn't credible. And the fact-based rebuttals do work. People's misperceptions are reduced. It's just not because the misinformation is less credible, or at least not to the same degree as the logic-based.
And it's in an article in IJPP last year if you want to read more.
So 2 observations, one for the perceived polarization paper. When you started, I thought, oh, but this seems more like a third-person paper, right? And then as you were moving on, I started thinking, but maybe it is actually better to employ the perceived polarization logic. I think what's happening, though, is going back to the point of, if you start going to the self-other comparison, then it becomes more like a third-person perspective paper, which would be totally fine. Or if you keep it more as distance, right, between, so I think at the core is how you're going to measure that central variable. If it's just distance between Democrats and Republicans, I see no distance, you're not polarized, I see distance, you're polarized. Or if you go in the direction of self versus others, then maybe that third-person perspective seems more fruitful. Although I'd probably go in the perceived polarization way. But anyway. And there might, yeah, absolutely, it could be. It could be.
The two-party thing and then the self-co-party thing is, to me, that's a different story.
Yeah. And then one comment for observational correction. So fascinating. But as you guys point out, the label, like, to me it evoked, okay, so I observe and then I correct. So I think you already have the solution, though, because when you define it, you say, well, it's semi-public. So why not just call it public correction?
Can I get an upvote or a downvote? People in the room like this, don't like this?
I kind of like observational correction because I'm observing someone being corrected. So I struggle. I understand what you're saying. I like that too. I don't know whether you put the term as public correction and you explain it as observational, or you do the other way around. But that's tricky.
'Cause you're
We're probably
witnessing
gonna
it,
say
like
the same thing,
every-
which is like we've published this like 8 different places. Is that a problem, or nobody cares? Nobody cares. We could change the word. Okay.
You publish 8 articles, and then you pull it out a month, which is I'm reconsidering everything I wrote. I'm the smartest person in the world. I'm reconsidering my own work. That's the best position to be in possible, right?
Look how many communication mediation models there are.
That's a good point.
I mean, I will say the goal was to think about the fact that it's not the direct correction. And so many people focus on the person sharing the misinformation. And this is about the audience and the community. So we really wanted to emphasize that. We also thought about bystander correction, but then that felt wrong. So we would love more conversation about the best thing to call this, because we are still unsatisfied 8 articles later. With the term.
Like everything else makes it sound like the lurker is interacting, but they're not. They're just
Witness interaction, witness correction,
Witness correction.
Witness correction.
Observational correction.
That seems like the mob is going to come get you.
It could also be observed correction.
Observed correction is kind of interesting.
All right, we'll do like a Twitter poll or something.
That's a good idea. So a bunch of I mean, again, fascinating panel. Thank you all again. And as I think across, between the first 2 presenters, there's a tension that we've been sensing in this NSF Convergence Accelerator project we've been involved in. That's a lot of different misinformation correction teams. And half are doing literacy work, and half are doing misinformation correction work. And literacy work is really about how can we equip people with the capabilities to defend themselves against the onslaught. And the misinformation correction is about finding and trying to correct the misinformation. Mm-hmm. And the second one is like trying to catch individual fish with a single net. And I'm just wondering, like, experimentally, I can see the impact, but how do you scale it, right? And the flip side, for you, Puri, literacy sounds like a great solution, maybe on one side of the political spectrum, right? So I'm just trying to think of like solutions here. And then the flip side is I connected to Shoya's work. I think there is a third person connection. I see in some of what you're doing with the observational correction, whatever you end up calling it, the distance between the person and the person being corrected may be really interesting. It goes back to the question about the social norms, right? Yeah. Like if my mom's correcting me publicly, that's really embarrassing, right? If a good friend of mine is doing that thing, if it's someone who I don't really like or know and they're just showing up on my Twitter feed correcting me, that's not something else. Now an expert comes in and corrects me. So it's the idea of social distance but also social authority is really interesting to think about there. And I think that, I'd love for you to unpack that along the lines of some of the third person work that's looked at social distance and how we factor that in, or social authority and how we factor that in. So I like observational correction as an idea. I don't know ultimately how you'd unpack it as a label, but I'm very convinced by your findings. And what I find most fascinating about them, even more than the literacy stuff, is scalability. If you can either incentivize people to do this, or if you could just have an army of people subtweeting corrections. Because it sounds like even the subtweeting, even if it's not direct, it's just in the stream, it works.
Yeah.
So there's some real potential here, especially when you think about the ways that these platforms allow you to put in sponsored content.
Let me just a quick addendum. I don't have this is really all interesting work, and as most of you know, well beyond my technical competence. But one of the most interesting things, I know it was a small thing, was the bot correction from Who. I was actually, to Devon's point, I was probably more impressed by that, not impressed with in terms of this design, but with the potential for that if bots from credible sources can actually find and correct in real time, and if that has an effect, that's on. And I'm with due respect for Puri, I mean, I've thought about media literacy for a while too, and I of course I support it. I think it's good, but I'm also, partly because of the things that you found, I'm skeptical is the wrong word. I support it, but it's what Devon said. It seems like so dependent upon very difficult to scale training and correction, and B, subject to just partisan selection bias. So, the people who most need to be corrected aren't being corrected in my humble opinion.
What's reassuring to me is I don't care if the people who are doing the misinformation don't get corrected, as long as people who see the misinformation.
Yeah, I don't care.
So fine, I don't care. Your misinformation spreader, fine, keep spreading it.
No, please don't.
Because you're finding they're actually showing that if you correct, that's better than nothing.
These things maybe go together, right?
Right.
Maybe
I mean, it's actually like training me to think more critically. Like, it's almost a form of information literacy, right? Like, I'm seeing it in real time. Like, someone's showing bad stuff, and then someone's getting swatted down.
The one's going to start a correction farm.
I'm going to.
So,
there's a business in here. There's money to be made in that.
Related to your point about scalability, like correction farms essentially are springing up. So there's a nonprofit called RepuStar that has a bot that corrects people on Twitter. So they have a database of fact checks, and when it finds something that it thinks is likely misinformation and likely matches to something in their database, RepuStar. Their fact checker is called Fact Sparrow for some reason. So like this is happening, right? Like the WHO did actually have a chatbot on Facebook Messenger. We didn't test it in Messenger. We tested it on the newsfeed. There are some people in France that are creating interactive chatbots, so you can ask them questions, and then they can figure out what counterclaims to provide to you based on what misinformation you have or what elements of misinformation you have. So this is absolutely scalable, and if we can get more people to do it, which is what we're working on this summer, is motivating people to do this, then it's scalable at a people level in addition to a technological level. And finally, I'll say, Emily has done a ton of work on media literacy. We actually thought that was going to be like the amplifier to correction. If we can put them together, so we can say like, look out for misinformation. People are going to try to mislead you, and then we can show you misinformation and a correction. That should work better than just doing correction by itself or doing media literacy by itself.
Do you frame observational correction as a type of literacy? Like,
We have not, but we could. Because as Pori said, there is no definition of media literacy, so it can be whatever you want it to be.
Like a micro dose of media literacy, like I'm seeing someone being...
Well, and it depends, too. There's different types of corrections, and I didn't get into this in a lot of detail, but the question about logic-based versus fact-based, so much of correction usually thinks about, you say a wrong fact, and I say a correct fact, and that is a correction. The other way of doing that is explaining how the content itself is misleading. So John Cook has a lot of work in the context of climate change showing that like most climate change research falls victim to like 4 or 5 fallacies over and over and over again. And once you learn those fallacies, maybe you're protected. So false experts, we see them with cigarettes, or going back to smoking where the doctor says it's not going to hurt you. You know, climate change, COVID, there's just all of these examples of this exact same technique being used over and over and over again. So teaching people those strategies in a correction is a correction? Is it media literacy if it happens in advance? Like, I think there's a lot to be done about uniting all of these different solutions.
But when we tried to unite media literacy and correction, media literacy didn't do anything. We've tried it 4 different ways.
Like it does for her?
What's that?
Is it asymmetric, or do you see
We have not tested, because we test health misinformation, not political misinformation, so we haven't tested across the
And our definition was like, we're going to give you a very brief tweet that has a couple media literacy, like, and there's, as Pori said,
there's also a video.
So
we tried
many
it with
ways.
a video. It still didn't work. Yeah.
There's so many ways of defining it. So I don't want to say it won't ever work, because there is work showing it can work.
Yeah.
We just haven't been able to do it in like a brief media, social media context versus an educational context.
I haven't done that. I haven't done the social media, like do the interventions with.
So were yours like knowledge questions?
Yeah, these were just self-reported questions. That's why I was saying. But it's so different for health and politics, right? That's the thing. And I was also going to say, you had a question. I know you had a bunch of questions, but one of them was whether to make it, consistent across. And I was thinking when I was looking at your work, and I've read some of your other work before, that it's contextual, right? I mean, it could not be same for all of these, and maybe you don't need to try to do like that. All of them will pair up, and like all of it will be same, because they would be different for different issues, and like for political issues are so different from health issues, and maybe that could be one way to explain some of the things that you're seeing differences in.
Yeah, totally agree with Pori.
Yeah, I mean, we love that idea of being able to pick the data set that feels most right, but then I feel like we're open to the charge of just like, well, of course you picked the data set that felt right. It's the one that showed the thing you wanted it to show.
I have a question and a comment, kind of like Peter Ducey. So the question is about the knowledge-based versus online processing. Is it correct to say that the success of a correction is dependent on, would you go that far as to say it's dependent on the respondent remembering? And the second little part of that is, because did I see on your chart that some of the time when the respondent partially remembered, they actually had increased misinformation as opposed to the decrease when they fully remembered.
So we hadn't done this analysis until recently, and it is pretty convincing that you need to remember what the correction said. And to your second question, if you can remember what the correction said, it doesn't seem to matter quite as much if you remember what the original post said. But if you don't remember what it said, then you can have backfire effects. And I really think what's happening is there are some people who say don't know, and so maybe one option is to cut them. But otherwise, you're thinking the correction said misinformation. So of course your misperceptions are higher if you see everyone saying, or you think you see everyone sharing misinformation. I guess the other point to that is we did do a study that Letitia mentioned where we had someone sharing an accurate story, and then we had people debunking it, and they were debunking something that's true. So they were correcting, but they were misinforming, and it totally worked.
Yeah.
So
The wrong debunking misinformed them.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And
but they have like a fact check, right? Like it looks very real. It looks exactly like a correction.
Yeah.
So the process works whether you're right or not, which is kind of terrifying.
But we think it's partly because you don't click the links, and so you can say, this is totally wrong. Look, here's the CDC link, and everyone's like, oh man, the CDC said, but they don't actually click. So practical recommendation is links should say what they say and not just be links.
Yeah, like the Facebook little blurb that gives you like a sentence, right? Like needs to very clearly say what the finding of the fact check is or whatever, so that people can't weaponize it in that way.
Yeah, because I mean your findings for the strength of it is really great, but this issue of people getting partial correction and actually getting misinformed makes it seem like a difficult proposition. Like you have to kind of get it right, because if they mess it up, then that's interesting. Then my other, was it a comment or whatever it was? I think just in terms of analysis, it would be really interesting to see you've got those three mediators. Is that what they are? Three mediators of correction. As a reader, I'm always wondering in our social science, how big a role are these playing? How do they compare to each other? So if there's any way to come up with the equivalent of an R squared, basically, I always like to see that kind of thing.
That's great. Thanks.
While I walk to Sija, I have a question for Pori. So you showed the conservatives were all the same regardless of their media literacy. I wonder if in a future study you might measure individuals' confidence in their media literacy. I suspect that being part of a systematic 30-year project, if you can't trust the news media, makes some people feel more confident that they ought to be skeptical and that they're good at it, even if they're not. And so I wonder if their confidence has something to do with that.
I actually have that. I have those, those variables. I need to do some more data analysis.
Even better.
Yeah.
And what about that media literacy scale to the right? Meaning media literacy on the right means you distrust everything.
That's the thing, right? So it also depends on even with the confidence question that Mike is asking about, if you're confident about getting your information from news that is also spreading misinformation, so then that itself could be a problem, right? It depends on what your source is as well, right? So it's really yeah. It's messy, to say the least.
Oh, sure, yeah. Thank you so much to Letitia and Emily, because I literally wrote down 6, 7 questions there. I'm pretty sure I have more time to chat with you because we get excited about this body of work. I guess I would just pick 2. So one is that in terms, I guess, maybe final chapter of a book talking about a suggestion or policy or solutions, where do you see this finding sort of line? Because I think it partially is related to, I guess, Devon's comment on scalability as well, because if the idea is that people should do more kind of observational, being essentially exposure to more corrections in response to misinformation, if BOSS doesn't quite make a difference, then it seems to me the solution is more on the almost on organizationals and also platform level, right? People should try to figure out a way of designing those kind of bots so that they can retweet more of those correction messages whenever a misinformation is spotted. Versus, I think what you're alluding to seems like the future work, which got me more excited, is on the part of the citizens or social dynamic part, right? The other one is that whether or not people being exposed to this correction signals even better, if they see other people kind of saying, hey, likes those corrections, we agree, adding those kind of social signals, would that be motivational enough to get an initial lurker, turn them into almost like a citizen fact checker, right? So if you can get that kind of dynamic kind of going, that might be another solution, so sort of at a more scalable way. So curious where you see in terms of suggestions, where your work may be providing. And then the second, more of a comment is that I think if you're thinking about like summarizing really a systematic body of work, I know that each individual study will provide a unique perspective, like conceptualized kind of information. All those are valuable. But I'm wondering if you might be maybe in your first intro or second chapter, do a kind of almost like a media meta-analysis, summarizing your own work, right? And have that overall effect size in the systematic meta-analytical way. That might be very convincing.
Platform,
yeah, moderation, all the effects.
You have all the features.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, that's going in chapter 1. This is the chapter before the chapter that you saw.
Once we do it.
Once we do it. In a systematic way. Related to the other thing, I mean, yeah, I think that the answer is everything, right? So we have, and we don't think you should just be doing observational correction, to be clear, too. Like, we need to be doing lots of things. We need to do media literacy. We need better regulation. We need platforms to do something about it. We need, all of these things to happen at the same time, because none of them are making a huge impact, right? So we need to layer them. We call it the Swiss cheese model of misinformation mitigation.
Which, to be fair, we did not come up with that. That's
No,
a very famous public health.
We stole it from an epidemiologist, but that's what you do. So we need to do all these things, but from a perspective of like, how can we do observational correction? How can we scale that, right? Like all of the things you just said. So platforms can do a better job of surfacing this content to people, which means making things threaded, right? So like there are platforms where you have to hunt for comments. You shouldn't have to hunt for comments if they are corrective comments, right? And we know that platforms have the ability to relatively successfully identify misinformation content at this point. So they can be doing this kind of thing. They can make corrections bigger, right? So when Facebook shows you related stories that are fact checks, they are like this big, whereas the misinformation post is this big. Flip it, right? Show me that big correction so that that's what I'm focused on instead of the misinformation. These are like basic, design elements. This is not complicated. There should be bots, right? Like, of course there should be bots. Of course this should scale in that kind of way to the extent that we find that that's effective, which so far it does seem like it's effective. And yes, we should get more people to do this, although there is some caution of like just telling people to do this if they are not equipped to do it well, and or if they are misinformed themselves, is also dangerous, right? Because it will work if people are correcting people and they're not actually correct. So there's a hint of caution there that we can't just like tell everybody like everybody in this room should definitely correct people because I have confidence that you're not going to do a crappy job of it. But we have to be a little bit more targeted about how we encourage people to do this.
And also think about ways to make it easier, because it's a lot of work. If you want to do this well, we both have stories of trying to correct on social media where it's like, I went and I found all the research and I wrote this thoughtful study, like comment, and then, I think the thing to stress, though, is back to the efficacy and the, like, does this work? You're not trying to convince the person who did it, right? Like, that person is going to be the hardest person in the room to reach. They are committed. To Devon's point, they might be embarrassed and not want to back down right then. But everyone else seeing it is seeing, A, the right information. So if they don't care, they're seeing the good stuff. B, they're seeing a social cost being imposed upon the person who shared misinformation. And so that might be motivating in ways that, we're still trying to tease out. Yeah.
I know Hernando has a hand. I was just quick, because I've had a blind spot behind me, so I'm trying to look before I go.
Just looking for an alternative.
We've got one over here.
And then Bill next,
Quick question then, but that reversal, so when the correction is wrong, there's a reversal. So is this just recency? It's like the latest thing I've read, that's what I'm reacting to?
I mean, you see them all at the same time, roughly. They're all on the screen at the exact same moment. So it's hard to, eye tracking will show you that people tend to read, laterally like a book. So yeah, maybe it's recency. It could be that most of the work we've done has used multiple corrections and one person sharing the misinformation. We've also found that it works more if you use a source. So again, our study, the original person is sharing something from, I think, like nationalreview.net, some a fake news site, like deliberately. And then the rebuttals are coming and linking to the CDC and the FDA, like credible sources that should have weight. The problem is you can link to something, and if you don't know what the link actually says, you can say, look, the CDC says, wasn't the CDC? It was ticks. There are ticks that can cause a red meat allergy.
USA Today or something.
And so we had people saying this is actually false, and it's actually true. And again, they had that link, that credible link that's supposed to give them expertise and credibility. It's just fake. Or it says the other thing, that they're misrepresenting what that says. So back to this is a solution that has to be done in concert with experts. It has to be done in concert with platforms. It has to be, users have to be part of it for the scalability. And because that way we're still leaving the audience as one of the main arbitrators of truth, which I think has both risks and benefits, where, you know, people worry about censorship. This is not about censorship. This is about more information. So.
While I walk to Bill, I will once again invoke my question privilege. It's time for Emily and Letitia. This is really self-serving. So when you were showing your findings, you know, saying the misinformation plus correction works better, right? Part of my thinking, and this is the self-serving part, is that I think about some of the work John and Lee and I have done showing fact checks work best on the uninformed. Right, and the modal opinion in the United States is uninformed on anything, and so is it the case that what's happening is that it's really working for people who are uninformed, it's somewhat working for people who aren't sure, and it's not working for people who are wrong but certain they're right?
So we don't have the certainty measures, but we've done this where we've asked them in the pretest, and it seems to work more among the misinformed. So if you already think that GMO foods are going to cause cancer, seeing this correction is going to help you more than if you're right. So it's not that, so that's both good and bad, right? Like, it's not we're making the right people more right. We're making the wrong people more right. We haven't asked about certainty, and that's a really interesting question.
We haven't asked about certainty, but we do find also that people that are high in conspiracy ideation, which might be the like true believer kind of people, right, are harder to persuade. So they're less influenced by correction as compared to people that are lower in conspiracy ideation. So some suggestive things, but yeah, we don't ask certainty directly.
So my question was a great oversimplification of what you're doing. Could you, how would you react if I described it as what you're really showing here is that advertising works? The more times you see something, the more likely you are to believe it. Please rebut that piece of misinformation.
It's you need more people when it's users. You don't if it's an expert. So the WHO does not need anyone else to help them correct. If the WHO information bot says you're wrong, people tend to update their attitudes accordingly. If it's another user, it tends to work better when you have more. And we think that's, like you said, it's 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 2. So, and there are also conditions in which a single user is enough. So the logic-based debunking, that worked with a single user correcting it because it was providing that, like, look, if you think about this critically, just saying that because plants like CO2, they're going to love climate change, like, think about that for more than a second and you know it falls apart. So I think that there is some, yes, of course, traditional persuasion literature is important to theorize what's happening here. But it's not just more people win. Hopefully it's more people with better information.
Yeah, deals there. Lou, it's to Lou. It has to go. That's what's required. That's how we know we're done.
Okay, well, Lou is a tired old man. But I actually have, there's been a lot of good questions, and I'm not going to try to dig more deeply into the specifics because it doesn't make sense at this moment. But I do have sort of a question in the last colloquy that crossed my mind. And I'm hesitant to ask it because it sounds snotty, but it's not. It's genuinely not. So all of these strategies that, and I'm thinking especially of Emily and Letitia, but the rest of you as well, all these strategies that we use to improve information or to correct people, could they also be used by bad actors to essentially reverse engineer? And I assume the answer is yes. It's not and it doesn't per se, seriously, it does not say that we ought not to be working hard to do the things that you're suggesting and see what works. But yeah, it's really just a question in my mind, and so yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So like we have research that shows it can be weaponized essentially, and I think actually things like media literacy campaigns can be weaponized and have been weaponized too. So keeping on the whole thread of my crazy family, my crazy brother did a literacy campaign at his church teaching them about the Constitution. What does my brother have in terms of training in the Constitution? Nothing. What did he teach them? I have no idea. But it may well be...
His sister's a professor at Georgetown.
Yeah, his sister taught con law at this university, but he did not. So yeah, I think there are definitely people that are weaponizing all of these strategies, and it's an arms race essentially.
So this is just a follow-up to that then, and so what the slogan and the practice, do the research. How does that fit in to this? And this is an open question for any of you. How does that fit into the framework? Since, of course, if I'm doing the research, I believe I'm actually engaging in a form of truth and fact-checking. And in fact, by claiming to be doing the research, I may be gaining credibility with others. And I realize there's no simple. I mean, so what is part of the answer? But I'm just curious how you think that fits.
I think that's a tough one, and because you're right, it has totally been weaponized, and I think it's an example of one of the things media literacy tries to teach you is about skepticism of sources, which one of the big dangers we know about media literacy is cynicism. Do your own research is one way that can come from that. If you don't trust any elites and you do your own research, you can wind up in very crazy places very quickly. So I think that's a danger for media literacy. I think it's a danger for observational correction because, again, I can put something out there that sounds really legit and be just wrong, or either innocently or maliciously, and persuade people. And I do think that's something we really have to think about, is how can we teach people these best practices, thinking about the ways they could be weaponized, and thinking about like a balance and the hard work, like Kirsten was talking about, that all of this is. Like I say, go out and correct people. It is hard work. And I want to recognize that and validate that. And we need to think about that when we're saying these things as well.
That's a pretty good way to close this meeting. My goodness, thank you all. This was a great first day. Lou, thank you for the closing question. We have to get all of you back to the hotel. We want to go back. And so our goal at this point is, let's just get a show of hands. Who wants to go back to the hotel for a little break? Lou. Okay, so if you're someone who wants a ride back to the hotel, let's meet in the lobby. We'll arrange that. We'll also pick you up at the hotel and bring you back. I want to talk to the drivers for a second just to make sure that what your car situations are.
I don't think we need the live stream of this. Thank you if you tuned in the live stream. We're done. Go home. Thank you.